Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 8 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Mushoku Tensei as Rudeus Greyrat. Let the tale begin. Chapter 191, The Stellar Sisters' Thoughts. The Greyrat home, house, manor? I still needed to sort out what to call the place sometime. I guess home was a good catch-all, but the place was definitely too big to be called a house. Anyway, I headed back to our home in Sharia after Rika's suggestion. The plan was to go prep another pop quiz for my students and then make sure things were squared away for Roxy's wedding. But I forgot that time zones were a thing, and when I got back it was already close to evening. Which reminded me that I had clairvoyance and definitely had not been using it recently. Then again, seeing things from an on-high perspective like that all the time could lead to feeling too much like a god, so maybe it was better that I restricted it. More on that later. And mental note, remember to update the Greyrat Guide for Dummies. Lots of valuable lessons learned recently, so can't forget to record them. Anyway, I walked in through the front door this time after warping into the courtyard. Thankfully, no one was there. Plus, Arie and Sylphie were still in Arcadia, so I didn't have to worry about scaring them and causing issues. Wait. No one was there? I frowned and took a look around. The house was lit with a few lanterns, but most of the rooms were dark. And not because people were sleeping. I didn't sense anyone in the house except for Stella, who was in her room on the front floor. And speaking of Stella, the moment I turned my attention towards her room, the door slammed open and she ran out pointing a wand. I blinked and then waved my hand. Hey, Stella? Oni-chan? Stella blinked and then let out a deep sigh of relief. Then she crossed her arms and pouted. You need to stop doing that. I almost blasted you. I laughed and said, well, it's a good way to keep your instincts sharp. TCH. I smiled and then glanced around again. After that, I frowned and said, are you home? Alone? That was pretty irresponsible. Even if Stella was already 4? 5? I don't think we had her big birthday celebration yet, so she was still 4. Anyway, even if she was 4 and pretty smart, she was still just a kid with an older kid's memories. At that time, a burst of bubbles appeared next to Stella before Wada materialized, sticking up his paw. Stella is never alone. A flash of light appeared on the floor next to Stella, and then Leo appeared. He barked and then said, that's right. Next, a swirl of flames appeared on Stella's other side, and FAI appeared. Putting her hands on her waist, she grinned and said, prepare for trouble, wait. She spun around and said, you two did it out of order. I stared at the trio of spirits and then looked at Win, who quietly materialized on Stella's head. After that, I gave Stella a blank look. Stella coughed, her ears a bright red. After that, she said, anyway. She looked at me and said, what are you doing home? Shouldn't you be with Rika-chan? I took off my Demon Lord coat and regalia, tossing them in my usual pocket space. After that, I stretched and said, yeah, but I wanted to make sure things were squared away here, wait. I looked at Stella and said, you never said where everyone was. Stella walked over to my side and then held my hand, casually swinging it back and forth. Mom, Mama Lily, and Paul are having a housewarming party with Uncle Laws and Auntie Rose, while Norn, Aisha, and Miko are at the dorms. And they left you alone here? Stella flinched and then looked to the side. Why yes. You snuck out, didn't you? Stella huffed and said, it was boring. The adults were just talking about money and stuff. And I wanted to play with Norn and Aisha-chan, but Miss Roxy's security system is too tough. I sighed and then scooped Stella up. Hey. Stella blushed and said, let me down. I'm not a baby. I can walk. I chuckled and said, no can do. Since no one is here to watch my cute baby sister, I've got to make sure you stay out of trouble. Stella puffed her cheeks and looked away. I could tell that she was happy though. Even if she pretended she was all grown up and mature, she was still just a kid using old memories to act grown up. I don't think that she realized that yet, but the shoe would drop eventually. Fine. I guess I could spend some time with you, Oni-chan. Stella looked at me and then looked away. It's not like I missed you or anything. I laughed and then poked her cheek. Gah! Stella glared at me and then said, "Stop that." I chuckled and said, "I can't help it. My cute baby sister is trying out different personalities right now, and it's funny." Stella's face turned a deep red and she said, "I am not. This is just the way I am." Baka! I smiled and started walking over to the kitchen. Then you should reconsider being at Sundara. It just makes people want to bully you when you're that cute. I paused. Though I guess that would round out the group. Aisha is the Heim student council type, and Norn is the Yandere Janki type, so you being a genius Sundara would line things up pretty well. Stella narrowed her eyes and then said, "Hypocrite. You told me to not look at the world like it was an anime, Oni-chan. First of all, it's well established that I'm a hypocrite." I walked over to the kitchen table and set Stella down on a chair there, conjuring a mug of hot cocoa for her. Stella grabbed it and then puffed out her cheeks. I smiled and then said, "Second of all, I just use them for shorthand. People are more rounded than simple archetypes, but those archetypes are useful as a general model. It's like how atoms aren't really clusters of orbiting matter, but it gets close enough that it's useful to think of them like that." Stella took a sip from her hot cocoa and then said, "I still think you're lying to me about not being a super evil villain from a different world, Oni-chan." I poked Stella's cheek again and said, "If I was, I would have taken over this world a long time ago, Stella." I paused and then realized that Stella's spirit friends were being polite and quiet. It seemed like they had learned to read the room too. Nice! Good job, pass me. Giving Stella's spirit friends was smart. Clearly, my baby sister didn't really have a conscience or stop on her curiosity, so giving her a rounded out group of pals helped her grow. Anyway, I ruffled Stella's hair and said, "Sit tight. I'll cook up a snack." Stella set her cup of hot cocoa down and then said, "I'm not hungry." Rumble. Stella froze. I raised an eyebrow. Wada sighed and said, "You shouldn't lie about being hungry, Stella." Leo nodded. Food is food. 1. Fai hopped into the chair next to Stella and said, "Some for me too, Master Rudy." I chuckled and said, "Coming right up. Now, something tasty, but also light." It was getting late, and I didn't want Stella to get a tummy ache for eating so close to bedtime. A souffle would be good, right? S&G. Was it because he got married, or because his wives were having babies soon? Either way, Stella noticed that her Oni-chan seemed a lot cooler and more reliable than before. Definitely more like a dad, at least. Stella had always known that he was mature since he raised her all by himself. But Oni-chan had also always been a bit extreme? Out there? He definitely seemed like a guy without common sense. But Stella noticed that he was acting more like a normal grown-up now. And also treating her more like a daughter than his baby sister. Now remember that you can't eat sweets all the time. Rudy slid a freshly baked souffle in front of Stella, along with a glass of cold milk. It's fine when I make them since I can balance the nutrition and taste, but too much of normal sweets will make you chubby. Stella puffed her cheeks and said, "I know." Sheesh. And it definitely wasn't because she noticed that her cute clothes weren't fitting her anymore. Definitely not. Rudy laughed and then ruffled Stella's hair. "All right. Then eat up. I'll whip something up for your friends too, and then we can sit and relax." Fai pumped a fist in the air and said, "Yay! Master Rudy is the best." Wada's eyes sparkled and he said, "Can I have a fluffy cake with blueberries?" Leo barked and said, "Chocolate." 1. Rudy blinked and looked back at Leo. "Won't that kill you?" 1. Leo wagged his tail and said, "What doesn't kill me makes me stronger." 1. And tasty chocolate is worth it. Rudy paused and then looked at Stella. Have you been feeding Leo chocolate? Stella paused in the middle of poking her souffle with a fork and then said, Was I not supposed to? Dogs can't eat chocolate. Actually, most animals can't. Stella's eyes widened. But it's so tasty? Rudy stared at Stella and then chuckled. What? Stella felt her face heat up. How was I supposed to know? Rudy walked off into the kitchen and said, It's fine. Just a reminder that you really are just a kid. Stella huffed and started eating her souffle. Stupid Oni-chan. She wasn't a kid, she was a grown woman. Technically. Her ages combined definitely put her in her 20s. And she might lack some life experience, but she was smart. Top of her class, even. A few minutes passed as Rudy baked some more treats in the kitchen. And Stella just realized that Oni-chan was definitely doing something impossible since you absolutely could not bake a cake in 2 minutes. Leave it to Oni-chan to do something ridiculous like that just for convenience. But in a bit, Rudy had set up the table on the other side for Stella's spirit friends and then sat across from Stella with his own souffle. Stella glanced at him but then looked away, stabbing her souffle with a fork to rip chunks of it off to eat. At least she tried. But when she stabbed it, the fork just went through and started cutting the soft pastry up. Rudy laughed and then picked up a spoon. You eat warm soufflés like this, Stella. He grabbed a fork as well and then dug into the souffle a bit before shoving some onto his spoon. After that, he took a bite and smiled. See? Stella felt her face heat up. I knew that. She immediately did the same thing and took a bite. Fluffy, a little sweet and savory. It was yummy. Damn it. Why did Oni-chan have to be perfect at everything? You like it? Stella nodded, but stubbornly refused to respond. Rudy laughed and then started eating his souffle as well. A comfortable silence ensued. Well, other than the sounds of Fai stuffing her face, but Stella could ignore that. After a bit eating her souffle and drinking some milk, Stella looked over to Rudy and said, Hey, Oni-chan. Yeah, Stella? He smiled and said, What's up? Stella stared at her Oni-chan, wondering just what exactly was different about him. It wasn't like he looked any different. And he didn't really act much different either. He was still stupidly cool and made fun of her a lot. But... Are you happy now? Rudy paused. Happy, huh? That was the difference. Stella remembered how hard Rudy had worked since she was born. And while he had been acting carefree, there was always a bit of something behind his actions. Like he couldn't completely relax. But right now, as Rudy sat across from her, Rudy smiled. Yeah. I'm happy. Though I might not be in a few days, depending on how Roxy's wedding and the aftermath goes. Stella scoffed and sipped on her milk. After that, she said, Well, maybe you shouldn't have married 4 beautiful women who could each beat you up. Rudy laughed. Stella smiled. I'm happy that you're happy though, Oni-chan. Thanks, Stella. Love you too. Stella blushed and said, I didn't say that. But you mean it. Gah! Dummy! Stella looked away and started stabbing her souffle. Dumb Oni-chan. Why does he have to be all cool and supportive and a great guy like that? He's even cooler now that he's a dad. It's not fair. Rudy chuckled. Anyway, it's been a bit since we chatted. How've you been, Stella? Anything fun recently? Stella huffed. Oh. Are you pouting? I hate you. But fine. Stella sighed and said, I met Mr. Zenoba again and he made me a cool knight figurine. I also met Akito and practiced making some magic circles. Stella pointed at Rudy and said, I forgot. Why is Akito here? Oh yeah. Rudy rubbed his chin and said, I forgot to mention that your parallel timeline self sent her boyfriend her for safekeeping until we do the final boss raid. What? Oh. Did I forget to tell you that I met Shizuka Nanahoshi when we were over there? It's funny, she acts mature, but she's actually really childish like you. I'm telling Nor-chan you made hot cocoa in secret again and didn't tell her. Hey. You don't need to go that far. And I'm telling Aisha-chan that you bullied me. Stella. I'm just teasing. Baka. Serves him right. Chapter 192, The Ex-Master's Wedding. A few peaceful and uneventful days passed by. Rudy earned a reputation as the cool absentee teacher who gave his students plenty of free time. And he also earned a reputation as the cruel bastard who publicly humiliated the students who took advantage of his grace by roasting them in front of the class. And not just metaphorically. The last assignment was patterning mana in different ways to generate heat and also unravel the true nature of fire, and the poor saps who didn't study were burnt to a crisp. Of course, since their professor was also a god-rank healer, they didn't even have wounds to complain about, so. In any case, time passed. People went on with their daily lives, like how Paul and the revived fangs of the Black Wolf were making a name for themselves clearing dungeons and recruiting new members. But soon it was time for another fateful day. Roxy stared at her reflection in a floating mirror. Since the wedding was taking place at the academy, she had converted her office to a makeshift dressing room for the bride. And as to said bride's bridesmaids, Rika sprayed a bit of mist from a bottle to fluff up Roxy's hair and said, "You have some nerve requesting us as your bridesmaid, Roxy. Especially your empress." Sylphie adjusted a light blue ribbon over Roxy's neck, tying it into a bow. "I know this is to send a message, Roxy, but wow." She stepped back and said, "I wouldn't be brave enough to do it." Arie finished lacing the long white gloves on Roxy's arms and then glanced at Sylphie. "Don't lie. If not for the fact that your mom said not to, you totally would have done it." Sylphie giggled. Roxy blushed at hearing the conversation and said, "Well, I don't have many friends, so who else was I going to ask? Some students?" Arie nodded. "You could have." Sylphie nodded as well. Aisha would have volunteered. Even Rika nodded. Any student would have done fine and been honored. Roxy gave the three a blank stare and then said, "You are all strangely in sync these days." Light feminine laughter echoed from nearby. The source of it was a young and petite woman who looked similar to Roxy. Roxy blushed and then looked over. "This isn't funny, mother." Roxy's mother smiled and said, "Sorry. But I'm just surprised." She looked at the other women and said, "To think that our Roxy found such an accepting family like this. I'm so happy for you." Roxy shifted in place, embarrassed. "A lot has changed, mother." "A lot has indeed." Roxy's mother laughed and said, "To think our little Roxy who used to trip over everything would get so big. You always did say you would find a way to grow up, but it's amazing you actually did." Sylphie's ear twitched and then she looked over at Roxy's mother. "She did, Miss Roxy's mother?" "Oh yes." Roxy's mother nodded and said, "And Rokari is fine, dear." She raised her hand to her mouth and laughed. Our Roxy was always a quiet and stubborn child. When she found out she'd always be small, she swore she'd definitely get bigger and show everyone. Roxy coughed. It wasn't exactly like that, mother." Roxy's mother, Rokari, sighed and placed a hand on her cheek. "When she left the village, we were worried we might never see her again. 30 years passed by without a single letter." Roxy felt a stab of guilt in her chest. Arie gave Roxy a blank stare. Roxy coughed and said, "There were complicated circumstances, okay?" After that, she glanced at her mom and sent a mental message. "Can you please stop that, mother?" Rokari's eyes widened and then she started to tear up. Oh! Damn it. She was spending too much time around Rudy. How could she forget the whole reason she stormed off from home when she was younger? Rika stared at Rokari and frowned. "Is it that emotional, Miss Rokari?" Rokari brushed her tears aside and said, "Today is indeed an emotional day. Thank Emperor Rudeus. Roxy flinched. Emperor Rudeus? Rokhari nodded. That's right. Ah. She bowed her head towards Rika. And thank you as well, Empress Rika. Rika waved her hand. Such a simple matter requires no thanks. Even so. Rokhari raised her head and said, to think that Lord Rudeus would personally transport my husband and I to our daughter's wedding. And then for you to agree to be my daughter's bridesmaid as well. It's a great favor we can never repay. Rika blinked and then turned to Roxy, confusion clear on her face. Roxy fidgeted in place. Arie groaned and said, there's being ashamed to meet your parents, and then there's being this. She sighed and said, Roxy. You seriously couldn't just tell them? Pardon? Rokhari looked around, confused. Tell me what? Roxy coughed, feeling her face heat up. That. Well. She paused, realizing how awkward it was to say this now that the whole thing in Arcadia had happened. Especially since her parents were clearly devout followers of Rudy and the Arcadian Empire. I'm marrying that Emperor Rudeus, mother. Silence. Roxy felt like her face was on fire. Ugh. Timing! There was timing for these things. How could she forget? Damn it, her teacher was right about spending too much time cooped up in her office. The basic social cues, interactions. Ah. Rokhari blinked and tilted her head. But then her eyes lit up. Oh! She looked at Rika, and then at Sylphie and Arie. Then are you all Emperor Rudeus's wives? Rika nodded. That is correct. She paused. Well, in part. She glanced back at Arie. Arie hummed and said, well, I'm married to Rudeus Notice Greyrat, and the same with Sylphie. She looked at Rika and said, you're definitely not, since you're married to Emperor Rudeus. And Rudy said he doesn't plan for our kids to get involved in the political ring of Arcadia. Sylphie frowned and said, I still think Roland should be the crown prince. Arie glanced at her and said, good luck convincing him. If Rollo was any more down to earth, he'd be buried 6 feet under. But anyway. She frowned and looked at Roxy. Since you're from the magic continent, are you marrying Rudy, or Emperor Rudeus? We never really talked about that, right? Roxy blinked. Does it matter? She turned to look at Rika. Rika shrugged. Practically, no. We all share the same husband. But politically. She paused and said, the children of Rudeus Notice Greyrat would inevitably end up inheriting the Notice family whenever Paul steps down. And the children of Emperor Rudeus would be in line for the Arcadian Empire's throne. Arie paused and then she let out a groan. I forgot. Rudy was already a noble in Azura. Sylphie hummed. Should we talk with Miss Ariel about purging that cesspool then? Arie gave a serious thought to the question. Considering idiots like Luke exist because of it, maybe we should. Roxy started to sweat and said, I don't think we should be talking so casually about overthrowing a kingdom. Sylphie giggled. Should you be saying that, oh callous witch of destruction? Roxy blushed and said, it was 1, 2. Only a half-dozen times. At that time, Rokhari placed her hands together in prayer and bowed her head. Blessed be Emperor Rudeus to not only reunite us with our wayward daughter, but to also accept such a clumsy child into his family. Okay. I think that's enough, mother. Arie frowned. Don't be mean to your mother, Roxy. Sylphie nodded. Yeah. Family is important. Rika nodded as well. You should be grateful you still have a mother who cares for you so much. Roxy puffed her cheeks and said, why are you all teaming up on me? You're supposed to be on my side today. Arie shrugged. We are. Which is why we're telling you how to be a proper person instead of a bookwork who studies magic all day. And since when are you the expert on that? Roxy frowned and said, weren't you the one who refused to touch a book when you were a child? Arie nodded. I was. which is why I can firmly say that reading is best done in moderation. Roxy should have just asked Aisha after all. Ha! Rokhari laughed. And shortly after that, a nostalgic male voice echoed in Roxy's mind. Is Roxy ready, dear? Rokhari's voice echoed in Roxy's mind after that. She is. And she can speak now. Truly? Roxy cleared her throat. Rokhari noticed and let out an apologetic expression. Arie noticed as well, but she frowned and said, What? Can't say anything back? Roxy shook her head. No. It's... Never mind. Arie looked upset, but Roxy ignored her for now and focused on responding to her father. Yes. I can use it now, I mean, I can speak now, father. Silence. Rokhari teared up as well and then walked over to open the door. Arie noticed and turned towards her. Miss Rokhari, wait dash. But before she finished, Rokhari had already opened the door. And there stood a young man, short enough to pass as a kid. And from how he was crying his eyes out, he looked just like a kid. Huh? Arie blinked and said, What's a kid doing here? Sylphie rolled her eyes and said, Who's being rude now, Arie? That's Roxy's father. What? Arie turned back to look at Roxy's father. And then she placed her hand on her chin. Wait. If that's Roxy's father. Huh. No wonder Roxy was a cradle ro dash. Ahem. Roxy cleared her throat. Arie looked at her and said, What? I heard the stories from Paul. Roxy turned a bright red and said, That bastard. At that time, Roxy's father finally calmed down. Rokhari walked to his side and held his hand. After that, she smiled and said, This is my husband, Rowan. And he's come to tell us that it's time. Right, dear? Rowan nodded, still wiping away his tears. Arie straightened up her outfit and then nodded. All right. She turned towards Roxy and said, We'll go on ahead then. Sylphie waved. Good luck, Roxy. Rika let out a chuckle and said, You'll need it later tonight. Arie glared at Rika and said, Hey. What? Rika tilted her head. She will. That husband of ours is a monster. He'll eat her whole. Sylphie giggled and then fanned her face. And isn't he great for that? Arie turned a bright red. Stop! No talking about this in public. But Arie dash. Just come on already. Arie grabbed both Sylphie and Rika and started dragging them away. Seeing that, Rokhari giggled. Such a lively bunch. She smiled and looked back at Roxy. Well, I'll leave as well then. And then it was just Roxy and her father, Rowan. For a moment, it was silent. And then Rowan stared at Roxy and sent her a mental message. You got so big, Roxy. Roxy blushed. I did a lot of research. It definitely wasn't because she felt inadequate when considering the sort of women Sylphie and Arie would become. Though it was good that she did. To think that Sylphie would cheat and grow that so much. Especially with such a slim build too. Didn't her back hurt? Roxy had to use some specially engraved supporting bras to alleviate her back pain, but Sylphie didn't look like she used any. In fact, that crazy woman barely wore bras at all. Arie made sense, since hers were big, but not over the top. It was the perfect balance to match with her physique. And Rika definitely used some secret magic artifact or something. But Sylphie... Rowan laughed. Roxy blinked and then looked away. Sorry, father. Rowan smiled and then leaned up to pat Roxy's head. No need to apologize. Your mother and I are just happy that you are well. Another stab of guilt in her heart. Roxy averted her gaze, unable to face her father's warm smile. Even so, Rowan didn't mind. He simply walked over to Roxy's right side and held out his left arm. Shall we go? Roxy took her father's arm. Like that, the two started walking towards the courtyard where the ceremony would take place. But this is a bit awkward. Roxy couldn't help but mutter as she walked. Rowan laughed and said, "Since you grew so much, it looks like I am your child instead, doesn't it?" He sighed and said, "What wonderful surprises life brings." That's definitely true. If Roxy talked to herself from even 10 years ago and said her life would end up like this, she wouldn't believe it. In fact, when she talked to the Roxy in that other timeline, that Roxy didn't believe it either. It was a life completely beyond belief, no, beyond imagining. Growing up, Roxy always thought she would fall in love with a man who swept her off her feet in a dungeon. And to think that she did such a scandalous thing as to fall in love with her genius disciple instead. Well, it was something she consciously decided and chose, so she couldn't back down now. Roxy didn't have any regrets about loving Rudy or marrying him. But she did have a few regrets in general. And as for the biggest one, "I'm sorry for running away, Father." Rowan patted Roxy's shoulder. "It's fine, Roxy. Although it hurt at first, after talking about it with your mother, we both thought it was for the better." He sighed and said, "Growing up in such oppressive silence must have been unbearable. And while we missed you, we both thought it would be best for you to venture outside. And it seems like it was. After all." He smiled and said, "You found yourself a wonderful family." Roxy smiled. "Indeed." Rowan nodded and they continued on their way. As they walked though, he frowned and said, "But I'm still surprised. I'd never heard of a midger growing so big. Just what sorts of food are they growing beyond the magic continent?" Roxy didn't respond. It was probably better if her father didn't learn that Roxy used her body as a testing ground for magic to stimulate growth. Or that she had a phase where she went around testing healing magic on animals and monsters. Or about that one time she kept an underground facility where she tested out making homunculi and chimeras. It was a good thing that she cleared them all out and repurposed the facility for something else before Rudy showed up. Rowan sighed. Still, to think the day would come when I not only see my daughter again, but send her off to marry. Roxy blushed. Sorry. I should have sent more letters." Rowan smiled. "We love you all the same, Roxy. It was enough just knowing that you're safe and happy. But to know that you found a place where you belong. As parents, is there anything else that would make us more proud?" Roxy couldn't meet her father's warm smile. That sort of unconditional love, why couldn't she realize it at the time? How worried must her parents have been about her? How many years did they stare at the village entrance, wondering if she'd show up there again? "I'll visit more often." Rowan patted Roxy's shoulder. "Don't worry. What's a few decades? Just sending a letter is fine. Though it would be nice to see our grandchildren before they get big." Roxy nodded. "I promise." After a long walk, they arrived at the main entrance of the school. Rowan walked ahead to open the doors. And then a loud ruckus echoed from outside. Roxy frowned and walked over to take a look. The courtyard was fine. It was set up with intricately carved pillars and figurines that Zenoba made for the wedding. And the guests had already arrived and seated. They weren't the source of the ruckus. No, that was from the giant crowd behind the academy's front gate trying to force their way in. Roxy blinked and then covered her face with her hands. I should have expected this. Despite everything, and despite her constantly chucking people out of her office, Roxy was a popular figure in the kingdom of Renoa. Not only that, but she had received quite a few letters over the years from students of both genders. Roxy thought that she'd done enough prep work ahead of time to handle it, but it seemed she underestimated how popular she was. A young man wearing an academy uniform flew over the gates, landing on the ground. IOB-. Before he could get out 2 words, another young man rushed at him. Round-rimmed glasses, disheveled brown hair kept in a bob cut, and a pair of robes meant for battle mages. Zenoba, Roxy's second and only other disciple. He immediately grabbed the intruder and then stomped the ground. A magic formation formed beneath his feet, preventing the ground from shattering. But it didn't dissipate his force. Spinning around from the momentum of the stomp, Zenoba tossed the young man back over the gates and said, "Begone." The man flew away, turning into a twinkling star. After that, Zenoba turned to look at the crowd and smacked a hand against his chest. "Who else dares to interrupt the scared union between my master and senior brother?" Roxy let out a deep sigh at hearing that. It seemed that Zenoba learned well from those strange texts she found in dungeons. The martial arts and methods on controlling excessive force were useful, but it seemed like it turned her already eccentric disciple into an even more eccentric individual. The gate suddenly broke down, and a crowd of older noblemen rushed in. But before they took a single step, Aisha appeared and swung two wands in an X shape. The first was Rudy's old wand, shimmering with every basic element. The second was a fancy one that seemed carved from pure amethyst. The moment those two intersected each other's paths, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted and sent the men flying backwards, pushing the crowd back. Glaring at the crowd, Aisha lowered her wands and then said, "Perverted old noblemen aren't allowed." Zenoba and Aisha weren't the only ones who were working to hold the crowd back though. Roxy glanced off to the side and saw Norn being held back by Roland. "Let me go, Rollo. I'll bring those bad guys to justice." She kicked her legs and kept trying to draw Rollo's sword. Roland did his best to keep her away from it and said, "Blood should not be shed at a wedding, Aunt Norn dash. I'll burn the wounds, don't worry." Roxy sighed. The others were definitely going to tease her about this. Roxy shook her head and turned towards her father. "Come on, father. Let's have father." Rowan looked up at Roxy, smiling. "And holding a machete that definitely wasn't anywhere near earlier?" He patted Roxy on the shoulder and said, "Father will send you off early. Right now, there's some business to attend to." After saying that, he started walking towards the gate, the back of his machete leaned against his right shoulder. When he got close to the crowd, he pointed his machete at them and said, "So you all want to ruin my daughter's greatest day?" Roland glanced over and then his eyes widened. Turning back, he said, "Eos. Grab him." Eos walked out from the guest section. But as she looked at Rowan and then the crowd, she shook her head. "No, I kind of agree with Grandpa Rowan. And it's fine if we make it non-lethal, right?" Norm raised her hand and said, "Yeah, Rollo. We'll just beat them up. So let me down." Roland let out a long suffering sigh. Seeing all that, Roxy let out a long sigh too. And then she pointedly decided to ignore them all and focus on the wedding. If she pretended it didn't exist, it might as well not. But before she could even take a single step, someone appeared on her right side to escort her. When Roxy saw who it was, her eyes widened and she said, "Paul?" Paul held out his left arm and said, "I hope you don't mind, Roxy." Roxy shook her head and allowed him to escort her down the aisle. As she did though, she frowned and said, "I didn't expect you to escort me." Paul smiled and said, "I've always seen you like a teenage daughter since you started teaching Rudy. Though I never thought that you'd actually end up like this." Roxy blushed. "And me neither." Paul laughed. "You don't need to hide it, Roxy. I know you were crushing on Rudy ever since he was a cute little boy." Roxy blushed. Dee did not. Paul just winked in response. Roxy sighed and then took a look around. Unlike with Arie and Sylphie, Roxy had invited a lot of guests. And looking around, she could see that most were there. The staff who stormed out because of Rudy but eventually came back around. Her teacher, Gina's Halfaz. The famous Bloody Count who was the first person to teach Roxy magic and the one who wrote the recommendation letter for her to study at the Renoa Magic Academy. No Capra and Blaze, her former party members. Various acquaintances she made while adventuring. Recent alumni, at least the ones actually in Roxy's good graces. And even more people. Paul noticed Roxy looking and then said, "Man, you sure are popular." He chuckled and said, "Rika's wedding was a spectacle, but this is a full-blown affair. You aren't using those words properly, Paul. But also. She glanced back at the creaking gates and then said, Rudy isn't going to snap and murder them all, is he? Relax. Paul smiled and said, I made the kid promise to not murder them all during the wedding before I walked over. Roxy let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Wait. She caught the last part of Paul's words and said, during the wedding? Paul shrugged. I don't usually condone murder, but when I do, definitely wedding crashers. Roxy sighed and did her best to distract herself from the chaos unfolding in the back. The aisle was covered in beautiful blue petals. Music was playing from a live band off to the side. And then they had arrived. At that time, Roxy finally looked up at Rudy. To others, he had light brown hair and green eyes. But Roxy could see that it was just a magic trick. Literally. Still, wearing that tuxedo and standing there, regardless of his hair and eye color, Rudy cut a handsome figure. And that was the man that Roxy would be marrying. Her husband. That was still such a strange thought. At that time, Paul handed Roxy off to Rudy, placing her hands in his. Rudy smiled as he took Roxy's hands and guided her to stand in front of him. Thanks, Dad. Paul gave a thumbs up and said, anytime, kid. He paused. Wait, actually no more times. Your moms will literally kill me if you marry someone else, so dash. Roxy cleared her throat. Paul laughed and then walked off. Then it was just Rudy and Roxy, standing in front of the priest. Rudy smiled and then glanced at the crowd outside. I knew that my lovely master was well received, but if it's like this, I might have to thin the crowd a bit. Roxy rolled her eyes. Even if they're idiots, they're useful idiots. Not to mention the paperwork I'd have to do. So no? No. Ah. Despite the clear discussion of murder, the priest overseeing the wedding ceremony ignored it. Instead, he let out a warm smile and started the ceremony. During the time, Roxy just stared at Rudy. She hadn't had the chance to observe him up close, but now that she did have the chance. A handsome face, almost unnaturally so. Perfectly proportioned, with unblemished skin. Soft eyes, but ones with a sharp and piercing gaze. A body that was thin, but definitely well-trained judging from how his tapered suit hugged his body. And a natural aura around him that emitted strength. His mana, reaching a point that it had a tangible presence. Staring into Rudy's eyes, Roxy sent a mental message. You've grown into a fine man, Rudy. Rudy's eyes widened a bit. But then he smiled and responded in kind. And you finally look like an adult, master. TCH, smartass. It's a compliment. It'd be weird if you still looked like a kid, you know? Especially now that I'm an adult. That's prejudice. No? I think that's normal. Liking someone who looks like they're in their early teens at best is kind of creepy. So you're saying the Rudy in the other timeline was an irredeemable pervert for marrying the Roxy there? Oh, absolutely. I have first-hand knowledge of exactly how perverse that guy was too. First-hand? Rudy cleared his throat. At that time, the priest nodded towards Rudy and handed him a ring. Rudy. Please, offer your vows to the bride. Rudy took the ring and nodded. After that, he raised Roxy's left hand, holding the ring with his right. Roxy stared at the ring. A simple golden band, but adorned with a purple magic crystal molded into the shape of a violet. Slipping it onto Roxy's left ring finger, Rudy smiled and said, with this ring, I pledge to you. He looked into Roxy's eyes and said, to cherish and to hold, to love and to provide. For your happiness, for now, and for always. Roxy smiled back at Rudy and then sent him a message. You always did have a knack for words. I try. But don't think I missed the fact that you said pledge and not vow. Rudy's eyes trembled. Did I say something else? Fuck. Damn it. I knew I should have rehearsed more. Fuck. Shit. At hashtag dollar at hashtag, at hashtag, $% at hashtag. Roxy giggled. And now you, Roxy. The priest handed Roxy a ring. She took it and gave it a once-over. Billions of tightly interconnected mana threads and formations. Dungeon cores and various precious metals ground up as powder, used as a catalyst to bind them. On the surface, it just seemed like a pretty golden ring with intricate carvings. But the truth was that it was a ridiculous magical focus that could turn even a novice's spell into a continent-shattering blast. But in any case, Roxy slipped the ring on Rudy's left ring finger and said, "With this ring, I vow to give you my love and everything." Looking into Rudy's eyes, she smiled and said, "Even against the gods themselves, I will remain by your side. This I swear." Rudy flinched. Heh. It seemed like her disciple had a conscience after all. Faced with their unequal vows, Rudy could only respond by letting out a silly smile. Roxy laughed at that. The priest nodded and then said, "With the exchange of rings and vows, we bring this ceremony to an end. Now." He looked at Rudy and said, "You may kiss the bride." Rudy nodded and leaned forward. But before he could, Roxy reached around his neck and pulled him in for a kiss. Whistles and catcalls filled the air, the loudest of them being Paul. From outside, a chorus of boos echoed. But those were quickly suppressed by loud applause. Roxy leaned back and smiled at Rudy. "You can't run now, Rudy." Rudy was a bit surprised, but then he smiled and said, "I didn't plan on it." Rudy moved and then held his left arm to escort Roxy. Roxy shifted to hug his arm, leaning against him. She felt a trio of piercing gazes staring at her, but she ignored them for now. Rudy smiled and then started walking her back down the aisle towards the school. Chapter 193, The Ex-Master's Wedding. The main hall of the school had been converted to a banquet hall for the wedding. And it was there that Roxy and I headed back to after the ceremony was over. While it would have been nice to just up and leave, Roxy had a lot of guests that had come a long way just to see her. So, instead of bailing, we were seated in the middle table of the banquet hall for guests to come up and give blessings to. It also meant we'd be here for a while, but Roxy seemed to be fine with it, so I'd just smile and nod. And speaking of blessings, congratulations on your marriage, Master. And congratulations to you too, senior brother. I had to do a double take when I heard those words. And then I did a triple take when I saw who it was. Zenoba? I vaguely remembered him from Rudeus's memories. But, from what I remembered, he didn't look like this. The Zenoba that Rudeus knew was thin and a bit pale. That was because he spent most of his time indoors making figurines. But the Zenoba here, the general appearance was the same. Bob-cut brown hair and glasses. But the vibe was different. If I had to sum it up, Zenoba was that super enthusiastic buddy who was way too hyper-fixated on something. The Zenoba here though looked like he spent a lot of time traveling and adventuring. His face was a bit tan, and there were wrinkles around his eyes from smiling. Also, instead of a mage, he was dressed more like a martial artist. Like, he had the whole flowing robe thing and everything. Zenoba tilted his head and said, "Ah. Has Master already told you about me?" He smiled and adjusted his glasses. "As expected, Master has already predicted our meeting. I think it would have been obvious that I'd meet him here." Wait, but Roxy didn't mention him yet? I glanced over at Roxy. Roxy blushed and said, "I forgot, okay? Fair." I definitely had been living rent-free inside Roxy's mind for a while now, haha. Regardless, Zenoba held out his hand and said, "It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance, senior brother." I shook his hand and said, "Likewise." Though, senior brother? Did an Eastern devil from China or something possess this guy? Maybe a cursed artifact from Earth? Zenoba nodded. Of course. He let go of my hand and then pulled out a worn book from his robes. "Since you are Master's first disciple, you are my senior brother. He flipped through it and then stopped on a page, holding it up to me. See? Like this. I blinked and then stared at the book. And when I did, I was confused. Not because of the content. I figured that weird stuff could pop up in the world at any time due to the distortions. Some Chinese martial arts novels popping up didn't surprise me. But what did was the fact that the handwriting there was definitely mine. Well, mine in English. The book was enchanted to let anyone read it though, bestowing its knowledge on the reader even if they didn't know English. Wait. I think I remembered seeing a picture of me in a Chinese martial arts robe back in Laplace's empty castle. Was this something from him? Zenoba snapped the book shut and then slipped it back in his robes. As he did though, I managed to catch the title. Divine Sword Saint Force Controlling Method. Yeah, sounds like me. In any case. Zenoba placed his fist in his palm, saluting us. May you too have everlasting happiness. Ah! And I hope you enjoyed the art pieces I made. Roxy nodded. Thank you for that, Zenoba. Although. She took a look around the banquet hall and let out a wry smile. Did you have to make so many? Statues of me and Roxy in various romantic poses. Ballroom dancing, standing back to back, holding onto each other and staring with loving eyes. The detail was insane. And apparently causing my new wife a great amount of embarrassment judging from her red face. Zenoba patted his chest and said, I put my heart and soul into making the perfect series for you, Master. Rest assured, these will go down in history commemorating your marriage until the end of time. TCH. Roxy muttered. Why are your statues so hard to break? Master? Roxy smiled. Nothing. Thank you again, Zenoba. Zenoba smiled. Of course. Then I will leave you two for now. With a wave, he wandered back into the crowd of guests. When he did, I looked at Roxy and said, just how did you teach that guy, Roxy? It was a complete personality flip from how he was supposed to be. I mean, Cliff was also a bit different, but at least the core of being a genius was there, but Zenoba here was acting like he stepped out of a martial arts movie. Roxy sighed. He was a bit too entertained by the miscellaneous stories in that training manual I gave him. It looks like it. And where did you get that thing anyway? Roxy shrugged. I collected a lot of weird things when I was traveling as an adventurer. She paused and said, did you need something in particular? No. But if you found stuff like that. I rubbed my chin. Was it worth doing some more dungeon clearing to see if there was something useful against being W? Food for thought. But that aside. So Zenoba was that other student you were talking about? Roxy nodded. Yes. She paused. Well, there was technically another. But that lasted only a day after I found out how much of a lecher he was. The guy's still alive, right? Roxy hummed. I don't know about now since the time-space distortion happened. But he was definitely still alive when I came back to visit you in Bina Village. A bit damaged, but still relatively healthy. I raised an eyebrow. So the student takes after the master then. Pardon? Roxy blinked. What do you mean? Nothing. Roxy narrowed her eyes. Before she could say anything though, we had to deal with the next guests wishing us well. This time, it was Dad, Mom, and Mama Lily. Dad walked over and smiled. Congrats, kid. It's finally over. I let out a sigh and said, yeah. Weddings are exhausting. I furrowed my brow and looked at Mom and Mama Lily. Wait. Was that why we didn't have one for Mama Lily? Mom laughed and then poked Mama Lily. Well, what do you say about that, Lily? Mama Lily blushed and said, I still think that it would have been a waste of money. Besides, I was already pregnant, and we only needed the paperwork. My eyes widened. You skipped the wedding because you thought it'd be too much money? I looked at Dad. He held up his hands and said, hey, kid. I'm not a genius like you who can pull gold out of thin air. Weddings are expensive. I flung my hands up and said, I figured out how to make gold when I was like 5, Dad. Dad froze and then ran over to pinch my cheeks. You brat. You should have told me then. Do you know how much math I had to do to balance our expenses? Then you shoulda asked. I brushed off Dad's hands and glared at him. Come on. I made a whole-ass house and you didn't think to ask if I could make gems or something? Of course not. Who in their right mind thinks you can pull gems out their ass just because they could build a house? It's basic alchemy. What the hell is alchemy? Mom, Mama Lily, and Roxy burst into laughter. I felt my face heat up and then leaned back, crossing my arms. Dad did the same thing and then clicked his tongue. Mom smiled and then walked over to hug me and then hug Roxy. Congratulations, you too. I smiled. Thanks, Mom. Roxy nodded. Thank you as well, Zenny. Mama Lily walked over and then patted my head. I heard from Rika how you treated her. She looked over at Roxy and said, Be gentler with Roxy, okay, Rudy? Wait, what? My face felt like it was burning. Did she? Are my wives talking about how I am in bed to you too? Mom giggled and then walked over to ruffle my hair too. That's a secret between ladies, Rudy. Mama Lily let out an apologetic smile. I let out a deep sigh and rubbed my hands in my face. Damn it. I already had to deal with the second-hand embarrassment of hearing my parents having sex throughout my childhood, and now they're hearing about how I do in the bedroom from my wives. It wasn't like I had anything to be ashamed of really, but like... EW. That's so weird. What the fuck? Roxy frowned. Wait. She looked at Mom and said, What did Rudy do to Rika? Mom giggled and said, It's more like what he dash. Mama Lily elbowed her. Ow! Mama Lily smiled and said, It is a secret. Roxy frowned. Dad clapped his hands. All right. I think that's our cue to leave. After that, he grabbed Mom in a hug from behind and lifted her off the ground. What, Paul? Put me down this instant. You're having too much fun, Zenny. Not enough. I want to talk more with my new daughter-in-law. Mama Lily sighed and started walking away with Dad. She looked back at us one more time and said, Congratulations again, you two. And then we were alone again. But not for long. Immediately after they left, Norn, Aisha, and Stella showed up. Norn ran over to me and placed a flower wreath on my head. Congrats, big brother. She ran around to Roxy and put one on her head too. And congrats, big sister. Next, Aisha walked over and shyly held out a hand-stitched portrait of me and Roxy. See, congratulations, you two. It's not much, but I'll wish the best for Rue and Big Sis. Roxy let out a bright smile and gratefully took the gift from Aisha. Thank you so much, Aisha. And thank you as well, Norn. Norn gave Roxy a thumbs up and said, Of course. You'll need all the luck you can get tonight. Stella gasped. Oni-chan. What? Norn tilted her head. It's true, isn't it? Rika and Arie MMPH. Stella covered Norn's mouth and then looked over at me. I'm tired of saying congrats to you, Oni-chan. I nodded. Fair. So I'll say congrats to you. Stella turned towards Roxy and smiled. Congratulations, Roxy-chan. I'm looking forward to cute nieces and nephews. Roxy blushed. Norn looked betrayed. And as for Aisha... Ha! She shook her head and then walked over to grab Stella in Norn's arms. We're leaving now. Stella let go of Norn and pouted. But I want to talk some more. Norn nodded. Yeah. Like what cute names are they thinking of, how many nieces and nephews we'll have, and... Norn's voice was drowned out by the sound of the crowd after Aisha dragged them back. Roxy fanned her face, still a bit red. I noticed and scratched the back of my head. Sorry about that. My sisters have been getting a bit wilder these days. I blame Dad. Roxy laughed. It's fine. They're bound to be curious. And Roxy shifted her gaze. I would like children after all, so. Seeing that, I felt my face heat up and averted my gaze. Just in time, as the next few guests showed up. Pierre and Rostalina walked over, with Rostalina carrying a baby girl on a sling. Pierre approached first and said, "Congrats. But please, no more." He let out a long-suffering sigh and said, "I'm sick of weddings already." Rostalina poked Pierre and said, "Stop being a party pooper, hubby." "I'm just saying." Rostalina shook her head and then walked over to give me a one-armed hug. "Congrats, Rudy!" After that, she hugged Roxy as well and said, "You too, Roxy. Work hard to make lots of babies for me to spoil, okay?" "Lena." "What?" Rostalina looked at Pierre and huffed. "If you won't give me more babies, I have to look forward to spoiling my new grandchildren instead." Pierre coughed. "That's not. Anyway dash." Rostalina's baby suddenly started sniffling. And then she broke out into a full-on sob. Pierre pointed and said, "See? You're being too loud." Rostalina sighed and shifted her baby around to hug her. "Sorry, Luna. Mommy will feed you soon, so don't cry." Pierre shook his head and said, "We'll get out of your hair now, Rudy." He waved and said, "Best wishes, and remember that we need to talk about that guy soon." "Sure. But are you going to introduce me to your daughter there, or dash?" Before I could finish, Pierre had already escaped. Rostalina sighed and said, "Hubby is such a spoilsport." She shook her head and said, "Come visit us sometime, okay, Rudy? You too, Roxy. Little Lunaria needs to meet her big nieces and nephews." "Nieces and nephews?" "Oh, I guess that's right when we follow the family tree. Still weird though. And they're gone." In that short breather, Roxy laughed and then looked towards me. "Sorry, Rudy." I waved my hand and smiled. "It's all right, Roxy. Today is your day, so I'm good with whatever." I paused. "Unless you want to bail? I can take us out of here any time you want." Roxy chuckled and said, "Tempting. But let's wait a bit longer." Dang it. Well, if that's what she wanted. At that time, Orsted walked up. I waved and said, "Thanks for coming this time as well, Orsted." He nodded and said, "Of course. And congratulations." Letting out a sincere smile, he said, "I will always look back on these experiences and remember you as the man among men, Rudy." I coughed. "W what? Where did you get that idea?" Orsted chuckled and said, "I heard quite a few guests say it. But I have to agree." He smiled and said, "Many have attempted to live a happy life with multiple spouses. But I have to say that of the many I have met, yours is the most harmonious relationship of all." He paused and then said, "So far." "Hey! No jinxing the married couple." Orsted chuckled again. But after that, he looked to Roxy and then said, "I have yet to have a chance to say so before now, but I apologize for the fight in the past." Roxy waved her hand. "Don't worry about it." She smiled and said, "As my husband's one and only male friend, I'm simply happy you're still keeping in contact." Damn. Roxy had a point. Besides Orsted, I didn't really have any other male friends that weren't either related to me or working for me. Orsted smiled and said, "And that is one of the greatest honors I have achieved." Well, at least Orsted was happy about that fact. HM. Come to think of it, I might also be Orsted's one and only male friend too. Damn it. Loners really did attract, didn't they? Orsted looked at me and said, "I have left a few bottles of ambrosia as a wedding gift for you too. Unfortunately, I must return to the central continent earlier than expected." I frowned. Really? Isn't Ariel already here though? Orsted nodded. That is exactly why. He smirked and said, there is some house cleaning to do while Ariel is away from their reach. Can I help? Roxy glared at me. Rudy, no. But they're clearly bad guys there. I'll be doing the world a favor. Even then. TCH. I huffed and crossed my arms. Orsted chuckled and then said, once more, congratulations and best wishes. After that, he waved and left. But unfortunately, Roxy and I didn't have much time to rest. After Orsted came Akito, then Eos, Aina, and Roland. Then Arie, Sylphie, and Rika came to wish Roxy luck. And then the floodgates opened as a slew of people I didn't know but were apparently Roxy's acquaintances showed up to wish us well. But after a few hours where we barely managed to sneak in a few bites of food, it was finally over. The crowd had dissipated, the school went dark, and it was just me and Roxy. Finally. I stretched and then glanced over at Roxy. So, where do you want to go tonight, Roxy? Not your office, right? Roxy rolled her eyes. No, you pervert. Hey, I'm not judging. If you wanted to dash. Roxy cut me off and said, I have my own house that's already prepared. So. She grabbed my hand and then snapped her fingers. Let's go. There was a flash of light as magical formations spread out to envelop us. And when the light faded, we were inside a futuristic-looking building. I'm talking like sleek stainless steel shelves, bunker-like doors. Were we in a vault, like from F***loud or something? Welcome back, Master. As I was examining the surroundings, a pleasant female voice called out to us. I turned to look and saw a chibi girl that was made of metal. The chibi girl noticed me and gasped. Rudy! Yeah. Before I could react, the chibi girl made of metal rushed over and hugged me. She was surprisingly squishy. Roxy sighed and said, stop bothering Rudy, mercy. After saying that, she waved her hand and sent a blast of wind at the girl. The girl, Mercy, collapsed into a puddle and fell backward before springing back up to her feet. After that, she bowed and said, I'm sorry, Master. But I'm so excited. She looked at me and said, I haven't seen Rudy in a long time. I waved and said, hello again? Mercy. Oh! Right. She was Roxy's metal spirit. Huh. So spirits were basically P***M***N and evolved with enough experience. Mercy smiled and then walked over to me again, sticking out her head. I hesitated, but then I reached out to give her a head pat. It was squishy, nothing like metal and more like slime. She wasn't made of mercury or something, right? Mercy giggled and then stepped back, spreading out her arms. Welcome to Master Roxy's dungeon home, Rudy. Patent pending. Wait, dungeon home? I turned to look at Roxy and raised an eyebrow. Roxy blushed and said, it's not like that. I just call it a dungeon home because it's a portable home you can use in a dungeon. Right. But said home is where you brought me to have our first night together, so. Roxy turned a deep red. She coughed and said, in any case. I was working on a portable home and developed this. She waved her hand and said, although it's big, this is actually in a small subspace within a tiny townhome in the middle of the commercial district. Is it now? I took a closer look around. Now that she brought it up, I could see that everything was fake. No, calling it fake wasn't quite right. It was better to call it synthetic. Although it was real for all intents and purposes, the underlying structure of everything around, from the space to the very air we were breathing, was mana instead of matter. Well, to be more exact, it was mana in the shape of matter through intricately patterned magic formations inscribed at a ridiculously compressed and minuscule level. Functionally, it was the same as the real thing. Either way, it was impressive. Leave it to my master. No, my genius wife to figure out a way to use mana that I never could have envisioned. Mercy gave me a salute and said, yes. And I managed the dungeon home. Performing security, calculating expansions, regulating mana, everything. I smiled and reached out to pat Mercy's head again. That's amazing, Mercy. Hee hee. I looked over at Roxy and said, I'll say it again and again, but you're really a genius, Roxy. Roxy shifted in place and said, it's nothing special. You could have figured out something similar with enough time. Maybe, but I don't think I would have thought of doing this. It was a method of meticulous calculations. Something broken down to a science that could be replicated by anyone. In contrast, I was treating magic like art, flubbing parts with will, power, or imagination. Meanwhile, Roxy was using logic and the laws of nature to achieve incredible effects. Amazing. Roxy coughed and then grabbed my hand, leading me down the halls. Anyway, I've prepared everything for us. Mercy hopped after us. That's right. I made sure the spa is self-cleaning, the bed is perfectly made, and that the air circulation is optimized with pleasant scents. Oh! And I'll be focusing my vision solely on the exterior until you say so, Master. Roxy patted Mercy on the head and smiled. You're a great help as always, Mercy. Mercy smiled and then gave a salute. Anything for you, Master. Have fun. She turned to wave at me and said, and it was nice seeing you, Rudy. With one more wave to Roxy, Mercy slumped, dissolving and sinking through the floor. And then it was just me and Roxy. A tense silence fell, and then Roxy coughed and started tugging me along. Tea this way, husband. I chuckled and then let her lead me along. Still getting used to it, wife? Roxy blushed and said, I'll get used to it eventually. Eventually, we arrived at a pair of double doors. And when Roxy opened them, wow! I looked around and couldn't help but be amazed. And sky stretching out into the horizon. A natural spa at the bottom of a mountain. A gazebo with a 4-poster king-sized bed in the middle of it. There was even a faint breeze blowing through with a nostalgic scent of the fields where I grew up. Roxy lowered her head and then gazed at me from the side. Do you like it? I really do. It was definitely nice having someone else go over the top with something cool like this. And not only that, staring at everything around, I was inspired. Although not quite a perfect comparison, what Roxy had here was basically a VR world transplanted into reality through magic. Like the walls I saw earlier, everything here was artificial, created by mana shaped like matter. But it was so close that when it interacted with actual matter, it became real. It was a bit hard to explain, but basically it was like the observer effect where seeing it as real made it real. I didn't understand the logic behind it since it was clearly running off elaborately designed and meticulously inscribed magic formation formulae numbering in the billions and self-perpetuating. But the principle on its own held plenty of merit. It reminded me a lot of the miracle that Cliff had managed to perform when reclaiming Militian. Faith was enough to force a phenomenon like that. But from what I saw here, perception was enough too. If you could see something as something else, or if you could equate them in your mind, then it should be possible to perform something that was beyond ordinary common sense. This was definitely less complicated than trying to create an internal world from scratch, complete with laws of existence, memorizing it, and then pulling it out into reality. I'd still try that, of course. But this could be a useful shortcut. Will? I blinked and realized Roxy was staring at me. Roxy turned a bright red and said, Do I still have to teach you everything, Rudy? I laughed and then scooped Roxy up in my arms, walking over to the bed. Of course not. And besides, in this field, I'll be teaching you. Roxy looked embarrassed. But then she took a deep breath and reached around to hug my neck. You talk too much. Giving me a quick kiss, she leaned back with her cheeks a bright red and said, Show me instead. I set her down on the bed and then began undoing the laces holding her dress behind her back. As I did, I kissed her neck and then whispered in her ear. Be harsh on my grading, okay? Roxy reached up to cover her mouth and stifle a moan. I laughed and then kissed her. And after that, live. In the magic continent, while Rudy was taking a very hands-on final exam from Roxy, Pierre was investigating some strange areas that Rika had flagged with Paul. Pierre took a look around, holding up the picture that the Survey Corps had taken. This seems to be the place. Paul tapped the hilt of his sword and looked around. This is where that weird monument's supposed to be? A giant crater in the ground, miles deep. In the center of it, a chunk of a castle peeked out, almost as if it had fallen from the sky. Considering the warped geography of the magic continent after the space-time distortions, it wasn't too out of place. But even so, it was odd. Especially since Pierre didn't see any hints that it came from a distortion at all. Paul looked at Pierre and said, "Should we just jump in then? Looks like there's an opening on the side of that wall." Pierre stared at the castle for a bit and then nodded. "Seems like that's the only way. But be careful." "Of course." Paul laughed and said, "Can't die before I see my grandkids. I wouldn't be able to live with the regret if I did." "Well, yeah. You'd be dead." Paul waved his hand. "You know what I mean." Pierre rested his left hand on the sword sheathed at his right side and then jumped down. A short fall, then a soft landing. Right afterwards, Paul landed on the ground too, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword sheathed on his left side. He took a quick look around and then said, "Looks like it's all clear." Pierre nodded. "Seems that way." The two carefully approached the castle, walking to cover each other's blind spots. But nothing happened. Even as they ventured into the darkness, there were no monsters, traps, or even mana. Pierre frowned and muttered, "Strange. It's too quiet." Paul nodded. "Yeah." He frowned too and scanned the area. "This place feels like it's a dungeon, but there's no mana or monsters. Is it a distortion?" Pierre shook his head. "That's impossible. Orsted and I already corrected the flow of time, and any remaining distortions should have dissipated." Paul carefully scanned the surroundings and said, "Doesn't that just mean that places like these will be popping up in the place of the distortions?" Pierre hummed. "A good theory. But it's not possible. The distortions substitute areas that already exist. They don't modify or create new areas. And besides that..." His eyes flashed gold as he examined the flow of the world around him and its destiny. If it was something from a distortion, or something unnatural, there would be cracks, or the surroundings would be colored an odd hue. But everything here was normal. Even when looking at it with his demon eyes, it looked the same. This place was always here. That was the only conclusion. Something that had been here from the start, and only visible now that the forcibly distorted flow of time from Heidami was fixed. But the problem was that Pierre didn't know this place. And he should, considering the number of variations he had seen. Even if Rudy was an anomaly, the divergence point shouldn't be that far back. At least not far enough to affect something like this. "Stay on your guard." Paul nodded. "Don't have to tell me twice." The castle was tilted, so it was a bit hard to walk. But as they ventured deeper across crumbling rooms, the floor gradually leveled out. And then eventually, they arrived at what should have been a throne room, judging by the castle layout. But instead of a throne, an ancient obelisk sat there. Paul walked in front of it and frowned. "This isn't the same as the tablet that Rika was talking about, is it?" Pierre approached the obelisk as well and frowned. "No. It was dark, so the actual writing on the obelisk couldn't be read." Pierre frowned and then swung his sword, sending out a ball of light. It floated away and then hung in the air like a miniature sun. Paul whistled and said, "Cool trick. It's useful, sometimes." Pierre gave an absent-minded response and then stepped forward to read the ancient obelisk. Paul walked over to look as well and then frowned. "Huh. This isn't human language." Pierre frowned. "Yes. It's Dragon God tongue. An ancient monument in a hidden room, written in an ancient text that only he, Perius, and Orsted could decipher in full. That alone was suspicious. But when Pierre read what was actually written there. Live. My name is Laplace Ira Vanitas. I am the fool who was concerned with appearances and lost everything, falling to wrath. Let this be a record for the one after. Killing Heidami is easy, but as a god, he will persist. We must remove that possibility. Kill and bind. Sever and tie. I will guard the end. To you, I leave the beginning. Live. Paul looked over at Pierre and said, "What's it say?" "Something ridiculous." Laplace Ira Vanitas? Such a person didn't exist. And yet, they clearly did. Moreover, that message. Pierre shook his head. It looks like that's it here. What? Paul frowned and said, "You're not going to tell me what it says?" This is something that Being W would be very interested in knowing, so it's safer to restrict the number who know about it. The obelisk specifically called Heidami out by name. And it mentioned that killing him was easy. Who was that person? Another Rudy? But this place had to be eons old. If anything, it seemed to be at least around the age when the dragon world fell. Maybe older. Paul sighed and said, "Great." He ran his hand through his hair and said, "Guess we've all got our work cut out for us soon, huh?" Pierre sighed. It seemed so. But at least Rudy can enjoy a few moments of happy married life. Paul swung his sword to open a portal back to the top of the crater. After that, he chuckled and said, "If he can. It's hard enough to live with two beauties. 4. Can't even imagine it." Pierre swung his sword to open a portal as well and then said, "Please. I know you've thought about it." Paul shrugged. "Yeah. But then I considered the implications of living such an immoral life and changed my mind." "Right. Hey! I'm a faithful man." Pierre chuckled and then stepped through the portal. Paul stepped through his own portal, and the two reappeared at the edge of the crater. Pierre glanced at the castle one more time before saying, "I'll report to Rika. Thanks again for the backup." Paul waved his hand. "Just invite me out for a drink next time. We'll let the girls have a night out and unwind." "Deal." Paul waved and then said, "I'll head back then." He stifled a yawn and then said, "Gotta get in some rest before Zinni and Lily notice and yell at me." "Please. You purposefully get them mad because you like being scolded." "Meh." Paul shrugged. "We all have our tastes. Good night." Paul laughed and then swung his sword to open another portal back to Sharia. After that, he waved one more time at Pierre and said, "Don't stay out too long. Lena gets scary when she's mad too, you know?" With those parting words, Paul left. After that, Pierre turned to look at the castle one last time before muttering, "Kill and bind, huh?" He rubbed his chin and said, "Looks like we'll need some help from that time as well if we want to wrap this up." Well, that was a problem for Rudy. Anyway, now to report to Rika. Chapter 194, A Life Fulfilled. The Greyrat stamina and fully unleashed sex drive was scary. Especially when a certain someone stubbornly uses constant healing magic to keep up. I glanced over at the bed after cleaning myself up. And when I saw the state Roxy was in, I coughed and looked away in embarrassment. After trying to keep up with me for 2 days straight and using healing magic to forcibly restore her stamina, Roxy had collapsed spread eagle on the bed, naked and covered in. Ahem. Her blue eyes were glazed while a silly smile was on her face as she mumbled beneath her breath. As for the details. The mind was willing, but the body was weak, I guess, haha. I picked Roxy up and started walking towards the spa to clean her up. But even as I did, she didn't react. In fact, her body was completely limp, and I had to take care not to let her just flop out or accidentally strain herself. And this was with me holding back and letting her take the lead. My lovely intelligent wife here fell victim to her pride and pushed herself beyond her limits. It was a bit worrying just how out of it she was acting. Especially since she seemed like she had been hit by a few certain age tags. But physically, she was fine. It just seemed like her nerves had been overloaded with mind-melting pleasure. Hopefully it was just metaphorical and not actual. I would never live that down, even if I could fix it. In hindsight, probably should have stopped her from using healing magic. Since healing magic tended to heal according to the user's intention, as well as correct the body's natural state. Well, the result here was the equivalent of a high-end drug and aphrodisiac that clearly sent Roxy out of her mind. It was self-inflicted, but... I soaked Roxy in the spa and then started washing her down with a sponge and some soap. It takes seeing someone act like you to see what you do wrong, huh? For all her genius, Roxy being stubborn ended up causing her to do something really reckless. The changes shouldn't be permanent, but she had definitely turned herself into a complete nympho for a night. And considering how she was still convulsing with the lightest touch as I cleaned her, it was pretty bad. I conjured up a bowl and gently washed Roxy's hair. I know the thing about having a virgin who's super into it is an infamous dream for guys, Roxy, but you didn't have to be that enthusiastic. Of course, my lovely wife was still lost in her fantasies right now and out of her mind. Well, in the worst case, I could just cast a god-rank healing spell on her and forcibly reset her body. Wait. Would that cause an abortion? The result of Roxy's hard work was already clear, judging from the flickering blue flame in her stomach. But if I cast such a powerful healing spell, wouldn't it erase everything? The lower-tier spells were more like remodeling and restoration, but the top-tier spells were flat-out overwrite and erasure. I started to sweat. Roxy? Wife? She leaned back to look at me. When I saw that, I started to relax. But then she giggled, her eyes still hazy. After that, she reached out to grab me and tried to give me a kiss. I sighed and gently pried her off. Roxy pouted, but then just relaxed and leaned against me. Let's hope that my smart wife actually thought this through, because I'd rather not have to test just how far my knowledge of biology went and whether I could create a test tube baby. But anyway, quietly pushing my nervousness down, I completely washed Roxy, changed her back into normal clothes. After that, I conjured a picnic table and sat Roxy down with a glass of cold orange juice, fresh fruit, and some pancakes. Could never go wrong with pancakes. And after that, I sat across from her with a stack of my own pancakes and waited. Through it all, Roxy kept her gaze on me, her eyes still hazy and her expression still that silly smile. But as time passed, and with every blink, her eyes began to focus. And then after about 10 minutes, she flinched and then looked around. Rudy? She frowned and said, "What are we dash?" She suddenly paused, as if all the memories were flooding back. And then she turned a deep red and covered her face. I am never messing with healing spells during sex ever again. Yeah. I nodded. Probably a smart move. Roxy slumped on the table and covered her head. So many embarrassing things. Why did I say and ask for all those shameful acts? And what I did? I scratched my cheek. You seem to enjoy it though? Roxy sat up and pointed at me, her face still a bright red. That's the worst part. I was conscious. And it felt. She froze and then quickly shook her head. No. It was definitely the healing magic. I'm not like that. I mean, I might have fantasized a lot over the years since I haven't found anyone I wanted to do it with, but I definitely never would have taking it from. Plus the way I was you. Roxy covered her face again. Just kill me. Sorry, Roxy. I reached over to pat her head and said, you promised for eternity, so I can't do that. Asshole. I flinched. Roxy raised her head and then let out a deep sigh. Whatever. She flung her hands up and said, what's done is done. Anyway. She suddenly became shy and fidgeted in her seats. Looking at me, she lowered her head and said, thank you for indulging me. I waved my hand. No. Thank you for letting me indulge in you. Roxy nodded and then paused. After that, she glared and said, "You're incorrigible." I smiled. Roxy huffed and then placed a hand on her belly. She concentrated for a bit and then let out a relieved sigh. As expected, I'm indeed pregnant. And thankfully with just a single child. M'chum. I nodded and said, considering how much healing magic you used, it's a small miracle. After all, your body could have sped up your ovulation and then dash. Roxy held up her hand and said, "Please stop talking. I really don't want to consider the implications of what I did to my body in the past 48 hours and the potential permanent changes." I let out a nervous laugh. If there's a friendly god listening right now who's willing to grant a few small miracles. Roxy shook her head and then picked up her silverware before eating a slice of fruit. After that, she looked at me and said, "Have you thought of any names for our child?" I frowned. Okay. Is there like a new mother syndrome or something where the first thing a woman asks her husband after getting pregnant is what they should name their child? Roxy raised an eyebrow. That sounds like you're reluctant to be a father, Rudy. She paused and then lowered her head. Did you not want a child yet? Of course I do. Just. Names take time and careful consideration. Thinking of one on the spot isn't good. I paused, realizing just how that made me sound. Particularly how it seemed like I wasn't thinking about the kids at all yet. Besides, I racked my brain for some logic to my words and then said, isn't there a taboo or jinx about naming unborn children before big events anyway? Right. I remembered reading something like that a long time ago with Sylphie. Roxy paused, considering my words. And then she said, you're thinking of the tale of Pharaoh's star. But it's before a journey, not a big event. She tilted her head, thinking. And then her eyes lit up. Staring right at me, she let out a sly smile and said, Rudy. Could it be that you're not good at naming things? I coughed. Who? Me? Of course not. I'm great at naming things. I'll have you know it was my idea to name the kingdom of Arcadia. Roxy smiled and tapped her chin. Is that so? Then who named the White Knights? Roxy laughed and said, come on, my genius husband. Surely you can think of a single name for our child? Of course I can. Just. Let's see, if it's a girl. And no taking names from the other Roxy's children. Damn it. She saw right through me, huh? Alright. Then let's start with if we have a son. Roxy nodded. Go on. If it was a boy. A good name. Roxy. Roxanne. Wait. How about Roxas? Roxy gave me a blank look. I put on a shameless smile and nodded. Yep. Okay. Definitely, unique. And if we have a daughter? Namine. Namine? Right. Roxy stared at me. I kept up my shameless smile and did my best not to think of the fact that I was doing the worst thing a gamer parent could do by naming their children after video game characters. Well, it's pretty. Roxy nodded. I guess I can forgive you for the atrocity presented for a future son's name. I crossed my arms and said, well okay then, Miss Genius. What names would you choose? For our son, I was thinking Mars, and for a daughter, Venus. I blinked. You want to name our children after planets? Ha! It seemed like I wasn't the only one with a poor naming sense. Roxy blushed and then looked away. Well, you're my sun, and you called me your moon, as so. I was just thinking along those lines. Ah, fuck. I'm the idiot here. Damn it. All those snide comments about me being a shameless flirt were coming around to bite my ass. Note for the Greyrat Guide for Dummies, women remember everything. Be careful what you say to them. Well, there are better names than those if we're going with celestial bodies. Roxy looked at me and said, really? She looked doubtful and said, do tell then. We have a theme. Alright, this is much easier then. For our son, we can go with Elio then. It's a name derived from sun, so it fits thematically and symbolically. And as for our daughter, we can go with Luna. I'll wait, Rostalina already called her daughter that. Then Selena would work. Roxy hummed. Elio and Selena. I've never heard of them. But they do sound better than the first names you proposed. See? I raised my head up and said, I can name things. I guess so. But I'll consider them. Only consider them? Roxy nodded. Right. As you said, it's bad luck to name an unborn child before a journey. And knowing my dear husband, you're going on a journey soon to resolve things, right? True. Wait. Is it really bad luck to do that? Roxy nodded. Of course. Everyone knows that. I let out an awkward laugh and muttered, not everyone. Silence. And then Roxy let out a deep sigh. Don't tell me you've named your other children already? Ah. Roxy shook her head. Well, that just means that you, dear husband, are grounded for a year. I can't take a few little trips here and there. Do you want to risk a repeat with Stella? Good point. After that, we ate in a comfortable silence, talking about various things and catching up. But as soon as we finished, Roxy stood up and said, well, we should get going then. I frowned. Already? Roxy turned a bright red and said, you pervert. Did you want to keep going after that? Yes. I mean... I coughed. Oh, of course not. But there's still another full day we have. Technically, another whole evening too. Roxy hesitated, but then she resolutely shook her head. No. She looked at me and then her eyes started looking down. But then she forced them back up and blushed. If we stay any longer, I might become something ridiculous. So we need to get going. I coughed. Right. Then. I got up and held out my hand. Roxy stared at it and then immediately looked away. Lewd. What? What did I do? Roxy's face blushed and she started walking off. Let's just get going. Well, I guess I could confirm that Roxy was definitely a lewd woman. Though I guess I already knew that from the fact that she was getting off to. Ahem. Roxy glared at me, and then I heard her voice in my head. You're thinking too loud, dear husband. And so you saw that after all, didn't you? Ah. Let's just get going. We left the room and walked through the double doors. The moment we did, Mercy popped up from the floor and saluted us. Welcome back, Master. Rudy! Did you have fun? Roxy blushed and averted her gaze. I laughed. Your master's being shy, but we definitely had a lot of fun. Roxy jabbed my ribs. I smiled. Mercy raised her hands and said, Yay! I'm glad. She ran up to hug me, and then she hugged Roxy. I hope I can see a cute mini-master or mini-Rudy soon. Roxy flinched. Excuse me? I laughed again and patted Mercy on the head. We'll visit when they're born. Yay! Roxy shook her head and then focused. We're heading off now, Mercy. Keep watch on the place, okay? Mercy saluted. You can count on me. Bye for now, Master. Rudy! With that, Mercy sank back into the floor and disappeared. After that, Roxy started walking towards the exit. I followed after her and said, Is there a particular reason you're keeping Mercy here and not with you? She seems like she's pretty strong. Although Mercy acted cute and adorable, the fact that she could maintain this entire complex magical construction meant that she was definitely powerful. Roxy nodded. That's why I leave Mercy here. She's a new elemental spirit lord, so she would draw attention. I frowned. Doesn't she get lonely then? I knew that Stella's spirit friends definitely whined and complained when they were separated from her, so I was surprised Mercy didn't. Roxy shook her head. Mercy likes being alone. And even if she gets lonely, we still share a mental connection. She frowned. Though Mercy only uses that to show off the little sculptures and toys she makes from the scrap material I have stored in the dungeon home. Huh. I rubbed my chin. I guess spirits have personalities, so it's not too weird that there could be introverted spirits out there. But man, wouldn't that suck? Here you are, a complete introvert, and suddenly you get permanently stuck to a summoner 24/7. That must be a nightmare. Oh wait. Isn't that Win? No wonder she's sleeping all the time. Like Roxy first mentioned, the dungeon home was in a small townhome. Surprisingly, it was set up just like one of my anywhere doors, taking over an empty door frame. But anyway, we walked out of the house and headed back to the Greyrat home together. Roxy still stubbornly refused to hold my hands, calling me lewd every time I tried. It seemed like she definitely had something on her mind, and that she would get relentlessly bullied by the others for it when they talked. But that was her problem, not mine. It was morning, the sky a clear bright blue. Since it was in the middle of the week, the streets were mostly empty, leaving us undisturbed the entire walk back. And then we arrived. I took the lead and unlocked the front gate before walking inside. The courtyard was cleaned up now, but I noticed that there were a few new additions. Someone in the family had taken up gardening, since there was a new flower patch off to the side. There were also a few tree saplings planted too. But as I walked along the path to the house with Roxy behind me, I had a weird sense of déjà vu. For a few moments, another scenery overlapped with my eyes. The path covered by snow, the house empty, dark, and cold. Huh. I blinked and then realized that it was my right eye. I frowned and covered it with my hand. The moment I did, the overlapping scenery vanished. It wasn't winter, it was summer. There wasn't snow on the ground, but flower petals from blossoming trees. Not only that, but there weren't evergreen trees lining the path up to the house, but the familiar bronze and gold trees I made to fend off Being W. But that was odd. My right eye was a demon eye, but I definitely deactivated it. For it to act up now of all times and show me that. Rudy? Roxy walked up from behind me. Is something wrong? A split second. For a moment, I saw her as her smaller self. But when I blinked, that vision faded, and she was like how I remembered her, grown up and mature. No. I shook my head. I guess I'm just feeling nostalgic? It was a weird emotion. Not quite sadness or happiness. And also not really nostalgia, though that was the closest I had for it. If anything, it felt like I had done something I thought was impossible a long time ago. I frowned, but then shook my head. After that, I put on a smile. Whatever the case was, this wasn't the time for it. I walked up to the house doors and pushed them open. Afterwards, I called out and said, "We're home." A brief silence, and then a loud group of groans echoed from the living room off to the left. Dad's voice echoed. "Ha! Told you they'd be back a day early." Philip's voice echoed next. "Curses!" Arie laughed and said, "You should have believed me, Dad." After that, it was Rowan. He laughed and said, "Roxy is stubborn, but it seems like Emperor Rudy is too great even for her." Roxy walked in after me and then turned a bright red. "What in the world are you all talking about?" I laughed and then grabbed Roxy's hand, leading her over. She flinched, but she was upset enough that she ignored it. Together, we rounded the corner to the living room. And when we did, we were greeted by a full room. Mom, Mama Lily, and Dad, sitting together at a table. Dad, acting smug, Mom facepalming, and Mama Lily quietly counting money. Philip and Hilda, sitting across from them. Philip, rubbing his face. Hilda, sighing. Seated at a couch nearby, Laws and Rose smiled. And at another couch next to them were Rowan and Rokari, Roxy's parents. At a smaller table, Aisha, Norn, and Stella were playing cards with small candies and figurines as Betswawata, Win, Leo, and Fai watched. And of course, Stella was winning, with Aisha a close second and Norn completely bankrupt except for one piece of candy. Eos, Aina, and Roland were sitting at a table in the back, flipping through some books. And then finally, Arie, Sylphie, and Rika were arranging dishes on a long table filled with food. Everyone was here. Well, at least, everyone in my immediate family. It would have been more complete if Pierre and Rostalina were here, but it seemed like they were giving us a bit of privacy. Dad looked over and chuckled. "Welcome home, sleepyheads." Mom waved and said, "Did you enjoy your honeymoon?" Philip sighed and said, "Could you not have taken one more day, son? You're making me lose money." Hilda clicked her tongue and said, "You shouldn't bet on your son then, dear. If not him, who else?" He pointed at Dad and said, "I'm not shameless enough to bet against my own child like my cousin here." Dad coughed. At that time, Norn, Aisha, and Stella got up. "Oni-chan." Stella ran over first to give me a hug. "Welcome back. And do you have any sweets? I'm clearing house here." Aisha walked over next to hug Roxy. "Welcome home, big sister." After that, she hugged me too and said, "And you too, Rue." Norn stomped over and said, "Hey! No hogging big brother." And Rue is supposed to be my nickname, Aisha. Aisha stuck out her tongue. Mama Lily got up and then waved. "Welcome home, Rudy." Mom got up too. "Welcome back. It's a bit rowdy right now, but it's all the better, right?" After that, Arie, Sylphie, and Rika walked over. Rika spoke first, looking at Roxy. Clicking her tongue, she said, "You were devoured as well, weren't you?" Arie sighed and said, "That's why I said we need to get you and Roxy on a training regime, Rika. We won't last at this rate." Sylphie nodded. "And it's not fair to keep Rudy waiting." Dad whistled and said, "Wow. You're that impressive, huh, kid?" Roxy covered her face and groaned. Just end me. Anyone." It was a warm and bubbly atmosphere. Although there were teasing remarks and some snide comments, it was all in good fun. Not only that, but there was even a warm breakfast set up for us when we returned. It was silly, since they had no way of knowing for sure we'd be back today, but still, the fact that they went through it all. It was nice. Looking around the room at everyone. No. At my family, I felt weird. And then the room started to blur. At first, I thought it was my demon eye acting up again like when I was walking up to the house with Roxy. But when I went to rub my eyes, it felt wet. And then I realized. It wasn't that my eyes were acting up. I was crying. Stella jumped up and panicked. "Oni-chan? What's wrong? Why are you crying? You aren't going to disappear now, right? This isn't roll credits, ending, nothing?" I laughed and wiped away my tears. "Don't be silly, Stella." I realized what it was now. Surrounded by family like this, a warm meal ready as I returned home. The biggest regret I had as I died in my past life was being washed away. Although I never made it to that Christmas dinner to apologize to everyone, and although this wasn't exactly the same. I sniffed and brushed away my tears again. I'm just happy. My expression must have looked ridiculous, but I couldn't help but smile as I looked around at everyone. To have my family all here. My lovely wives, sisters, children, and parents. I wiped away my tears again and sniffed. I love you guys. So much. And I'm so happy. Damn it. I thought I grew out of the crybaby phase. Roxy grabbed my hand. "Rudy." Norn rushed over to hug me. "I love you too, Rue." "Hey." Stella squeezed past Norn to hug me. "No hogging Oni-chan, Norn." Aisha walked over next and joined the group hug. I love you too, Rue. Even if you're not the best big brother." After that, more people joined the hug. Overwhelming love and care. Faced with that, the only thing I could do was cry. And then I heard the door open, followed by a pair of footsteps. Pierre walked in, holding a tray of food. I still think that they probably won't know. Rostalina walked in beside Pierre, holding her baby daughter. After that, she looked at the group hug and let out a deep sigh. I told you we should have come earlier, hubby. You have terrible timing. Chapter 195, Life in the Greyrat Household. What was the quote? The passage of time depends entirely on where you're standing. Relativity theory, it's romantic, but also tragic. Boring days seem to stretch on for eternity, while we couldn't catch the happiness we achieved even if we tried. And in that manner, time flew by in the blink of an eye as I settled into my new daily schedule. First of all, date nights. Because I was married to 4 lovely wives, I couldn't very well spend time with each of them every day. There were 7 days in a week, but I had 4 wives. As expected, the math didn't line up. Thankfully, Rika made the noble sacrifice of giving a day up for my other wives. Because of that, we had Monday and Tuesday Arie, Wednesday and Thursday Sylphie, Friday and Saturday Roxy, Sunday Rika. Well, those weren't the actual days of the week since they apparently weren't named, but I organized it like that in my head. Anyway, the usual day went like this. Me and my wives, minus Rika who was usually busy, had breakfast together, and then we all went about our own business during the day until lunch. At lunch, I met with whichever wife had reserved me for the day before returning to my work as a professor at the academy. After that, we had dinner with my sisters and whatever other guests showed up for the day. And then in the evening, well, I managed to restrain myself after chanting Buddhist sutras, but it turned out being pregnant made a woman hornier. Well, at least for my wives. There were many days I had to not so subtly knock them out with a sleep spell for their own safety. Especially the nights where my wives decided to team up on me. It was usually Sylphie roping an Arie, but it seemed like my wives had formed a secret coalition behind my back and got along better than I thought. Anyway, that about summed up my married life. It was a typical 9-to-5 job, with some lovely wholesome romance scenes during the day and then X-rated content at night. In terms of living situations and other things, I installed a few empty door frames in our house and put in some anywhere doors to hook up to Arcadia and our other houses. They were keyed to the main owners, so for example the house that Arie and I owned in Arcadia could only be accessed by either of us. There was also one for Rika, hooked up to the master bedroom so that she could pop by whenever she wanted. School was picking up, so Aisha and Norn spent most of the time at the academy. The various professors that I scared off finally gathered their wits and came back, so the students were finally busy. And of course it was met with heavy resistance and protests, but I was also getting bored with the teaching shtick, so it worked out. Stella had also enrolled at the academy as well and got placed in a special class with a bunch of special privileges. She was proud of it since she thought it was because she was talented. In truth, it was because me and my parents agreed that Stella would probably run off and do something reckless if she was bored, so we arranged it for her to study and research instead. That way, she wasn't doing something like sneaking off to the central continent to revolt against the corrupt nobles after gathering up an army from the Great Forest and marching them down to invade. My cute baby sister took a bit too much after me, you see, so we had to make sure about that. Speaking of the Great Forest, apparently, Stella's friends Minnie and Senna had older sisters at the academy. I hadn't met them, but they were apparently named Linnea and Persina. They had also been immediately converted as Stella's lackeys after they saw Leo. And speaking of friends, Norn's rivals, Nina and Isolde, had managed to find their way over to the academy on special admission to the Magic Swordsman department, headed up by Arie and Sylphie. It's not nepotism if they're already overqualified, okay? But anyway, apparently those 3 were infamous in the academy for daily duels and starting to build up their own factions. My poor responsible sister Aisha was forced to deal with everything as the student council president. Though it helped that Miko had joined it as vice president. Paired with her mind-reading powers, the academy was barely kept under control. It seemed like they were having fun though. Almost made me wish I could join as a student again and just troll the teachers and my classmates. But alas, I was a responsible working adult. And also part of said staff. The sacrifices we make growing up. Eos and Roland were back in Arcadia. Due to the fact that both of my kids held key positions in the bureaucracy there, what with Eos being head of the Survey Corps and Roland being captain of the White Knights, they couldn't hang around Sharia too much. As for Aina, well, she said she was interested in the research project Cliff was doing in Militia about creating a divine domain through the development of faith and vision. Personally, I thought that she was just finally warming up to the guy, but we'd see. Cliff was a bit awkward, but I could at least count on him to like Aina for Aina instead of her objectively beautiful and attractive body. And I say objectively because I had seen the perv staring at her when she was out and about despite completely covering up in conservative clothing. Dad had revived Fangs of the Black Wolf and expanded it out to a small guild. Mom, Mama Lily, Laws, and Rose had joined and spent the days exploring nearby dungeons. They had even recruited a few newbies, like a magician and swordsman pair of sisters, a former prince who hid his face with a mask and barely talked, and a young man who apparently said he wanted to try picking up chicks in dungeons. I was doubtful about the last guy, but apparently Dad did that all the time, so. Anyway, Akito had recently finished researching a secret task I gave him, so he was on standby at the academy now and basically the assigned babysitter for Stella. Rostalina managed a cafe and took care of her daughter Lunaria, who I still had to meet. Maybe I'd grab an early breakfast there one of these days. But anyway, Rostalina did that while Pierre did something most of the day and returned in the evening. Aunt Therese was shell-shocked at her blasphemous nephew, me, and ran back to Militia. Orsted was cleaning house as he put it back in the Azura Kingdom, but he said he'd be back by the year's end. Princess Ariel was scheduled to attend the academy starting next semester with her attendance. And that was pretty much it. As for me, RNG. You seem distracted today, Rudy. Arie frowned and said, "Is something wrong at work?" I blinked and then remembered where I was. It was lunchtime on a Monday. 4 months had passed since the whirlwind weddings, and it was already the start of winter. Today, I was having lunch with Arie. Usually, Sylphie at least dropped by, but she was busy helping Rostalina today at the cafe due to a sudden influx of customers. My lovely first wife was a bit different these days. Maybe it was the grace of motherhood, or maybe it was dealing with students, but Arie was definitely softer these days. She had changed her hairstyle from her usual long hair to a tidy braided ponytail. She had also changed her clothes, wearing a loose blouse and dress combo that hugged her baby bump instead of her usual combat-ready shirt and pants. I smiled and then said, "Sorry. I was caught off guard by how lovely you are." Arie rolled her eyes. "Eat your food, silly." I chuckled and then looked down at my food. Since we were working, I just made us some quick sandwiches with roasted pork, some mayo, lettuce, tomatoes, and a bit of crispy bacon for texture. I picked up my sandwich and took a bite. Yep. Just as good as I thought it'd be. But when Arie took a bite. Ugh. Arie grimaced and held her hand up to her mouth. I frowned. What's wrong with the food? Arie shook her head and then grabbed a napkin, spitting it out. After that, she sighed and said, "Sorry, Rudy. It's not your cooking. It's just..." She frowned and said, "Everything tastes bitter and sour." I took the sandwich away from her and said, "That's fine. I guess we just confirmed that you have to eat boring food for a while." As I said that, I conjured up a bowl of plain oatmeal with some sliced bananas and strawberries for flavor. After plopping a spoon down as well, I slid it over. Arie sighed and scooped up a bit of oatmeal, watching as it plopped back down to the bowl. I really hate how Sylphie and Roxy can just deal with it. They have to be tasting things like I do right now. Right? I started eating Arie's sandwich and said, to their credit, Sylphie's had much worse in her time as an adventurer. And as for Roxy, I think she just shovels it down. She eats when working, so she probably doesn't even taste what's going down her throat. Pause. Arie begrudgingly started eating her oatmeal. As she did, she looked up at me and said, "Can't you magic up something for me to eat that will just taste good? You're already making food from thin air." I could. But as with all things, what you think is good isn't actually good for you. I gestured towards the oatmeal and said, "This tastes icky, but it's healthy. In contrast, your favorite ice cream tastes great, but will go right to your thighs." Well. Arie paused and then said, "That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make." "And you like them bigger too, don't you, Rudy?" No comment. "But also, I'd rather not run the risk of hurting our kids somehow by feeding you junk food. As much as I know you want it." Arie let out a deep sigh. Damn it. If I knew getting pregnant would make me hate eating good food, I'd never have agreed to have kids. You're exaggerating, right? A little. Arie paused. But I'll let you know how I feel after I give birth to these two brats. She rested her left hand over her belly and then forced down another spoonful of oatmeal. Ungrateful kids. Making me this hungry but making me hate good food. You two had better hope you're cute. I laughed. Arie pointed her spoon at me and glared. You too, mister. You're the one who did this to me, you monster. I played innocent and said, "You asked for it?" "Because I didn't know better." Damn it. She shoveled a big mouthful of oatmeal in her mouth and then swallowed. After that, she let out a sigh and said, "Mom was right. Being a mother sucks until the kid is born." Sorry. Arie clicked her tongue. You'd better be. I want to be spoiled later, okay? Of course. Humph. After that, Arie went back to forcing down the oatmeal. She grimaced with every bite, but powered on like a trooper. I made a few more bowls just in case she was still hungry and then went back to eating my sandwiches. A comfortable silence fell in the room. But after Arie finished her bowl of oatmeal, she wiped her mouth with a napkin and said, "Did you hear anything recently from either Orsted or Pierre?" I grabbed a napkin as well and started wiping my hands. No. I think that guy is still plotting. Arie frowned. That's making me worried. Do you really think he's going to try something when our kids are born? Oh, he definitely will. I narrowed my eyes and said, but I'm ready this time. I had a binder full of trump cards ready to go, as well as a few out-of-the-box solutions ready to flip the table over too. While I wouldn't say I was ready for every scenario, I could confidently say that I could force those number of scenarios down to the few I could perfectly counter. Of course, I wouldn't be spilling the beans on how just yet. Trump cards are better when even the user doesn't expect to have to use them. Arie reached out and then grabbed my hand. Looking into my eyes, she said, "Don't go overboard and hurt yourself, okay? You don't just have yourself to worry about now, remember?" I smiled and wrapped my other hand around hers. I know, Arie. She smiled and then leaned forward to give me a quick peck on the lips. I raised an eyebrow and said, "Feeling bold today, are we?" Arie blushed and then said, "Well. I don't get the chance to do it very often." I smiled and then leaned forward to kiss her back. Arie's blush deepened and then she leaned back. Stop that. No favorites, remember? It's not playing favorites. It's living in the moment and loving my beautiful wife. Arie scoffed and said, "This is why we worry about you hanging around beautiful woman, you know? And also why Sylphie keeps threatening to murder Princess Ariel when she gets close to you." I laughed and said, "Don't worry. For beautiful wives are all a man like me could want, ask for, and support." Arie nodded. Yes. And we all get along with each other very well, so don't piss us off unless you want to make your life a living hell. I've learned from Dad, so don't worry, Arie. That's exactly what I'm worried about, Rudy. I laughed. At that time, there was a knock at the door. I frowned and looked towards it. Weird. I wasn't expecting any visitors. And people knew better than to interrupt my lunchtime with my wives. I shifted my vision and used clairvoyance to see who it was. And it was a familiar face. Cliff. But his expression definitely wasn't familiar. Contrary to his usual bright and confident demeanor, he looked solemn and more than a bit depressed. Arie glanced at the door and then looked at me. Are we expecting any visitors, Rudy? No. I shook my head. But it looks like we have a guest. Come in, Cliff. The door opened and Cliff walked in. He met my gaze and then bowed his head. I apologized for the intrusion, father-in-law. And to you as well, mother-in-law. Arie twitched. Could you not call me that? Arie is fine. Cliff raised his head. Lady Arie, then. I conjured a seat for him and then said, relax a bit. You seem like you've had better days. Now that he was inside, Cliff looked worse than I thought. His usually orderly bangs were frazzled and frayed. He had heavy bags under his eyes. And even his usually pristine white robes were stained with grime. Just what the heck happened? Cliff shook his head. I cannot. He looked into my eyes and said, not after what I allowed to transpire. Arie frowned. I dropped the smile from my face and narrowed my eyes. What happened? Cliff hesitated. Cliff. He ran his left hand through his hair and let out a deep and frustrated sigh. After that, he said, Aina is missing. Arie's eyes widened. What? How? Cliff shook his head, pursing his lips. As for me, well, it seems like Being W is using the world to play tricks on me now, huh? This timing, these events. No. I could think about it later. For now. Explain. Chapter 196, Breakpoint. The Greyrat house was a large but cozy manor in Sharia. Considering the size of my family, it was just big enough to be roomy, but also small enough to be lively when everyone was here. And since there were so many of us, it was usually filled with warmth and laughter. But today was different. An emergency family meeting was being held in the dining room. Cliff sat at one end of the dining room table, covering his face with his palms after explaining the situation. I sat at the other end, leaning on the table with laced fingers, staring at him while lost in thought. Seated behind me were my wives, Arie and Sylphie to my right, with Rika and Roxy to my left. Mom, Dad, and Mama Lily were seated on the side of the table to my right. Norn, Stella, and Aisha were seated on the side of the table to my left, across from my parents. And then standing nearby was Pierre, Rostalina, Laws, and Rose. Everyone in my family who could get here quickly had arrived to plan what we should do. After a long silence, Dad spoke up. We don't know if this is because that bastard or not, right? But either way, Aina is missing. He rubbed his chin and said, damn. That bastard's playing a lot smarter now, huh? I nodded. He's played low for a while, and I bet it was just for something like this. This could just be an accident. Cliff and Aina had been researching something dangerous, so it could just be chance. But I didn't believe in chance. Pierre shook his head. The timing and structure is too convenient. He looked at me and said, destiny usually isn't this strong, but if events line up, it can be used to force certain things to occur. I frowned, mulling that over. And it just so happens that we're in the right place, around the right time, and with the right events, huh? Mom flinched and then looked at Dad. Mama Lily frowned and looked at him too. Dad blinked, confused on why they acted that way. But then his eyes lit up in realization. This is how the other me died, right? At least, the events that started it? Norn gasped and then said, what are you talking about, Dad? Aisha stood up and said, what do you mean? You can't die. Dad laughed and said, have some confidence in your dad. I'm not going to kick the bucket just yet. Still haven't seen my grandkids, you know? Pierre looked at Dad and said, that's a death flag. A death what? While they bantered, I mulled over the situation. Ana hadn't been kidnapped, but she had been teleported somewhere. Cliff had been researching a way to overlap reality with an ideal world when it suddenly imploded. Ana pushed him away, no doubt because she thought she could handle it. But then she suddenly vanished. I knew my daughter's capabilities. She was definitely strong enough for me to not worry about her on most things. And I was sure that she would be fine even if she was plopped into something like the legendary Dragon God's pit. Ana played dumb and innocent, but she was anything but when things got serious. There was a reason why I took her around with me more than Eos in the early stages of building Arcadia. And also why I sent her out to scout. Still, my gut was telling me that my daughter wasn't in a situation where she could fight her way out. And with how the events were lining up so closely to how they did for Rudeus, plus considering that Being W had been laying low. Yeah. I was worried. Cliff raised his head. I'm sorry. He shook his head and said, if I had known that researching the boundary between reality and visions would result in this. He trailed off and let out a deep sigh. Roxy shook her head. Pioneering new fields of magic is unpredictable. And I am sure you two took proper precautions. Sylphie hummed. Still, Ana's really talented at magic. She takes after Rudy a lot, so for the experiment to go wrong, something must have messed with it. Pierre nodded. I agree. Although Being W can't easily intervene with most things, he can in something like experimental magical research where it could go wrong at any moment. Dad rubbed his chin. So it comes back to whether we think he did it or not, and how we should go about looking for my cute granddaughter then. While everyone discussed, I mulled through the situation again in my mind. This was bait. At this point, I was sure that Being W knew I either had knowledge from that other timeline, or knew that I had gone to that other timeline. The fact that this lined up so well with Rudeus's memories proved that. After all, I had just had a peaceful time after reuniting with family, and even gotten married. There weren't any dangerous enemies showing up, and I had some wholesome slice of life episodes. But then there was a sudden message about a missing family member. The details were different, but at a high level, it was the same. And if events played out like how I thought they would, Ana was probably in a magic crystal somewhere in a dungeon in Bego continent. Probably even in the teleport labyrinth. Of course, it was different. First of all, I was much stronger than Rudeus and also much better at magic than him at that stage in his life. Not only that, but Dad was stronger too. He didn't go around calling himself a sword god for no reason. Plus, we had much more forces we could mobilize, and just objectively stronger. The problem was that Being W knew that. While definitely not to the full extent, he was anticipating the worst and would have played some nasty traps. This was the guy who baited Rudeus out and got Roxy killed with a plague in one timeline, after all. I had to assume that there was an ulterior motive at hand. A secondary play he was going to make. Ana being in danger was a distraction. Being W was likely banking on me leaving my wives unprotected. And not only that, but he was probably trying to course correct using the world's influence with destiny and force a similar outcome to what Rudeus saw. The death of one of my loved ones, an incapacitating injury to me, and then drama to disrupt the family. The smart thing was to trust others to find Ana. Rationally, my daughter was capable and could hold out for rescue. Not only that, but we could only be certain that my unborn children were safe if I was around. But Ana was my daughter. And what kind of father would I be if I didn't go running over to find her right now? It was bait. A trap. But it was one that I'd definitely spring even knowing that fact. Being W definitely had a good read on my character. A slight squeeze on my right hand. I blinked and then saw Sylphie staring at me. Do you want to go, Rudy? It was a soft question, but one that brought the room to silence. Everyone turned to look at me. My parents were worried. My sisters looked scared. My wives, they seemed like they would go along with whatever I chose. Pierre sighed and shook his head, indicating he wasn't sure. Cliff, he looked at me like he was going to throw his life away to find Ana even if I didn't agree. But me! If Eos was the one who went missing, I definitely would have rushed out right now. Although she acted tougher, in terms of specs she was designed to be more for recon and research. Although rare, she could be overwhelmed by numbers or simply being tired out. Ana was different. In terms of specs, she was designed to be an unstoppable force of nature. Her mana constantly regenerated from ambient energy, she could brute force her way out of an army enclosure and even blow up the moon. Probably. We never did get a field test on that. But in contrast, Ana wasn't very strong-willed. There was a reason why she still acted cutesy and fond for my attention. And that was what I was worried about. Physically, nothing could harm her. But mentally, especially if she was alone. Pierre let out a deep sigh and said, "This is a bad idea, Rudy." Rostalina looked over at him. "Hubby dash. You know why?" Pierre cut Rostalina off and looked at me. "This is the same as that turning point in the life of Rudeus Greyrat. And I can tell you that there were many similar ones across different times." I nodded. "I'm well aware." Pierre looked over at Dad. "And this particular turning point lines up too closely with Paul's death." He looked back at me and said, "You might have twisted a lot of destiny, but the world tends towards certain points in history." Dad pointed at himself. "Wait, are you saying I'm going to die if I go?" Mom instinctively grabbed Dad's hand. Mama Lily frowned. I remained quiet. Stella looked around the room at everyone, and then back at me. "Oni-chan." I looked at her. She hesitated and then said, "Are you not going to save Ana?" I took a look around the room one more time. Concern. Determination. Worry. Faces telling me to go. Others telling me to stay. For now, let's take a break. Needed time to think. RNG. The sun had sunk beneath the horizon during our long talk. As a result, the starry sky emerged. But the moon was absent. A new moon, shrouding everything in darkness save for the faint light of the stars and the few light fixtures set up around the area. I sat in a chair in the courtyard and looked up at the starry sky, lost in thought. Cliff stood beside me, his head lowered. "I'm sorry, Rudeus. I couldn't protect Ana." It was the same thing he had been repeating since he arrived. But the difference this time was that he didn't call me father-in-law. I didn't say anything for a few moments, but then I lowered my head to look at Cliff. He looked miserable. Unlike the confident young man who overturned the corrupt Mealy's religion, right now he was just a teenager crushed by the weight of the world. Even if I wanted to blame him, it wasn't fair. Cliff was a genius, but he wasn't all-knowing or almighty. Even then, it was Ana choosing to protect him that made her vanish. Logically, he didn't do anything wrong. Even so, he wouldn't accept that. I know I wouldn't. So instead of saying he did nothing wrong, "You were too weak." Cliff flinched and lowered his head more. I stood up and turned to face him. As I did, Cliff looked up to face me as well. I placed my hand on his shoulder and said, "Even so, you couldn't have changed it. I know how much you work and struggle, so I don't blame you. What happened this time was something beyond common sense." And it was. Cliff might be a bit too straightforward when it came to love and faith, but he was still a bona fide genius. He also had a tuned sense for danger due to honing his skills and distortions. Paired with Ana's natural protections and her own instincts, if something happened that they couldn't handle, it was probably something that only I could have dealt with in the first place. And I wouldn't expect anyone to be able to do that. I had come to terms with how much of a freak of nature I was now, after all. Cliff grit his teeth. Even so. He clenched his fists and looked up at me with teary eyes. How can I dare to ask for her hand in marriage if I cannot even protect her? How much of a fool am I that the one I love is the one to protect me? I didn't respond. Although I hadn't quite been in the same state, I recognized his situation. At a time like this, with such a critical mistake, at least, one self-perceived, no one would be able to say anything to change his mind. The only one who could reassure himself was himself. So instead of words of encouragement, I focused on the next steps. Words that would get him moving and acting instead of dwelling on thoughts and events he couldn't change. I pulled my hand back from Cliff's shoulder and then said, to summarize what happened, you and Aina were collaborating on research in artificial worlds constructed through faith and belief. There was a recent breakthrough, and you attained a glimpse of heaven, where souls arrived after death, and that was when the incident occurred? Cliff blinked. He was a bit confused for a moment, but then he brushed his eyes and focused. Yes. He looked at me and said, we confirmed that faith and belief can create a miracle and even recreated the scenery in the fight against the heretics. And so we wished to see if there was a way to save those who perished. A means to ease the minds of those left behind. It was a foolhardy endeavor. Taboo as well. But it was also a thought I'd been pondering for a while. From my personal experience, I could confirm that reincarnation was a real phenomenon. And souls existed as well. Although the exact process was unclear considering that Stella had her memories of her past life while I lost mine, the hard fact was that a soul departed from a body after its death and went somewhere. For me and Stella, that somewhere was here. I didn't know for sure, but from the other timeline, it was probably because there was a strong pull from this world. For Stella, it was because Shizuka Nanahoshi was meant to be here, and because there was someone or something in the future forcing her arrival. For me, well, considering all the iterations of Rudeus Greyrat that existed, there was probably something similar drawing me here too. But anyway, it was confirmed that a strong pull could guide a soul towards another world. The question then would be if that pull could be artificially constructed. Considering how entrenched the Mealy's religion was and how they believed in a life after death, that there might very well be a heaven. And if true, there would be incredible ramifications. I nodded. It's a noble goal. Cliff let out a smile. That is what Aina said as well. And we managed to open a portal to what seemed to be heaven, but after that. He sighed. Do we know where she is? Or are we starting from scratch? I hadn't had a chance to ask that of Cliff yet, but it would definitely determine our next steps. Cliff nodded. It was hard, but we traced her location to somewhere in the Bego continent. He shook his head. I wish I could be more accurate and find exactly where, but I'm still lacking. So it was like that then. I sighed. Cliff flinched and lowered his head. He misunderstood, but I didn't have the time to correct him. It was definitely it. A canon event, so to speak. Or destiny, in other words. The world and or being W was lining events up so that Rudeus Greyrat would go rescue a loved one who was last spotted in a dungeon on the Bego continent. And depending on if he stayed or went, he would regret it. I remembered that Rudeus's memories. The teleport labyrinth was a trauma that remained even after he died, and his soul was forced by being W to try and overwrite mine. But I was confident we wouldn't have issues. Dad was stronger here. Cliff was a bit younger, but he was better at magic than his counterpart. Orsted was my ally far earlier than for Rudeus, and he had removed his sole weakness of being limited by his mana pool. Then there were cards I had that Rudeus didn't have, like Roland, Eos, Rudyard, and a score of white knights I could pull, as well as the people Cliff could mobilize from Militian. But even then, I feel uneasy. An intuition without a rational basis. Objectively, this was a simple decision with a simple outcome. I track Aina down with a small party of people, I have Orsted and people I trust protect my wives in Arcadia, and then we come back happy and safe. But my intuition was warning me. Leaving my wives alone would lead to something I regret. Staying and letting others rescue Aina would also lead to something I regret. The act of choosing in itself was incorrect. It wasn't from my clairvoyance or any sort of future sight. But I trusted my instincts. Ignoring them in the past had led to less than ideal outcomes. But then if choosing was wrong? A faint rustle echoed in the distance. I turned towards it and saw Stella walking out from a bush with a small backpack. From the few leaves on her, it looked like she had just jumped out from her room. She noticed me and then let out an awkward laugh before waving. Hi there, Oni-chan. Mr. Cliff. Cliff looked at Stella and then frowned. Should you not be asleep, Stella? Well. She acted shifty and glanced off to the side. I'm just taking a walk to get fresh air? Cliff's frown deepened. I wasn't fooled though. Taking a walk, huh? I looked to the side at the invisible pair hiding behind Stella. With Norn and Aisha too? Silence. And then the air rippled, revealing Norn and Aisha, both geared up and carrying big backpacks. Norn sighed and said, I told you Big Brother wouldn't fall for it. Aisha clicked her tongue and said, it was worth a try. Cliff was surprised. I wasn't. I sighed and said, you three are worried, huh? Since she was caught, Stella gave up on pretending and crossed her arms. That's right. Win and Leo both say something bad's going to happen to Ana if you don't save her. But if you aren't going, we're going. The hero will definitely pull it off. Norn nodded. That's right. And with my sword and Aisha's magic, we can definitely bring Ana back. I sighed. It's not that simple, you know? Stella swung her arm out. What's not that simple? Ana is your daughter, Oni-chan. Or. She bit her lip and then said, do you not care about her now that you have real kids? I narrowed my eyes. Watch your mouth, Stella. Ana is different, but she's still my daughter. Stella shook her head. Well, it doesn't seem like it. A real dad would have run off to save her right away. That's what you did with me, isn't it? I shook my head. That's different. You were helpless, but Ana dash. I cut myself off, suddenly realizing what Stella was getting at. Huh. Children echo the actions of their parents. It seemed I was subconsciously placing my expectations on Ana again. Stella shook her head and said, even if Ana is strong, she's still in danger. And if you're not going, well, we're her aunts, so we will. Norn nodded. Yeah. I'm going to save my cute niece. Aisha sighed. This is a bad idea, but I won't be a bad aunt. I looked at them all and then stepped forward. I'm sure you have the best intentions, but this isn't the place for children to step in. Stella reached into her bag and pulled out her wand. As she did, Wada, Fai, Win, and Leo appeared around her. Yeah. Well, if the adults aren't doing anything, we will. Now, if you're going to stop us, we're going to beat you up and bring her back ourselves. Norn drew her sword. Sorry, Big Brother. Aisha pulled out her wands. This is such a bad idea. Cliff walked over to me and said, Rudy. Are you really going to stop them? I laughed. Stella narrowed her eyes and said, you think this is funny? I smiled. Yes. Life has a funny way of doing circles around us. Huh. Disturb mana. An invisible pulse rippled, shaking the mana in my sisters and the elemental spirits. Wah dash. Big bro dash. Rue dash. They all flinched, caught off guard. And then they slumped, knocked out by the sudden disruption. And accordingly, Stella's spirit friends turned incorporeal. Cliff frowned and then looked at me. I am guessing this means that you are going after all? I looked up at the sky. Somewhere up there, Being W was probably dancing and gloating thinking he had me pinned. It was a good move, I had to admit. If this was chess, he had definitely checked me, and we were only a few moves from checkmate. But this was reality. And in reality, rules were meant to be broken. I kept staring, scanning the sky with my clairvoyance. And then I stared at the darkened moon for a moment. After that, I smiled and then looked at Cliff. Something like that. I glanced at the darkened moon one more time and then chuckled. If the world wants to force things in line, well, I'll just have to show it who's really in charge here. What? I laughed. And then I laughed harder after hearing a certain voice echo in my head. Yeah. Didn't you know, being W? Trying to force something in place only forces a bigger counteraction. That's a lesson from you I still remember, you know? Chapter 197, Absolute Pin. The Imperial Palace of Arcadia. There in the courtyard, Rudy and Orsted stood, discussing the upcoming events and how they would handle it. Rudy smiled and said, "Thank you for coming on such short notice, Orsted." Orsted nodded. Of course. Anything to prevent being W's actions from coming to fruition. However, he frowned and said, "Are you fine going alone?" Rudy shook his head. "I won't be going alone. Dad, Pierre, Roland, Rudyard, Eos, Laws, Rostalina, Cliff. Well, we have a whole party set up. Not to mention the White Knights and Paladins from Milishan." Orsted paused to think and then slowly nodded. "That is wise. But to bring such a force. Ah. It is bait. Macham." Rudy nodded and said, "He's going to try and do something for sure. I think he planned to wait until the day of my children's birth, but if I'm gone and my wives are left mostly unattended he will act on impulse." Orsted chuckled. "After all, he hates you a great deal. The feeling's mutual." Orsted smiled. "Then you can entrust your family to me, Rudy. Besides..." His grin turned feral and he said, "There have been few opportunities in my life to utilize my full strength. This will be a great learning experience." Rudy laughed and then tapped Orsted's shoulder. "Have fun, buddy. I'll be counting on you." After that, he took a step and vanished. Orsted stared for a moment at where Rudy was and then shifted his gaze towards the palace, where Rudy's family was staying. "Hm. It is unlikely, but in the worst-case scenario." Muttering under his breath, Orsted vanished as well. Live. A large rescue party had been gathered to rescue the Imperial Princess. Members of the White Knights, adventurers, paladins from Milishan, the Survey Corps, they all were gathered at the base of the Black Tower, waiting for their orders. Rudy stood at the forefront, wearing his Imperial garb. Looking out at the crowd, he nodded and said, "I thank you for your service." Resting his hand on his obsidian sword, he said, "The heavens have deemed it a sin to peer into its secrets and punished us by spiriting away our beloved princess. But do we allow it?" The crowd roared. "No!" Rudy nodded. "That's right." He drew his sword and said, "The heavens threw us into hell and we created our own paradise. The divine sought to turn our differences into animosity, but we overcame them as true comrades. Isn't that right?" The crowd roared again. "Yes." Rudy nodded and then gestured for silence. After it quieted down, he said, "As always, this is a dangerous journey. We venture again into the unknown, and some of you may fall. But rest assured, you will return. And you will be remembered until the end of time in the Hall of Heroes." A solemn silence. The crowd know, the Aina rescue party staring up at Rudy. Rudy stared out at them, and then he glanced at the people following right behind him. Roland stood behind him on the right wearing full armor. His face was hidden, but the tense way he held his sword betrayed his emotions. Eos stood behind Rudy on his left. She wore the black tunic and pants uniform of the Survey Corps and looked ready to go. But as she adjusted her glasses, the dark circles under her eyes revealed her fatigue. Behind them, Paul and Pierre stood, both at the ready. Rudyard, Laws, and Rostalina stood at the back, all equipped for combat. And Cliff stood at the rear, wearing a pristine white robe, his dark eyes narrowed in focus. Rudy turned to the right and swung his sword. Space tore, forming a gash in the air that revealed a vast desert with scorching winds and shifting sand. Glancing back at the front one more time, he raised his sword and said, "We march on the Begorito continent. Our objective, secure the Imperial Princess Aina at all costs." Light flared as magical artifacts on every person present activated. Magic formations to negate the harsh weather and also served as communication devices. Seeing that, Rudy nodded and then walked through the portal. Space flickered as the Ana rescue party departed. And then there was silence at the base of the tower, as if nothing was there in the first place. Live. The void between worlds, covered with an endless white mist. There, Heidami stood staring at the expedition party just arriving in the Bego continent. As he examined the people in the group, he cackled and clapped his hands together. Finally! Everything's back on course. It took a lot of careful nudging and tweaks. Sending messages to various experts as divine inspiration instead of revelations. Using dreams as a vehicle to create motivations and move people without drawing attention to himself. Then he had to move enough monsters at the right times and places to create calculated mana resonances and line things up so it was a natural result instead of his unnatural intervention. Heidami let out a feral grin. Staring at Rudy forming a base of operations in the desert, Heidami let out a feral grin and said, "This time you can't escape it, Rudy." He shifted his gaze to Pierre and said, "You're cheating bastard of a friend there can't do anything either since this is how it's destined to be." He. If the world wouldn't let him do as he wished without backlash, then Heidami would just make the world do what he wanted. And at the same time, he would help the world do what was natural and correct destiny to the proper flow. It was a 1-2 combo that even that ridiculous bastard couldn't overcome. He stepped back and spread his arms, spinning around with a smile on his face. Ah, what a wonderful feeling. He laughed again and then stopped glancing back at the human realm below. Looking at Rudy one more time, Heidami chuckled and said, "Don't provoke him, my ass." He shifted his gaze towards the teleport labyrinth where Rudy's beloved daughter was trapped in a magic crystal. And not just trapped, but slowly being corroded from the mana seeping into her body. He shifted his gaze again to see the hero and his party members heading towards the magic continent to end the bloodline of the demon god. Heidami cackled and said, "You're not the only one who can raise an expedition team, Rudy." It was a win-win situation. An absolute pin. If Rudy had stayed behind, Ana would have been corrupted and turned into a mindless killing machine. If Rudy left, as he did, then there wouldn't be enough forces to protect his family back in that empire of his. Of course, there was that son of the dragon god somewhere in the magic continent, but as far as he could tell from his future self, that guy couldn't go all out. And since his goal was to kill Heidami, he wouldn't waste his precious mana on something like protecting Rudy's family. So, win-win. Even in the miraculous occasion that Rudy somehow saved his daughter and defeated the hero team, he wouldn't be able to stop Perius from attacking later on that year. And if even that failed, Heidami would finally have enough justification to descend upon the human realm with his full powers against the world-level threat that Rudy was. Foolproof. Absolutely foolproof. Even so. Why do I feel like I'm still missing something? Heidami muttered and then scanned the human realm below. Everything was exposed to him now. Even that empire Rudy created. By removing influence and apostles, as well as by entrusting his own fate to the flow of the world, Heidami could see everything that happened in the world. At that point, he truly was all-seeing. And yet, something felt off. Is there still something I can't see? No, that couldn't be the case. It would take a being on the level of a god like himself to do so. And while the mortals called themselves gods, they were far from the level where he stood. Not only that, Heidami was certain no other gods existed, as he possessed all the other sparks of divinity from the fallen gods. The only one he was missing was that of the dragon god, but that had been splintered and lost to time. It would also take the death of all the current dragon kings to gather the pieces. So it was impossible. It's just the nerves. That had to be it. His plan was absolutely foolproof, but he still had nerves because he lacked a safety net. But this would work. No matter how much of a genius or prodigy Rudy was. No matter if he teamed up with the true dragon god's son, Orsted. At the end of the day, Rudy was still human. And a human could not defeat a god. That was an absolute truth in this world. So, Heidami sat back in a misty throne and watched Rudy's actions. This would be a learning experience. At best, this would be the end. At worst, Heidami would learn more of Rudy and his allies' capabilities for the final clash. But either way, this will be over soon, Rudy. Heidami grinned. I.S. The small house that Akito temporarily lived in. Specifically, the workshop he had created inside. There, Akito fiddled with his watch, reading the recent messages from Shizuka. After that, he glanced at Redacted, standing next to him. Are you sure that this is fine? Redacted. Akito frowned. Lara said that everything depends on what we do here. And Shizuka's waiting for us to tie up loose ends here before she does her part. Redacted. Akito sighed. I still think we should just take that guy out now since you have the key. Redacted. I know. Akito ran his hand through his hair. There's a sequence of events we have to follow to make sure that guy's gone for good. He sighed and inputted a few commands on his watch. After that, he looked up and said, Should I get going then? You'll handle the rest here, right? Redacted. Got it. Akito nodded and then pressed a button on his watch. A blue light began to pulse, spreading throughout the room. As that happened, he looked over at Redacted and said, Thanks for helping out. And say thank you to Rudy for me. Redacted. A brilliant flash of azure light surged. And when it faded, both the room and the house was empty. Nothing remained. Chapter 198, Absolute Pin 2. A massive sandworm burst from the sandy dunes. Raising its maw to the sky, it let out a shrill screech and then lunged towards me. I glanced towards it and then clenched my left hand. Magic formations flared into life around the sandworm and then it vanished, replaced by a compressed orb of fleshy mass. I flicked my wrist and sent it off to the side. A sphinx that had been charging from the distance suddenly stumbled, a hole appearing in its head. I sighed and then continued forward, my black cloak fluttering behind me. At that time, Dad came dashing towards me, gliding along the top of the sandy dunes like water. Stopping at my side, he whistled and said, Gotta say, Rudy, you've gotten more ridiculous since the last time I've seen you fight. I think you might even be able to take me on now. I'd better be. I waved my hand, spreading magic formations to terraform the nearby area from a desert to a fledgling savanna. After that, I looked at him and said, I'm preparing to take down a divine being. If I'm not at least strong enough to take down my dad, it'd be an insult to both me and you. He laughed and clapped his hand on my back. Damn straight. You're a proper dad and all now too, so you can't start losing before your kids are even born, alright? I paused. You know, I hadn't really thought about it, but my newest kids were definitely going to be ridiculous growing up, weren't they? First of all, I was, well, me. Arie was a sword genius who could naturally use magic in conjunction with her swordsmanship. Sylphie was a magical genius who could make ice, wind, and water bend to her will. Rico was an actual reincarnated demon empress with a true blue-blood demon god lineage. And Roxy was a genius at breaking down complex magical concepts to a discrete level and molding everything into new building blocks. It made me wonder a bit why the heck Being W was so paranoid about Norn and Stella being born instead of my kids. Or even me. I mean, you'd think he might have tried to just warp me away or something on my own or like put me into a coma or something. Instead, he seemed to have taken it personally. Well, I guess gods even back on Earth were known to be petty, so I shouldn't say I was surprised. Dad patted my shoulder again. This time though, he had a serious expression on. You holding up well? You know, regarding Aina? I nodded. I'm holding up. It's worrying, but it should be fine. Dad smiled. That's the spirit. Don't give up until the last minute and believe in the best until you've confirmed the worst. He pulled his hand back and said, I don't have much left to teach you since aren't a kid anymore, but I can teach you that at least. I chuckled. That way of thinking is exactly what kept you running into trouble, Dad, but I get it. And thanks. The ground started vibrating, sending sand flying into the air. Dad turned around and rested his hand on his sword. Well, guess we should get back to it. I nodded. Yep. I rested my hand on my sword as well. It wouldn't be as effective or efficient as using magic, but I needed to vent a bit. In the distance, a pair of sandworms burst from beneath sand dunes. But the moment they did, Pierre teleported in front of one and cut it down with a slash while Rostalina jumped at the other and slammed it with a shield, bursting its head off. Huh. So that was where Sylphie got her ridiculous physique and stamina from. But anyway. A swarm of bats burst from the ground beneath the Sphinx's corpse. It seemed like they were lured by its mana. A few monsters burst from the Sphinx. Succubi. Seeing that, I stepped forward. But before I could do anything, Dad unsheathed and resheathed his sword. Sand scattered in front of the Sphinx's corpse, joined by a crimson mist. And then there was just a bunch of reddish sand where the monsters were. I blinked and then gave Dad a blank stare. That's overkill, Dad. He met my stare with a serious look and said, never overkill when dealing with succubi. I'm sure you could handle yourself, and I have experience handling them, but it's not worth the 1 in a kabillion chance that they get to either of us. Not to mention that knowing your way with women, you'd probably end up taming a few and bringing them back. I felt my face heat up and I said, I would not. Dad just laughed and clapped his hand on my shoulder. Come on, kid. I sighed and then terraformed the nearby area as well. It wasn't necessary, and it would probably wreck the climate here since I wasn't really taking that into account. But it was also a helpful marker of where we'd been as well as monster spawn prevention. Literally and figuratively. Couldn't burst through the sand if it suddenly turned into much harder clay or dirt, could you? Anyway, after that was done, I took a quick look around to check our progress. We had warped in the literal middle of the Bego continent and were slowly conquering the land by clearing out monsters and reclaiming the desert for our own purposes. I was headed to the southeast with my dad towards where the teleportation labyrinth should be. Rudyard and Laws had teamed up in the distance to deal with a flock of airborne griffins. Pierre and Rostalina were now carpet-bombing the desert, somehow. And in between those, they were tossing some terraforming magic artifacts. Behind me, and to the northwest, Roland, Eos, and Cliff were leading the White Knights, Survey Corps, and Militian Paladins respectively. Their destination was a circular mountain range and whatever was hidden within it. All things considered, Aina was likely to be in either said mountain range or the teleportation labyrinth. After all, Being W was taking this personally, so he wouldn't just throw Aina in a random place in the ground. Not to mention that it'd be easy for me to see that in a place like this. Even if there was a lot of sand and monsters, Aina's mana was very distinct. To hide it, you'd need a place with dense mana, like a dungeon. And it'd have to be a powerful dungeon, hence the previous 2 options. Ideally, it'd be the teleportation labyrinth, but we'd see. But either way, it was time to get going. I kicked off the ground, magic formations spreading greenery with every step. Dad kicked off the ground beside me. Maybe realizing my thoughts, he said, even if Aina's not in the teleportation labyrinth, she's definitely somewhere here. A swarm of giant ants burst from the sand beneath us. I flicked my hand and froze them before stomping on the ground, shattering them all. After that, I took another step and used them as fuel to revitalize the land. It seemed so. I nodded and said, the monsters here are way too frequent to be normal. Since we arrived, the monster encounters were as bad as an old JRPG. Every few steps, another group popped up. And case in point, a vortex suddenly appeared in the sand before us, revealing a giant pair of mandibles. Dad flipped through the air, slashing towards the mandibles as he flew past. For a brief moment, the vortex and the surrounding sand split, revealing a massive antlion. But then the sand collapsed back on itself, burying the monster. I jumped and then stomped on the sand right over the antlion. Once more, I converted the terrain, using the antlion's body as fuel for the reclaimed land. After that, I continued dashing forward. Dad moved to my side and said, seems that being whatever guy's pretty desperate now. Going out of his way to capture Aina and then send all these monsters after us. Even for a god, that's a bit much, right? Aren't there like divine laws or whatever that he has to follow? I shrugged. That's a god for you. Even if there were, they'd just break them and pay the consequences later. TCH. Dad clicked his tongue and said, and people called me a thug. You still are, Dad. Better, but definitely a thug. Well, not everyone's got the looks and brains to become an evil overlord, kid. True. And every evil overlord needs some muscle. Dad laughed. I smiled. And then Pierre showed up on our left, carrying Rostalina in his arms as he dashed with us. As he did, he looked over at us and said, how are you two not annoyed? Dad raised an eyebrow and said, you're carrying your beautiful wife in your arms and you're talking about being annoyed? Rostalina giggled and then looked up at Pierre. Paul's got a point, hubby. Did I gain too much weight recently? Pierre blushed and said, W what? No! I'm talking about the monsters. Was this what it felt like to be around me and my wives? Need to remember to add that to the Greyrat book for dummies. This is how you end up irritating people and making enemies if you're not careful. Pierre cleared his throat and then said, either way, it looks like we're on the right track. Dad nodded. I was just talking about that with Rudy. Dunno if Aina's in this teleportation labyrinth, but she's definitely here somewhere. I nodded. Right. I took a quick look around with mana sight and then with clairvoyance to be sure. Typical natural mana signatures you'd expect from a hot desert. Sand stretching maybe 100 feet or so below the surface, with some deeper areas before hitting stone. Various monsters hiding in that sea of sand that seemed to be blinking in and out of existence? That was probably the influence from the teleportation labyrinth. Either way, Aina wasn't anywhere nearby. So, I turned around and signaled to Rudyard and Laws that we'd be going on ahead. After that, I looked at Dad and Pierre and said, let's not waste any more time then. Magic formations flared around my feet and then around Dad's and Pierre's. Oh ho! Dad's eyes widened and he smiled. You can use magic like this too, huh? Pierre sighed and said, we are going to cause such a large commotion when we arrive. I stared at the sea of monsters suddenly springing out from the sand along the way to the maze city of Rapan in the distance near the teleportation labyrinth. After that, I held out my obsidian sword and said, well, that'll make gathering information easier, won't it? Dad blinked at my words, and then he let out a deep sigh. Okay. Definitely see the bad influence rubbing off. Complain later, high-speed blitzkrieg now. Lightning flashed from my feet and sent me rocketing forward and turning the sand into glass. Now, to test this prototype spell increasing cognition speed. RNG. We really couldn't have come in with a less conspicuous entrance? Pierre glanced around at the adventurers and merchants making way for us before he sighed. We could have. But I swept my gaze around the area to take stock of the situation. The maze city of Rapan, or Lapan, depending on who you asked. It was an oasis city built around a giant lake that had formed beneath the bones of a felled behemoth. Apparently, said behemoth was killed by a great hero or something in the past. I didn't care too much about that though. The important part was that this place was a full-fledged city with adventurers, merchants, and more who called it their home. And a good portion of those people were giving us weird looks. Not because of our party makeup or equipment. Though that'd make sense considering that me, Dad, and Pierre were all wearing heavy long coats in this scorching desert sun. But no! It was because we had walked in with a very vivid trail of greenery following behind us. And one that spread everywhere I walked. Wasn't there a story about a famous mage or wizard on Earth doing the same? Except with flowers, I think. Either way, definitely conspicuous. But conspicuous was useful in a situation like this where we had to gather info. Dad pulled out a map from his bag and then compared it to the surroundings. After that, he looked to a cliff in the distance and said, from the map Rika gave us, the teleport labyrinth should be that way. Rostalina sighed and said, I hope this doesn't take too long. Lulu hates being away from me. I raised an eyebrow and said, not that I don't appreciate you being here, but why did you come then, Grandma? Rostalina froze and then shivered. Dad and Pierre did the same. I blinked. Too soon? Rostalina shook her head and said, just call me Lena, Rudy. Please. Okay. Then Lena. I frowned and said, you have a baby daughter to take care of, so why come all the way here with us? Rostalina smiled and said, well, I couldn't let my hubby run off alone again. And besides, this is a perfect chance to give your lovely wives practice with a baby, isn't it? I think you're trusting them a bit too much, Lena. Rostalina waved her hand. It's fine. Lulu's a tough girl anyway. Considering how casually you smack monsters around, I'd believe it. Pierre stared at the teleportation labyrinth and frowned. His eyes flashed with white light, and then he clicked his tongue. It seems normal from here, but something feels wrong, right? I stared at the teleportation labyrinth in the distance as well with both clairvoyance and mana sight. It looked ordinary. Just a mana-dense area that was typical of a dungeon. And there weren't any signs of something being off either. But my instincts were telling me something was off. Call it my being W sense. Dad folded the map away and then looked at me. Well, Rudy? What's the plan? I crossed my arms and thought about it for a bit. And then I said, we'll take a quick survey. You, me, and Pierre. I looked at Rostalina and said, do you think you could gather some information, Lena? See if there are any rumors and the like about Aina. And when Laws and Richard get here, rope them into helping you too. Rostalina nodded. I can do that. But... She frowned and said, do you think it's a good idea for you three to go alone? Pierre tapped the hilt of his sword and said, it's a bit risky, but this will probably be the safest bet. Dad smirked. Obviously. We've got a sword god, the technique god, and a magic god together in this party. Let's not jinx it, Dad. Dad blinked and said, what are you, Jisoo? No. But I'm sure a certain someone would be happy to jinx us if we have the chance. True. Anyway. I glanced back at Rostalina and said, try to set up a base for us too if you can. I pulled out a bag of mana crystals and gold before handing it over to her. This should be enough for most things. If you need more though, just channel a bit of mana in that and it'll draw more from my vault. Rostalina took the bag and then looked inside. After that, she looked at Pierre, frowning. Why aren't you rich, hubby? Pierre coughed. I was. But my younger brother needed it a bit more, so. Rostalina sighed. Tying the bag to her waist, she nodded and said, I'll start looking around then. You three stay safe. I smiled. Don't worry. Worst case scenario, I blow the top off the dungeon. Dad laughed. Pierre facepalmed. Rostalina shook her head and then walked off. Now. I looked towards the teleportation labyrinth. Do you have enough traps in stock, being W? RNG. A dark sandstone cave, barely illuminated by azure light from glowing magic circles littered around the floor. On the surface, it looked just like an ordinary dungeon. But... Click. Dad's eyes widened and he instinctively jumped back, swinging his sword. Azure light flared as a magic circle appeared out of thin air, only to shatter as Dad's blade cut through it. Phew. He let out a sigh of relief and said, I can see why this is an S-rank dungeon. He scratched the back of his head and said, a normal adventurer would have a tough time going through here. I casually disabled the warp traps in front of me and said, that's why me and Pierre keep telling you to stay behind us. Pierre nodded. What Rudy said. And please try to stop tempting fate. Even though it wasn't you, Paul Greyrat has died here in many times and many worlds. Dad scratched the back of his head. I still find that hard to believe. Were the other versions of me really that weak? Pierre swung his sword to shatter some more hidden warp traps. After that, he turned back to Dad and shook his head. No. It's more like you're the outlier among outliers. You should appreciate the happy life you have, Paul. Right. Dad nodded. Still, hard to wrap my head around. After that, we continued on our way. I took point, with Pierre and Dad walking behind me. And as we moved, it was silent, with only the sound of our footsteps echoing. I frowned and then glanced back at Pierre. Is this supposed to be empty, Pierre? From what I could remember from Rudeus's memories, and from his memoir, this place definitely should be filled to the brim with monsters. Pierre frowned. No. And we should be concerned about that. He tapped his sword hilt and said, this is a 7th-floor dungeon with mostly A and B rank monsters. And the boss is an S-rank manatite Hydra that can nullify magic attacks. Even if Being W tried to interfere, he shouldn't be able to move all those monsters. I nodded. That made sense. If he could, he would have done it a while ago. But still, the fact that we haven't seen one. Do monsters get stronger by devouring each other? Pierre paused to think about that. While he did, Dad responded instead. I haven't seen it, but it's pretty common knowledge among adventurers that it's possible. He frowned. Do you think something like that happened here, Rudy? I stopped walking and then closed my eyes to focus. It was a bit hard to do in a mana-dense setting like this. But if I borrowed what I saw from Roxy's dungeon home and piggyback off the ambient mana with some tiny and discrete magic formations to form a web. There. This first floor we walked into was a single level, just like a typical stone cave. And while there were lots of warp traps around, there weren't any monsters at all. After taking another look around to confirm, I opened my eyes and said, I'm sure. This floor doesn't have any monsters. And I'd expect that the rest don't either. Pierre hummed and then said, is that why there were so many monsters outside? Could something be eating the monsters here? I think so. I nodded and then started walking along the path to the warp circle heading to the next floor. I'm sure Being W knows that he can't stop us with ordinary mobs, so he's probably trying to funnel it all into one super strong monster instead. Dad blinked. Mobs? Pierre nodded. That makes sense. But then... He frowned and said, what kind of monster is waiting for us down there? I shrugged. Dunno. But I can bet it's something ridiculous and tailor-made to counter us. Hell, wouldn't surprise me if it was a monster that somehow had physical nullification or something too. Dad blinked and said, weren't you just talking about not making jinxes, Rudy? There's jinxing, and then there's confirming, Dad. We continued on our way through the first floor until we arrived at the warp to the next one. There were two, but one led to the same floor, while the other led, somewhere deeper into the ground. HM. Pierre stood next to me and said, is something wrong, Rudy? I knelt down and tapped on the stone right in front of the proper warp gate. This is the right warp, but... I looked back at Pierre and said, do you know if this dungeon has proper floors or if they're more like stages? Pierre frowned. I don't know. No one's ever looked into it, I think. I see. It made sense. Pierre might have knowledge about other timelines and alternates of Rudeus Greyrat, but not many would have gotten here with a similar skill set to me. Probably. Considering the significance of this place, they were probably all too focused on just clearing it. But... I closed my eyes again and sent a thread of mana through the warp gate. Similar to the past when I was summoning, I felt my mana spin out like a thread. But unlike at that time, I didn't pull back. Instead, I carefully traced it. A stop at a place somewhere to the northwest and pretty far down. I spread out the thread of mana further, linking with the ambient mana to map out the terrain. A third area that was a bit further up from the second. A fourth somewhere off to the far west and deep underground. A fifth that was directly below us, but a mile or two below. And then the last, a dozen or so miles directly beneath where the heart of Lapan would be. But each floor, empty except for the last. And in that last, I couldn't tell. There was mana in that last area, and I could detect Ana's mana. But for some reason, I couldn't use any of it. The ambient mana in the last area was slippery, if that made sense. I could definitely do something if I was there to handle it in person, but just following a thread like this wouldn't work. Still. Found it. Pierre gave me a strange look. You do realize that what you're doing now breaks how magic is supposed to work, right? I rewrote the warp gate in front of me to connect to the last gate and then looked over at him. And? Pierre sighed. I guess there's a reason why you're the most ridiculous Rudeus Greyrat. Dad laughed and said, damn straight. After saying that, he focused and then turned to look at me. So we're jumping straight into a fight then? I stepped back and the warp gate flared a bright red. Yep. Be ready for anything. Pierre drew his sword. Dad drew his too. As for me, I put away my wedding rings except for Roxy's and then held out my left hand. The image of the sword I used to try and cut down Being W in my mental world. The calculation stored in Roxy's ring that could turn mana into matter, or at least close enough. And then my ridiculously refined mana that would shore up any gaps. Another flash of crimson lit up the dungeon, and then a hazy crimson katana formed in my left hand. For a brief moment, it registered that me, Pierre, and Dad all had crimson swords. But I set that thought aside. We stepped onto the magic circle for the warp gate at the same time. Surprisingly, white light flared from the magic circle. Space bent, mana surged. And then we were standing in a temple? I blinked and took a quick look around. There were fancy marble arches and braziers on the left and right, with a long hallway in front leading to a room with an arched ceiling. In the center of that room, there was a pure white crystal suspended in the air with Ana inside of it. But in front of that crystal, there was a Hydra. 9 heads, each with ominous golden eyes. Matte black scales that sucked in all the light around it, making it appear like a shadow blocking out the air. And when viewed under mana sight, a void that cut out the ambient mana entirely, neither emitting nor absorbing. I took in that information in a fraction of a second. But in the next, a surge of pure white light and searing heat flooded the hallway. Tick! Time slowed to a crawl. I saw Pierre move, readying his blade. I saw Dad already mid-swing. Tick! But it was too slow. The attack had literally been won at the speed of light. Even with this slow time, the wave was already an inch before my face. Tick! But it hadn't connected. And since it hadn't connected, I could act. So, time resumed and the white light the breath attack of pure mana split apart around us. Holy fuck! Dad flinched and stopped his sword swing, staring at the suddenly glowing and melting orange walls. Pierre flinched as well and said, W, what kind of monster did Being W create? I shook my hand, ignoring the slight numbing sensation from forcibly moving it in the slow time and also from scattering the mana attack. The Hydra stared at me with its 9 sets of golden eyes, narrowing them. Faint white wisps trailed along its maws as it watched us. I stared back at it and then said, apparently, one smart enough to attack with its strongest move first. Did it recognize my mana probe earlier as a threat? Or did Being W tell it to get ready? I didn't know, but I did know that wasn't an attack it could use again anytime soon. The Hydra roared, opening all of its heads again. At the same time, the white wisps began turning into flames. Okay, guess I'm wrong. Doesn't matter, we just have to attack first. I kicked off the ground, sword ready in my left hand. Dad rushed in beside me, sword ready in his right hand. There was no time for words. 9 heads. If we cut them all down, the Hydra should drop dead. Ana seemed to be the reward for clearing this dungeon, so she'd be saved as soon as this dungeon was cleared. But we had to hurry. Although that white crystal seemed to be pure mana, I could see a strange flow of corrosive mana seeping into her very being. If we took too long, she would be gone. No. Even if we finished it now, with how much? Focus. I shut off that thought. Pierre said this Hydra was probably immune to magic. I doubted it, but we'd play it safe. Dad moved in tandem with me. I charged forward, readying a swing. The Hydra raised its heads, rearing back for a breath attack. I split off to the right while Dad split off to the left. As we crossed paths, we attacked. I swung high, Dad swung low. Where Dad slashed, space twisted and bent as countless slashes struck at once. Where I slashed, mana compressed and reinforced my blade to form a pure force vector to split the Hydra in half. But then I felt it. An instinctual reaction. The moment my sword connected with the Hydra's scales, I would die. My eyes widened and I let go of my sword. In the corner of my vision, I saw Dad's eyes widen as well. But unlike me, his slash had already connected. A single fraction of time. One where nightmarish memories overlapped reality. Dad flew off to the side, knocked away by an invisible force. My left arm flew through the air, blood trailing the entire time. And then my vision was filled with white. Chapter 199, Absolute Pin 3. Crimson spread across the white expanse before tearing it apart, leaving behind faint wisps that looked like flower petals. After that, Pierre stepped in front of me, clicking his tongue. I told you guys to be careful earlier. I chuckled and picked up my left arm off the ground before sticking it back on with some healing magic. And this is why we brought you along. Rox tumbled off to the side as Dad slowly got up. Fucking cheating piece of shit. Ugh. He massaged his stomach with his left hand before glancing at the sword in his right hand. Or rather, what was left of his sword. The blade had completely shattered, leaving only just the hilt. But as Dad looked at it, the hilt crumbled, revealing a bit of the tang. But then that too crumbled, turning into just motes of crimson light. He clicked his tongue and said, Kingslayer was such a good sword too. Pierre paused and then looked over. You called your sword Kingslayer? Dad brushed his hands and said, well, yeah. Was planning to use it to kill a certain king if he didn't get his nobles under control. Orsted talked me out of it though. Apparently, he called dibs. I had so many questions. But they could wait. I kept a close eye on the Hydra, carefully watching its heads. Specifically, each of its head's jaws. You don't think this thing has enough for a third one of those, right? Dad shook his hand and said, if it does, I sure as hell can't do anything about it. Unless you want to toss me your sword. I glanced over at where my sword had landed, only to see it dissolve as well. Huh. I shifted my gaze back towards the Hydra and said, looks like Being W's using God mode on his units. Both my sword and Dad's swords were formed from mana, and after that attack, they dissolved away. Which meant that the Hydra's scales were definitely anti-mana. But at the same time, it had not only nullified our attacks, but reflected them back. If I hadn't instinctively swung my arm out to blast Dad away, he would have ended up a fine red mist. That resulted in me losing said arm, but it was just a flesh wound. The cut was so clean that I could just plop it back on with a bit of healing magic, so no harm done. But this was a problem. Pierre stepped in front of me and Dad and said, God mode, huh? I guess that's a good description. He narrowed his eyes and said, I don't know how he did it, but this thing is definitely close to divine. I have many questions on how you know that, Pierre. But good to know. I shook my left arm to get feeling back in it while analyzing the Hydra and assessing the situation. Ideally, we'd just leave and come back with reinforcements. Although this thing was a hard counter for me and Dad, I was pretty sure we could figure a way out if I grabbed like Cliff, Eos, and Richard. And from the way Pierre was acting, it seemed he had a few ideas on how to resolve this too, so that was an option. Unfortunately, we didn't have much time to think. I hadn't noticed the first time, but it was clear now that it did a second breath attack that the damned snake was using Ana as a battery. Not only that, but it was speeding up the corrosion eating away at her. It was likely that if we left, the Hydra would calm down and the mana-corroding Ana would too. But it was also just as likely that the Hydra would thrash in anger and lead to a worst-case scenario. Fucking cheating bastard of a god. But whatever. Problem here, solution needed. I glanced at Pierre and said, just to check, this thing is definitely not a fucking manatite Hydra, right? Considering how you and Paul would have torn it apart by now, definitely not. Pierre frowned and said, but it seems like it mutated from one? Dad let out a dry laugh and said, really? I wouldn't have guessed considering how this dungeon's monsters were gone and that fucking snake are sword slashes. And swords. I didn't respond, just carefully observing the Hydra. But as I observed the Hydra, it was observing me too. No, not just me, but also Dad and Pierre. This definitely wasn't a simple-minded beast. The Hydra was clearly assessing us based on our combat potential. And it also seemed to realize that its best attack wasn't working since it wasn't bothering to gather up more of those white flames. But that begged the question. What other bullshit tricks is this snake hiding? Was it going to go into a phase 2 as soon as we cut a head off and turn into Yamana no Orochi or something? It was already clearly a souped-up version of the Lernean Hydra with those 9 heads. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if it started infinitely spawning heads the more we cut. Dad moved in front of me and then glanced back. What's the plan, Rudy? Do we run? Pierre frowned. That would be the safest bet. But I'm guessing you're saying no to that plan. Of course. I held up my left hand again and said, what kind of father would I be if I ran away when my daughter is right there? Dad reached up to crack his neck and then lowered his hands. All right then. Guess it's time for me to test if I can do the whole body as sword thing. Pierre let out a deep sigh. Please don't. It doesn't work with a squishy human body. I've tried. Well, what else am I supposed to dash? Magic circles flared in front of me as I launched 3 water balls. One, made of mana. Another, gathered and carried by mana. And then a third gathered and launched by mana. The first dissolved like my sword. The second harmlessly splashed against the Hydra. And the third flew back right at me. I caught it and dispersed it back into the air, but then I frowned. And this is why trump cards need to be decisive. It was a goddamn conceptual defense. I was watching closely as I shot those water balls, and there was no mistaking it. Something erased the mana when I attacked with the first 2 water balls. And something reversed the force of the third water ball that I shot at it with just pure physics. Ha! Dad looked at me and said, so, you figured it out? Yeah. It's a bullshit cheating conceptual defense. Dad blinked. A what? Pierre groaned. I hate those. The number of ridiculous attacks I had to deal with in the past. Good to see you're familiar, Pierre. I nodded and then started walking forward. You wouldn't happen to have an absolute slash technique that conceptually tears apart anything and everything, do you? Pierre laughed. I wish. Would have made my life a lot easier in the past. He paused. I have seen one though, but it's kind of impossible to recreate even for me. And no, Paul, you can't do it. Dad clicked his tongue. Bet I could. Give me like a month. Pierre ignored him and then turned back to me. Any bright ideas then? He glanced at the Hydra and said, that guy's just watching us right now, but I don't think he'll do that forever. As if that was the cue, the Hydra stepped forward, shaking the temple. I clicked my tongue. Looks like it realizes it has the melee advantage, huh? Pierre raised his sword, but he looked hesitant. I probably shouldn't cut it, should I? Dad raised his hands and said, wouldn't hurt to try a light one, right? Worst thing is you get a light scratch. I waved them down and said, you two keep an eye on Ana and wait for an opening to rescue her. Remember, the goal is to save her, not kill this thing. Besides, probably easier to figure out how to free her from that crystal than beat this cheating monster. Pierre blinked. That is actually a much smarter plan than I would have thought of. Dad laughed. And you say that I'm the one who swings his sword at everything instead of thinking, Pierre. You are. I at least dash. Whatever they were saying next, I didn't hear. As the Hydra stepped forward, I jumped into the air and swung out my arm. As I did, magic circles flared to life, armed with all the basic elements in multiple configurations. Icicles formed from mana, icicles launched by mana, an imitation of the mana breath attack, poison gas, radiation, lasers, rocks. In that moment, I threw everything in the kitchen sink to see if it really was a perfect conceptual defense. If it was, that fucking being W was smarter than I thought, considering I only used a conceptual weapon attack against him once, and he figured out how to give it to a random monster. Wait. No, it was probably just divine authority, right? That made more sense. But doesn't that mean that conceptual attacks and defenses are the same as divine authority? And that meant that if you could do those. Focus. Right. Think about that later. At the moment, I had a snake to kill. A kaleidoscope of lights splashed across the Hydra. I took in all the results in a single glance. Poison and radiation went through, but the Hydra wasn't affected. Elemental attacks didn't work, physical or not. Mana breath attack imitation just splashed off. One of the Hydra's head lunged at me. Another sent out a blast of regular flames. Another still sent out a blast of icicles. Yet another sent out lightning. I dodged the lunge and then tried grabbing the elemental attacks to send them back. It was mana, so I could direct it. Unfortunately, said attacks dispersed all the same. It seems like the defense doesn't discriminate. I was hoping being W took some notes from the Lernean Hydra myth and made the thing weak to its own attacks. But it seemed like he was smarter than that. Dad and Pierre dashed around the Hydra, but they were chased by a few free heads and blasted with elemental attacks too. Unfortunately for the Hydra, both of them were swordsmen who knew how to cut through magic spells. And Dad was a crazy guy who could even do that with his body? The Rudy effect was a thing, huh? But anyway, how to beat this thing? Dad and Pierre wouldn't have an issue saving Ana, and I could definitely distract this thing long enough. But the problem was that it was using Ana as a mana battery. And I didn't know how long that range for said battery connection was. Knowing being W, he probably also cheated with that and linked the two with his divine authority as well, meaning infinite range. And also, Ana's wings were changing color, the white slowly being stained black. A cliché fallen angel scenario. And judging by the developments, she'd be going insane and try to destroy the world, completely forgetting who she was until the last moment where she killed herself to save the world from herself. Yeah, no. Dad dodged a head lunging from him and said, Rudy? Distraction please? Pierre deflected a head and winced, spinning with the recoil towards another head. But he swung his blade and then used that force to dodge, somehow parrying the reflected slash. Okay, definitely need to have that continually delayed chat with Pierre about what exactly he was and not just who. Pierre landed on the ground and dashed forward, weaving through a trio of Hydra heads. As he did, he said, Need you to stop spacing out, Rudy. Huh. I looked down at the Hydra from my spot in the air. Was hoping I wouldn't have to use this right now, but an emergency's an emergency. The Hydra's defense was two-pronged. On one hand, it prevented magical attacks by completely erasing the mana behind them. On the other, it reversed and redirected physical attacks it received on the attacker. In theory, a perfect defense. But you see, the thing with conceptual attacks and defenses is that details were important, along with interpretation. If someone was immune to fire, for example, they'd think they wouldn't be able to be burned. However, immune to fire wasn't the same as being immune to burns, and they'd be in for a rough awakening when they got sprayed with superheated steam or acid. So while the Hydra was immune to attacks using mana and it reflected physical attacks to the attacker, that was it. So, logically, if you used an attack that wasn't quite mana and if the Hydra was hit by a physical phenomenon instead of an attack, the defense wouldn't trigger. And as for which of those avenues I was going to pierce the Hydra's defense, I conjured a thin sheet of reflective metal in my hands. The Hydra pulled its heads to stare at me, carefully observing my actions. Smart. I was definitely the most dangerous one here to it. Unfortunately. You can be proud, Hydra. You are definitely strong. But strength isn't everything. I lined up the mirror in my field of vision, splitting the Hydra in half. On both sides of the mirror, the Hydra's other half of the body was reflected. It didn't do anything. This was just for aiding my visualization for my next move. And as for that move, space inversion. An instantaneous effect. Space bent and twisted as the Hydra suddenly started to blur. Ominous black smoke spilled out as something tried to stop the twisting space. Unfortunately, this wasn't an attack. It was an event. You see, it took a lot of know-how into space and time dimensions to be able to hop to and from an alternate timeline. I had managed to get there with brute force, willpower, and mana the first time by following Stella, but the way back definitely wasn't as simple. Of course, I made it look simple. Had to show off to my lovely wives, parents, and sister, after all. But it was actually a lot of careful calculations and knowing how shifting certain spatial coordinates could create a domino effect of collapsing space dimensions. All of that to say. Splat. The Hydra was toast. A mass of scaly black flesh fell to the ground in front of the white crystal. I let out a sigh and then landed on the ground. Dad looked at me and then said, "You couldn't have done that from the start?" I brushed off some dust from my coat and said, "Had to make sure." It would have ended poorly if that Hydra reflected literally everything instead of just attacks. Though in hindsight, maybe it would have been a good time to test if I could brainwash a monster with subliminal imagery. Darn. Next time. Definitely next time. Pierre sighed and placed a hand on his head. I'm never going to stop being surprised by what else you can pull out of your hat, am I? Until we beat Being W for good, no. Pierre shook his head and then turned towards Ana. All right. Now we just have to wait. He paused. Dad frowned and said, "What's up, Pierre? Is there something?" He paused, looking like he suddenly realized something. For a split second, I wondered what that was. And then I realized it. If the Hydra's the boss. Pierre finished for me. Why is Ana not freed? Dad's eyes widened and he grabbed Pierre before jumping to the side. The moment he did, black tendrils shot out from the Hydra's body, aimed right at Ana's heart. I warped through space and spun around to intercept them. Like hell! A tenfold barrier flared into existence, deflecting the tendrils. But they quickly spun around for another attack, this time emitting a black smoke. I clicked my tongue and then swung out my right hand, aiming it at the white crystal. A blast of pure force, sending the crystal ricocheting towards the back of the temple. Sorry, Ana, but Dad's gotta be a bit rough right now. Ana's crystal crashed against the back wall before landing on the floor, and scathed. Dad immediately ran over there. Pierre did as well, but he turned around to look at me. I waved with my right hand and said, "Get Ana out of dash." Shing! A clean cut and a sudden loss of feeling in my lower half. I looked down to see my legs suddenly collapse on their own while the black tendrils pulled back. "Rudy!" Dad yelled and took a step forward. Pierre held him back with one arm and said, "Not now." With his other, he swung his sword and made a portal back to the surface. Dad hesitated and then shouted, "Don't be reckless, Rudy." I laughed. Reckless? The shadowy tendrils pulled back to the black mass that became the Hydra. Maybe since it considered me harmless now. Silly Hydra. You aren't the only one with god-tier Regan skills and an undying body. I waved my left hand and pulled my body back together with mana. With my right, I warped through the temple to land next to Dad. He blinked and then let out a relieved sigh before slapping me on the back. "Don't scare me like that, kid. You know what your wives will do to me if they find out that dash." I grabbed Ana's crystal and said, talk later, run now. With that as our cue, we all jumped through the portal Pierre made. An earth-shaking roar echoed from behind us, but before anything could happen, we were through the portal. I landed on the ground and then let out a deep sigh. Dad laughed and said, "Well, that was an adventure and a half." Pierre groaned. "I hate variables so much." I chuckled and said, "Tell that to Being W when we get to him." The portal had popped us out near Rapan instead of the entrance to the teleportation labyrinth. Smart. The more distance we put between us and the Hydra, or whatever it had become, the better. I sighed and then walked over to examine Ana. She was still trapped in the crystal, but thankfully that corrosive mana had stopped. Her wings were still stained black, but it didn't look like it was getting worse. Seeing that, I shook my head and let out a soft smile. "Sorry I'm late, Ana. But Daddy will get you out of there as soon as possible. Just wait a bit more." Dad gave me a weird look. I noticed and looked back at him. "What?" "I know that should be touching and all, Rudy, but..." Dad looked at Ana before saying, "It's kind of weird for a grown man to be saying to someone who looks like a grown woman, isn't it?" I snorted. "Please. As if Mama Lily doesn't call you that in the bedroom." Dad blushed. What? Did they talk about that? How did you know?" Pierre let out a deep sigh and said, "Can we please focus?" A sudden tremor, causing all the sand around us to shift. I froze, suddenly realizing something. We were far from the entrance of the teleportation labyrinth since the city of Rapan was a fair bit away. But according to what I mapped out, the boss room was directly below the city. Meaning? I quickly slammed my hand against the ground and began making a defensive tower. Mistakes were made. A giant stone pillar launched us into the air before hardening into a glossy obsidian tower with Ana safely stored on a pedestal. And immediately after that, the ground split apart as the giant behemoth bones hanging over Rapan were sucked into the ground, creating giant sinkholes all around Lapan. Okay. Definitely should have seen that coming. From the sinkholes, swarms of monsters started emerging. Giant ants, spiders, bats. Basically all the monsters that should have been in the teleportation labyrinth but weren't. I stared at the ensuing chaos and the people desperately fending off the monsters for a moment, wondering what to do. Rudyard, Laws, and Rostalina were in the mix down there, fending off monsters left and right. They'd also organized the adventurers and looked to be carving out an escape path for everyone. In the distance, I could see Eos, Roland, and Cliff racing over with their forces. Things would probably be fine if the city held out for about 5 minutes until everyone got there. It looked like it might be tough at this rate though. I glanced over at Dad and Pierre. Dad stared at me and then raised his hands. "Hey, I know I said that with great power comes great responsibility, but how am I supposed to fight without a dash?" I pulled up a mass of sand, hypercompressed it into a sword, did a bit of particle shimmying to strengthen it, and then handed it over to Dad. He gave me a blank stare and then sighed, grabbing the glassy sword I just made. "Making your old man do all the grunt work, huh? I see how it is." After saying that, Dad jumped off the roof and slashed the air, falling through a portal right over a swarm of monsters. Pierre stared at where Dad left and then sighed. "I'm never gonna hear the end of it if I let Rosie do all the fighting." After that, he left to join the fight as well. Which meant it was just me and Ana here on the tower. Huh. Come to think of it, this was similar to how I first arrived in the Magic Continent, wasn't it? Me and Stella on a black tower with chaos unfolding all around, and then Rudyard. Rudy. I blinked. Speak of the devil, demon. Anyway. Yes? We have a problem. I looked out into the city with clairvoyance to track down Rudyard. He was doing fine though and easily fending off monsters left and right with his spear. I frowned. "I assume you don't mean this giant monster problem?" Rudyard smacked a spider away and shook his head. "No. Rika just sent me an emergency call. A group of humans are attacking Arcadia, claiming themselves to be heroes sent to end the Demon Lord's lineage and free the humans brainwashed by the Demon Lord's magic. Not very creative, but I guess classics are classics for a reason. I muttered. But Orsted is there though, right? He is. But the group of humans include the sword god, water god, and a hidden tactician that seems to be causing a great deal of trouble. I let out a deep sigh. Still. Focus on this situation first, Rudeus. That side looks like it might be bad, but I placed the ultimate trap card there. Pardon? They'll be fine. Now, do your best to clean that up with everyone else so that dash. Clink. I blinked and looked over to Ana's crystal. Was I imagining things? I thought I heard. Clink. A soft sound. Crystal clattering against stone. I blinked and then realized that Ana's crystal had shifted a bit. Not because it was cracking or because she was trying to break free. But instead, like it was being pulled somewhere. Wait. My eyes widened and I quickly created a set of chains to wrap around Ana's crystal. At the same time, I made a cube from magic barriers to hold it in place. And not a moment too soon, Ana's crystal flew and crashed against the side of the barriers. Son of a bitch. I spun around to glare at the city and said, learn when to quit. My daughter isn't yours to date, woo, or stalk. An earth-shaking roar echoed in response. At the same time, a towering figure began to form nearby. Not near the city, but almost directly in front of the makeshift tower I just made. In response, I clicked my tongue and reached into my personal pocket space for something to deal with this. Nuke? No, too dangerous. Demon-slaying blade? Wasn't sure if that classified as a demon, so wouldn't work very well. God-slaying blade? Tempting, but saving that for being W. Not to mention the replica of it didn't work against the Hydra, so let's not tempt things. Sort of promised victory? Akito and I made a working prototype, but probably not the best thing to use right now. No, weapons wouldn't help. At least, not while I had to keep an eye on Ana. Instead, I pulled out 3 badges from my pocket space. It was kind of the reverse of what Stella had. Instead of calling me to the person who had the matching badge, I called that person to me. And as for the 3 people who could help best right now, well, they'd be here in like 3 minutes, but the sooner the better. So, I choose you, Roland, Eos, Cliff. I chucked the badges on the ground. Magic circles flared to life before Roland, Eos, and Cliff appeared. A heavy impact reverberated and the monster let out a roar as it dispersed again. That was good. Especially since it stopped trying to suck in Ana's crystal when. Ahem. Especially since the force pulling Ana in dispersed when it took a heavy blow. But anyway. I looked at Cliff and then gestured towards Ana. It's up to you, Cliff. Cliff blinked and then pointed at himself. And me? I thought we would both be dash. I'm pinned down here to make sure Ana isn't suddenly pulled into that thing. If I wasn't, I could resolve that quick, but since I am, it's up to you. That was a lie. Even though I was technically pinned down, I had learned my lesson from the situation with Stella and had a trump card I could pull out here if I really needed to. But this was a good time to see just how much Cliff liked Ana. And also to see how much Ana liked Cliff. No, I wasn't being a meddlesome old father who wanted to see his daughter get with a good man. And I definitely wasn't shipping them, despite what Stella might say. I just wanted to make sure my daughter was in capable hands. Cliff shook his head. I don't know about this. He looked at me and said, how am I supposed to free her? Figure it out. You're a genius. Cliff flinched and said, that's wrong. I'm not a genius. I'm just a fool who got the one he loved into a terrible situation dash. All the more reason to save her. And besides, if a genius says you're a genius, you're a genius. Now, I stared at him and said, if you really love my daughter, and if those aren't just empty words you've been saying these past few years, save her and show me that you deserve her. Cliff hesitated. But then he took a deep breath and nodded. I'll try. There is no try, there is only do. Now do. Cliff nodded. I understand. Then he took a deep breath and walked up to Aina's crystal. After placing his hand on it, he muttered, I will save you, Aina. I must. I nodded and watched as Cliff focused. It would be a bit tough for him. The corrosive mana had taken root in Aina, and the crystal itself was another type of mana on top of it. It wasn't as simple a solution as just chisel the crystal away or dissolve it. Instead, you had to perfectly separate Aina from the crystal and corruption while maintaining her sense of self. It was a bit complicated to explain, but basically you had to strengthen Aina's sense of self and mana while weakening the influence of the mana in the crystal and that corrosive mana seeping into her body. There were a few ways to do that, but Cliff was just researching into an avenue that could make that easy. Now to just see if I had to blacklist the guy from my future son-in-law list after all or not. But that aside, while I held out my right hand to maintain the barriers keeping Aina's crystal in place, I looked up at the sky. It wasn't visible, but I was sure that Being W was sitting there, gloating at this whole ordeal. Keep on laughing, Being W. You're a clever bastard, but you're no genius. You might be able to manipulate the flow of the world with fate and destiny, and you might be able to steal notes from me, but you sure as hell can't copy my bullshit ass pulls I prepared just to beat your ass. HM might be hanging around Dad just to buy it too much recently. Or maybe I'm taking after him too much. Note to self, add a chapter about crude language and its influence on children in the Greyrat Guide for Dummies. But anyway, I shifted my gaze back in the direction of Arcadia. Being W might have thought he pulled off a checkmate here by reading 3 moves ahead. But joke's on him. I'm playing Fire Emblem. Chapter 200, The Angelic Daughter's Insecurity. It was a mistake that unfolded in an instant. She didn't realize until it was already too late. Her father always said that her life was the most important. That she shouldn't do something reckless like throw it away for someone else. Even so, the blinding light of my love for you shines brighter than 1,000 suns. Nay, words are inadequate to profess my love for you. Please, accept it. Those words and the myriad other sincere but awkward declarations he made flickered in her mind. That young man was weird, but earnest. She remembered that when she first rescued him with her father, that young man had been a sniveling child, terrified at everything in the distortion. It was honestly a bit pathetic. At the time, she had been small too, but she still followed Daddy around to fight. But after he was rescued, that then boy, now a young man began following her around. With bright and shining eyes, he kept pestering her about needing anything or if there was anything he could do for her. She didn't know how to respond to such scary sincerity, so she ignored him and ran away when he tried to talk to her. Then time passed. She didn't see him for a while since she followed Daddy around into more distortions. Because of that, she got bigger, and he got bigger too. When they met again, the young man was still weird. Every time he looked at her, he had that strange bright look in his eyes. He also smiled too much and seemed a bit too cheery. But he had become more serious. Despite his appearance, he managed to rein it in when they worked together and were in public. Because of that, she started to feel a bit more relaxed around him, though he was still a bit weird. But after the revolution at Militian, the young man changed again. Although he still looked at her with clear affection, he was calm and collected. He could even have a normal conversation with her without breaking into cheesy proclamations of love. That was why she accepted his request to help in his research. It was an interesting idea, and she was also interested on why he had changed. She thought Daddy would appreciate the results of the research, and she knew she would appreciate learning on why that weird young man had changed. Fun. She could say without a doubt that those times were fun. Researching into whether a true heaven could exist where people could rest after they died and be reborn. And if it didn't, whether they could create one. She thought it was possible. And she enjoyed reading the stories about St. Mealy's and seeing which parts could be reproduced. He always joked about how they were practically doing blasphemy, but that it was fine since an angel was on their side. She thought he was ridiculous as always, but it wasn't as awkward at least. As they spent time together, it became apparent that the young man was smart and thoughtful. And also that he was very busy those days. Even so, she remembered that he made time to bring her meals when she was lost in research. Of course, it was him who should be eating considering how often he forgot his meals as well. She thought he was silly that way. Still a weird and awkward person, although strangely considerate of her. So she asked him. One day, while they were finishing up an experiment on the nature of light, she asked him why he was so considerate. She knew that she was beautiful and attractive. Daddy always warned her of that, and Grandpa too. And especially after that incident, she began to notice just how much people stared at her. But their gazes were always lewd and dark. His wasn't. Still, she asked him, "Why do you like me?" Was it because she was pretty? Because he liked how she looked? He had laughed. Staring at her with his dark brown eyes, he had let out a soft smile and said, "You are indeed beautiful. But that is not why I treat you well or like you." Then why? She remembered it. For her, it had been a casual question. But for him, it wasn't. He had stared at her for a while and then said, "Meles teaches us that we will find a single true love within our lives. And from the moment I met you, I knew that I had found mine." She had been confused and asked why he thought so highly of the words from a fake god. He had laughed. A fake god, when compared to your father, Meles does seem so. Still. He had placed his hand over his heart and let out a soft smile. Even if that teaching is fake, I know that this feeling is true. She couldn't understand. But he realized it and elaborated. I admired your courage to go into distortions as a small girl and fight. I adored your genius to use magic in such a radiant manner. I appreciated your intelligence in knowing various fields of study. And he again let out that soft smile and said, I cannot help but be struck by your pure soul. He was wrong. She wasn't brave. She just wasn't scared because she was with Daddy. She wasn't a magical genius, she was made that way. She wasn't smart or intelligent, she was given that ability by her father. As for a pure soul, how could she be pure when she still got angry, upset, sad? She didn't understand him. And she told him so. But he simply smiled and said, that is proof enough that I am correct. He was weird. And again, she told him that. But he simply smiled and said, I suppose I am. The future pope falling in love with the daughter of a heretic god, and a demon lord at that. But even so, if I must live in a world without you, Aina, then I do not want to live at all. Weird. He was weird. But she realized it then. She was weird too. Because she wasn't real, but acted like she was. She knew it. And her sister did as well. Although Daddy treated them like his children, they were created as tools first. They weren't born as children. She knew that he loved them now and cared for them as family. And she knew that he did so shortly after they were born. But she also knew that Daddy didn't plan for them to be children at all. And she told him that. Since he cared so much, she wanted to tell him how she felt. And that it wouldn't work. But he didn't care. You are here, alive, and well. That is all that matters to me. And, like that fake saying, even if you are a fake too, my feelings for you are true. I can promise you this. It was weird. He was weird. And so was she. A fleeting scene. She didn't know why she was recalling it. Ah. She knew why. When the window into heaven collapsed, she had felt the mana surge first. Without thinking, she had jumped in front of him and pushed him aside. Saved him, instead of herself. Daddy would have scolded her. And her sister would have scolded her too. After all, her life was the most important. That was what they always said. But I think it's a little important too. the last thought she had before the light enveloped her. Nah. It was a pity. He was wasting his time. Although she appeared human, her body was mana imitating flesh. Even if she suffered a mortal wound, as long as there was mana, she could restore it. So she couldn't be with him. He was human, and she was a construct in the shape of a human. One that only had the good fortune to be called a child by the one who created her. And she could feel it now. The her that had been created by Daddy was melting away. Nah. She was dissolving. Something else was filling her up and changing her. And when that was done, she would be gone. Scary. It was scary. She was scared. She wanted to cry out for Daddy to help. She wanted to activate the pendant he gave her for emergencies. But she couldn't move. Her body wasn't under her control. Her mana wasn't under control. She wasn't under control. And at this rate, she herself would disappear. Won't that happen? Huh? It was a voice. Not an echo of a memory, but a true voice. It was muffled and hard to hear, but it was definitely there. And it was familiar. But who? Static filled her mind. The name and face that should have come to mind didn't. She was starting to forget. The strange something eating away at her was causing her to crumble away. I won't let you go. I won't let it take you away. A young man's voice, clear and familiar. It was too late. She couldn't even remember her own name. But if this was the last thing she would remember. She opened her eyes. A beautiful orange sky without a cloud in sight. Her father, standing nearby with his arms outstretched and straining to hold something at bay. And there, right in front of her. Take my hand, Aina. Even if you think you are just a dream, even if you do not care about your life. I care. I care a lot. So please. Don't give up. Please. She saw him. An image that would remain etched in her heart forever. A young man with black bangs and dark brown eyes. A face that was always a bit too sincere when talking to her in the past, filled with emotions she couldn't understand. But a face that was crying right now, etched with deep sorrow and despair. That wasn't right. He shouldn't be like that. Even if she didn't remember who she was, she knew that. A gentle warmth. Not like her father, who was a sun that could light up the universe. But a soft candlelight illuminating her way in the dark. Something that was always there, sometimes too dim, sometimes too bright, but always reliable. She remembered. His name was Cliff. And she was. Aina. Chapter 201, Trap Card. Aina fell into Cliff's arms, the crystal shattering around her. Cliff held her close, trembling as he muttered apology after apology. Aina let out a serene smile and simply leaned against him, holding him close. It was a touching sight. And one that I would wholeheartedly approve. If not for the fact that my beloved daughter was naked now. Aina had been fully clothed while in the crystal, but apparently whatever Cliff had done to take her out caused her clothes to shred. Though considering how Aina routinely wore clothes made from her own mana when she was relaxing, maybe that wasn't too surprising. But anyway, good to see that my eldest daughter was okay. Although her pure white wings had a faint tinge of black around the edges now, which made me dock a few points from Cliff's reputation in my books, she seemed fine, if a bit dazed. And from how happy she looked, plus the way Cliff was acting, it looked like my daughter was in good hands. Oh, and he finally realized she was naked and immediately covered her up with his robes. Cliff reputation points, recovered. Now, if only I could find someone to entrust Eos with. Considering how my second daughter was both bold and oblivious enough to pluck a strange out of the crowd for a date, I worried for her. But speaking of Eos, I shifted my gaze over to the battlefield. The behemoth whose corpse had been over Rapan had been resurrected, and it kept trying to use Aina as its core. Of course, Roland and Eos vehemently denied the stubborn monster and beat him into the ground repeatedly. But again, the behemoth was stubborn and kept getting up even when it was blown apart. Thankfully, it seemed to finally be over now that Aina had been freed. And as a result, Eos and Roland were heading back up. I waved at my children as they landed on the roof. Well, as Eos dropped Roland off after carrying him up before landing next to him. Good job, you two. Roland sheathed his sword and said, "It's only natural, father." He turned to look at Aina and said, "An older brother has to protect his younger sister." Eos turned to look at Aina as well, and then raised an eyebrow. Looking at Cliff and back at Aina, she chuckled and said, "It looks like Cliff finally won her over, huh?" I gave her a side eye and said, "Jealous?" Eos scoffed. "I like handsome and capable men, not pretty boy nerds like him." Duly noted. My daughter likes trashy and unreliable men, who are probably in the same vein as her grandfather. Or in other words, people that both me, Dad, and just about everyone in our family would heavily disapprove of. And likely beat up if we found out he was anywhere near Eos within a mile radius. Roland sighed and looked at Eos. "That's going to get you into trouble later on in life, sister." Eos waved her hand. "I'm a smart woman. I've already taken steps to avoid that. And besides, I'll have father and all of our mothers vet them first." Roland blinked and then said, "Does anyone exist who would earn all of their approval?" Eos shrugged. "I'm in no rush." Roland sighed and then turned to look at me. "In any case, is that all, father?" He glanced back at the city and said, "There aren't any other unexpected variables, are there?" I chuckled. "They wouldn't be unexpected variables if we were expecting them, would they?" Roland paused. "True." I smiled and said, "No worries." I looked up at the sky and said, "Although that guy cheated, we won. And he also didn't have as many trump cards like me, so this would be the end of it. Can't wait to bash his head in though." Eos looked up at the sky and cracked her knuckles. "I can't wait either. To take advantage of Aina like this." Roland tapped his sword, letting out a fierce grin. "Neither can I. I am quite looking forward to speaking with that man." I laughed and said, "We can make it a whole family dash." A sudden roar echoed in the distance. The ground split open and a 1,000-headed Hydra began to rise from the sand. Roland looked at it and said, "You have fucking got to be kidding me." Eos glanced at Roland and said, "You broke character, dear brother." "Like I fucking care." He pointed at the Hydra and said, "How the fuck do we kill something like Dash?" I snapped my fingers. A flash appeared in the sky. At the same time, barriers flashed around Lapan and the tower. And then a meteor crashed into the desert, turning the remaining sand into glass and the Hydra into dust. Silence. Then Roland slowly turned to look at me. "Father, please do not tell me you could have just done that this whole time." I held up my hands and said, "Hey, AoE spells are dangerous, and something like summoning a meteor from orbit requires precise calculations. Something I can't do while keeping your sister from being pulled away." Roland stared at me. Eos stared at me. Even Cliff and Aina stared at me. I coughed and then snapped my fingers again. The Hydra's corpse slowly sank beneath the sand. At the same time, water burst from the ground and lush grass began spreading. Before long, coursing rivers and ponds began to form, and then the Bego continent, famous for its desert and heat, had now become a lush savanna. This would completely wreck the ecology, climate, and ecosystem here, but considering the mythological great events that just occurred, I think the people would forgive me. And if not, well, it's a net positive, so I didn't care too much. Beggars can't be choosers and all that jazz. But anyway, since we were done here, let's wrap up and go check on the captured idiot heroes back in Arcadia. Live. A beautiful courtyard with a marble water fountain in the center. Flower beds line the path around the water fountain, while lush white trees with fluffy white leaves and golden trim provided shade for any visitors. Ordinarily. But right now, that peaceful courtyard had been devastated, turn into a war zone. The water fountain was split clean in half, a geyser spraying water in its place. The flower beds were trampled and torn apart. The trees were severed with haphazard slashes and laid on the ground in various branches and chunks. Even the paved paths and neatly manicured lawn was ripped up from heavy combat. Even so, while the peaceful setting had been turned chaotic with combat, a single person remained serene. Orsted stood in the center of the courtyard, a shimmering katana in his left hand. His white coat was unblemished, with not even a speck of dust on it. His opponents, on the other hand. In front of Orsted, 3 people who dared to call themselves gods knelt. Alexander Rybak, the North God of the North God style, also known as Kalman III. Galfarion, the Sword God of the Sword God style. And Raidareya, the Water God of the Water God style. Of course, they weren't the only ones who had dared to invade Zenithia where Rudy's family was staying. But they were the only ones strong enough to reach so far. Even so, it wasn't enough. Orsted stared at the 3 before him and assessed the situation. Alexander's legs were severed, and the tendons in his arms were cut and seared, preventing him from moving. He was only kneeling because he had stubbornly gripped his sword before then and used it as a crutch. Of course, that was temporary. Since he had Atoph's bloodline as her grandson, he would recover soon enough. Behind Alexander was Galfarion. Unlike Alexander, the man only had 2 wounds. But both were ruinous for a swordsman. A deep gash on his left arm had severed the muscles needed to raise it. And his right hand had been completely severed. Unless he met a god-rank healer willing to heal him, his time as a swordsman was finished. As for the last opponent, Raidareya knelt on the ground next to Galfarion. Like him, she only had 2 wounds. And like him, they were ruinous for a sword user, especially a water god-style user like herself. Both of her legs had been severed clean at her shins with the wound seared shut. A simple reattachment wouldn't work, and she'd need a god-rank healer as well. Still, although they were in this state, it wasn't that they were weak. Orsted had to admit that it would have been troublesome to deal with them all while also protecting Rudy's wives and unborn children. As a single person, even though he no longer had a limit on his mana, it still would have been a tense situation. But he hadn't been alone. Orsted glanced off to his right at his helper. There stood a white-haired muscular woman with blue skin, crimson eyes with black scara, a horn on her forehead, and a maid outfit. Orsted thought it was a strange outfit, but he acknowledged that this loop was stranger than most, so he didn't comment on it. Atoph spat on the ground and said, "You damn brat." She stomped towards Alexander and then kicked the sword away. Grand dash. "Shut up." Atoph swung her heel down on the back of his head, slamming his face into the dirt. For good measure, she ground her heel into the back of his head and said, "I swore to Emperor Rudeus and his crazy wives that my entire bloodline would work for him, and you pull of this crazy shit? What the hell were you thinking?" Alexander turned his head to the side and spat out a mouthful of dirt. After that, he looked up at Atoph and said, "I wanted to be a hero. And I had a divine revelation. If I gathered up the other sword gods dash." Atoph pulled her heel back and then twisted her body, slamming her other foot into Alexander's ribs. "Divine revelation my ass." Alexander winced and then immediately curled up into a ball, tears streaming down his face. Atoph clicked her tongue and then brushed the dirt off her maid outfit. After that, she turned to Orsted and pulled out the sides of her skirt for a curtsy. "Sorry about that, Lord Orsted." Orsted let out an amused smile. Although he had good feelings about this loop, even if it failed, Orsted had enough memories to last for 1,000 more from this time alone. After all, when else would he see the prideful Atoph Rybak so demure? "It's fine." He glanced at Alexander and said, "You helped save me some trouble." At those words, Galfarion let out a bitter laugh. "Trouble?" He shook his head and looked at Orsted like he was staring at a monster. "Just you alone would have been enough. But to face the immortal Demon King as well." Raidareya let out a deep sigh and said, "I had honed Deprivation Kingdom after clashing with that man before. but I see that it's meaningless before the true dragon god. Orsted didn't respond. Instead, he spread his awareness around the surroundings to check for hidden assailants. Inside the palace, there was Arie, Roxy, Rika, and Sylphie all resting in a hidden safe room beneath the entrance hall and layered with myriad protective measures. There was also Norn, Aisha, and Stella, who were stubbornly patrolling the palace despite repeated warnings by himself and others. The 12 remaining captains of the White Knights were also patrolling, led by Astolfo. But there didn't seem to be anyone else. Even so, Orsted didn't lower his guard. Like Rudy said, and like Orsted had experienced, Being W was a tricky god. He always struck at a moment of complacency. So even though it seemed they were in the clear, Orsted stayed wary. Silence filled the air. And then eventually, Galfarion looked up at Orsted and said, "Are you going to kill us?" With those words, everyone else turned to look at Orsted as well. Orsted was quiet for a moment, thinking. And then he said, "I would. You are that being's apostles, and you are Rudy's enemies." He narrowed his eyes and said, "Were I to face you alone on my own volition, you would undoubtedly perish." A pair of faint presences from the distance. 2 young girls frantically running towards the courtyard. It caught Orsted off guard, but then he saw Norn, Aisha, and Stella huddled together in the palace with a magic artifact. Seeing that, Orsted smiled and shook his head. "You are fortunate that I am only here to protect at the will of another." Galfarion looked confused. And then a female voice echoed from the far side of the courtyard. "Dad!" Galfarion flinched and glanced back. At that time, another female voice called out, "Grandma!" Rita flinched as well and looked back too. Nina and Isolde, Norn's friends, and Richard's disciples who had been teleported to the magic continent for all these years and training. They had grown up, becoming competent young women. But at that time, they were nothing more than children, running up to their family members with tears in their eyes. Seeing that, Orsted looked at Galfarion and Rita before saying, "I do not wish to see children in pain. And I am sure that you two do not either." Galfarion sighed. "You win." Rita sighed as well and then hugged Isolde. "I'm sorry, child." Nina and Isolde were inconsolable, still crying even as they were reunited with their family. But it was understandable. Unlike in many other times, from what Orsted heard, Nina and Isolde had been swept away to this foreign land without any friends or family at a very young age. And as it had been impossible to return until recently. Well, it was indeed emotional. Seeing that made Orsted wonder a bit. If his mother and father were alive and he were to meet them, how would he feel? Laplace, or rather, Pierre, didn't count. Adoptive brother he may be, Orsted had only learned the truth recently, so there were mixed emotions there. Particularly considering the number of times they fought each other to the death. And the number of times he had died to Laplace in the early days. And was this because of Rudy? Orsted recognized that he was thinking in a way that he never did before. And on realizing that, he let out a light chuckle, letting his attention lapse for a brief moment. "Jisoo!" Alexander ripped his head away from beneath a tough, blood spraying as he did. But then he raised his head to the sky and shouted, "Now!" Orsted froze and quickly spread his awareness. An ominous white magic formation appeared in the sky above. At the same time, Jisoo appeared on a nearby tower, waving. The moment that appeared, Galfarion and Rita broke away from Nina and Isolde, as if possessed. Orsted glanced over at Atoph. Atoph clicked her tongue and then grabbed Nina and Isolde. And not a moment too soon. Black tendrils emerged from thin air and pierced into Galfarion and Rita, sealing their wounds and regrowing their severed body parts. The same was true for Alexander, who suddenly stood, grabbing his sword from the ground. Staring at Orsted, Alexander grinned and said, "A hero always has a trump card in play to save the day. Now!" He pointed his sword at Orsted and said, "Today, we slay a dragon. For justice." Orsted clicked his tongue. That is not how a hero acts. He had seen plenty in the past. Brave men and women who laid their lives down to protect others. Those who charged against Laplace in the future knowing they were no match. Compared to them, Alexander was just a child, throwing a selfish tantrum. Alexander laughed and said, "It's for the greater good. Now, have dash." Galfarion and Rita suddenly collapsed. Alexander looked surprised. Orsted ignored him and looked up at the sky. It was a man floating in the air. Silver hair, ominous green eyes. With silver mana emanating from his body and a tattered white cloak floating around him, he looked like someone who had just stepped out of ancient times. And he was someone that sent every instinct Orsted had on overdrive. This man, he was dangerous. The silver-haired man idly looked around the surroundings before locking eyes with Alexander. After that, a crooked smile crossed his face and he said, "Greater good. I've fought for it, but I've always hated that term. It was different. The face, the voice, the demeanor. But Orsted could tell. The man standing there. Laplace?" Ato spoke first, her eyes wide in shock. Laplace looked at her but didn't respond. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards the magic circle and held out his hand. After that, he said 2 words. Mana drain. And then everything ended. Chapter 203, Endgame. Arie's scream cut through the air. "I hate you, Rudy. I'm never doing this again. Fuck!" I winced at the sudden stab of guilt in my heart, but I couldn't say anything in return. It was the start of spring. And it was also the time for all of my lovely children to be born. But of freaking course, they were all clamoring to greet their new papa at the same time. I knew childbirth was stressful considering that I was there to help deliver my baby sisters, but it was something else being the dad. Mom, Mama Lily, Rose, and Rostalina were all on deck to help as midwives. And the giant imperial master bedroom had been converted to a hospital room for the births. I had thought it would go smoothly. I mean, Arie was tough as nails, Sylphie was tougher than nails, Roxy was rational and collected, and Rika had an empress's composure. Of course, I grossly underestimated the pain of childbirth, it seemed. Mom patted Arie's head and said, "Relax and take calm breaths, Arie. You can't tense up now, okay?" Arie took deep breaths. I'll try." Sylphie looked over at Arie from her bed. Sweat covered her body, but she put on a forced smile and said, "Does your love for Rudy only go that far, Arie?" "Yes." Arie turned to snap at Sylphie and said, "This is the worst pain I've ever felt." "And shut up. You just have one." "I have 2. Off to the side, Rika nodded. "I agree. This pain is new pain. But I will endure. This will not kill me." "And Arie?" Rika looked at her. "I have 3. Please be considerate." Arie nodded. "And you're a trooper, but fucking damn this hurts." While those 3 were talking, Roxy sat there just gritting her teeth. Mercy was nearby, bouncing in the air with a worried look, but offering moral support. As for me, well, I was just standing awkwardly to the side not sure of what to do. Like, do I make the rounds and calm them down? But it seems like they're all in pain, and in varying degrees of it. And also mentally unstable, although reasonably so. It could end poorly. And at that time, Mama Lily walked over and placed her hands on my shoulder. I blinked and said, "Mama Lily?" She smiled and said, "I am sure that you mean well, Rudy. But..." She glanced back and then said, "It would be best if you leave it to us from here." Arie heard that and then screamed. "Yeah. Get the hell out of here, Rudy, or the first thing I'm doing is killing your ass." I let out a nervous laugh and let Mama Lily guide me out of the room. "I'll leave it to you all then, Mama Lily." She gave me a polite smile, shoved me out the door, and then immediately slammed them shut. The soundproofing in the room was great. It was personally designed that way considering the nightly activities taking place there. But even then, I could hear Arie screaming and crying from inside. Well, I guess that's what happened when anesthetics didn't work on you because you were too strong. A chuckle echoed from beside me. I turned and saw Dad leaning against the wall, smirking. Being a dad isn't as easy as you thought, huh? I walked past him and said, "Oh, shut up, Dad. You can't say that when I'm the one who had to help deliver my baby sisters." Dad shook his head and said, "I definitely can say that. Because as I'm sure you're aware now, being the helpless guy who just has to wait is terrible." I ignored him and kept walking down the hall. Like Mama Lily said, I just had to leave it in their hands. I wasn't worried. Mom, Mama Lily, Rose, and Rostalina all had experience as midwives and with delivering babies. Not only that, but Mom and Mama Lily also knew how to do C-sections in the worst-case scenario. I wasn't worried about something going wrong with the delivery. I was just guilty and worried about how much pain they were all going through. I didn't doubt how painful it was. After all, that part down there had to expand to fit a whole baby, and lots of things tore along the way. Then there was all the pushing that needed to happen. Yeah. Just objectively, it was terrible. Was it bad that I thought they could all handle it though? I mean, Mom had suffered a bit, but she got through both Norn and Stella. And then Mama Lily was a trooper when it came to Aisha. This was one of those cases where I had a biased sample size as my experience, wasn't it? Another thing to add to the old Greyrat book for dummies. Dad held his hands behind his head as he walked beside me. But as we passed by a window, he looked outside and said, "Looks like we're gonna have a hell of a day." I followed his gaze and then sighed. Looks like it. Dark storm clouds. Fluctuating mana in the atmosphere. While nothing crazy like the space-time distortion event, it was definitely something afoot. I shifted my gaze back to Dad and said, "Well, a last-ditch effort still has a chance of working, I guess. You'd be an idiot to not try it, right?" Dad tapped his hand on the hilt of the crystal sword I made for him. "It's a good thing that Pierre is stuck watching the kids." He grinned and said, "We get some father and son time for the first time in a while, right?" I pulled out a certain golden sword from my pocket space and nodded. "Looks like it. Now they definitely can't get in here with the crazy protections Orsted revised after last time, so, should we meet them outside?" Dad responded by swinging his sword, only for nothing to happen. I facepalmed. "What did I just say about the crazy protections, Dad?" He coughed and then said, "Right. Of course it wouldn't work, haha." I sighed and then started into a light jog towards the exit. "Come on. Shouldn't take us long." Lightning flashed amidst a torrential downpour. With it, a dragon with shimmering silver scales raised its head to roar. And then Dad swung his sword. Sparks sprayed through the air, but the dragon's neck was pierced and severed. Its roar cut off just like its head. I clicked my tongue as I dodged a suit of manatite armor come to life and then said, "Dad, you can't keep one-shotting them. It's less fun." Dad landed on the ground and shouted back at me, "I can't help it if they're that weak." I dodged a manatite sword swung at my head and then stabbed the suit of armor in the chest plate. A heavy impact echoed before it flew backwards and disintegrated with a bloom of golden light. Seeing that, I clicked my tongue and stared at my sword. "Even as a prototype, you're a bit too strong, huh?" It was a golden sword that I made as a prototype after Akito's insistence. Something about a man's fantasy being able to hold a golden sword up to the sky, shout !UR, and then blast everything apart with a golden energy wave. Right now, the energy wave was really just a compressed blast of mana like the Hydra had used. But apparently, it was strong enough to overwhelm magic nullifying minerals. Good to know, but bad for having fun with monsters. I sighed and chucked my sword back in my pocket space before grabbing the manatite sword the suit of armor was just using. At the same time, I also swept up the broken fragments. While not as good as the few intact Hydra scales I picked up, it should be good material for stuff. Lightning struck the ground in front of me, spawning a skeleton with golden armor riding a giant spider? Huh. Wait, is that really a brief twang? That was all the warning I got before a barrage of flaming arrows fell upon me. I instinctively swung my new reappropriated sword and then held out my hand to blast the skeleton with a spell. A ripple emerged where the manatite sword struck the arrows, and the flames vanished. Immediately after, red lightning flashed and turned both the skeleton and spider into ash. And then I noticed that in the process, my sword had started glowing red as well. Paired with how I was dressed, what with my formal black coat and all. HM. Let's hope I don't have someone saying it's over, I have the high ground, or you were the chosen one anytime soon. After all, the path to the dark side was one. No. Let's stop there. Lightning flashed again, and then a fleshy green creature with just a torso and 4 nubby legs started running towards me. A flash of recognition and an instinctive reaction. I slashed it with my sword, splitting it apart. And then I conjured a barrier around it. Not a moment later, an explosion erupted, filling the air inside the barrier with dirt and smoke. At that time, Dad arrived beside me. Glancing around, he said, "These are some pretty weird monsters here." I stared as lightning struck again, revealing a strange pig-like humanoid with a rotting face and a golden blade. Yeah. I blame the messed up biomes from the space-time distortion. That was totally a zombie pigman from M*Necraft. What the heck was Being W doing? I mean, I got that this place was supposedly called the Six-Faced World or something because it was a die, but it wasn't a block. And how the heck did he even know about this thing? Was it coincidence? Or maybe another Rudy had plopped them off somewhere before the distortions got resolved and they were spawning in now? I had so many questions. But I guess they didn't need to be answered right now. Instead, Dad cracked his neck and watched as a horde of green-skinned undead in a turquoise shirt and blue pants emerged. Holding out his sword, he said, "We can fight and talk, right?" I took a quick look around. We were in the fields right behind the Imperial Palace. Although I could see lightning strikes and monsters spawning all over Arcadia with clairvoyance, most of it, as expected, was focused here. I still had questions on why the heck it was M*Necraft mobs, but at least it made things simple. Sure. Let's slash and talk. With that, I dashed towards the horde of zombies, sword in my left hand. Dad dashed in after me. Cutting down a zombie in front of him, he said, "How are you feeling being a new father, Rudy? Has it hit you yet?" I punted a zombie through the air with a kick and said, "Not yet. I think that'll change when I hold my kids though." At least, that's how I felt when I made Aina and Eos were born, made, however you called them, being brought into this world. Dad did a powerful stab, piercing through a dozen zombies. After swinging his sword to free it, he said, "You never did explain how they were born. Do they have a mother?" Technically, no. Practically, I guess you could say mana itself? I casually grabbed a zombie's neck and ripped off its head before bowling over a dozen with it. After that, I said, I used my blood and mana, mixing it with ambient mana, and tried to summon a powerful creature that could fight and help me research, and then I tried to summon a powerful creature that could help me survey the land and guide troops. A zombie lunged, trying to bite my neck. I broke its shins and stabbed it in the head. After, I looked at Dad and said, "You wouldn't believe how surprised I was when 2 cute angels appeared in front of me." Wait. Dad paused and looked at me. "You mean you spread your essence to the world, impregnated it, and made it give you a pair of daughters?" No. I paused. But technically yes? Dad whistled and said, "All right. Gotta admit, kid. Even your old man here couldn't do that." I know. I punted a zombie baby trying to sneak up on me and then said, "Considering how you and my moms fuck like bunnies, but I still don't have another baby brother or sister, I kinda figured you were nothing but blanks, Dad." Hey. Dad kicked a zombie pigman out of the way and said, "I'll have you know that your old man can get it through the night long enough to satisfy 2 women. I swung my sword, cleaving apart the last of the horde of zombies. After that, I turned to Dad and said, "There's a difference between being able to raise a mast and being able to plant a tree, Dad. You gotta be able to do both. And before you say it, it's definitely a you thing considering both Mom and Mama Lily haven't gotten pregnant yet." Dad coughed and averted his gaze. "Oh look, cut your old man some slack, okay? I'm trying. Do you need some help?" "I don't need it, but there were a lot of wedding gifts from people that are supposed to help with that." Dad glared at me and said, "Now you're just looking down on me." "Kind of, yeah." I stuck up 4 fingers and said, "You've got 4 kids who are pretty much all grown up now, and the only one who genuinely cares for you is me." I pointed at myself and said, "If not for me, my cute baby sisters and your cute daughters would have all disowned you by now." Dad sheathed his sword and then reached up to scratch the back of his head. "Well, it just so happens that their dad has a high sex drive and he was pent up for a while not having his lovely wives at his side. I mean, you understand, right, Rudy?" I shifted my gaze and said, "No. I don't." Dad nudged my ribs and said, "Eh? Come on now, don't lie to your old man. I've heard my daughters-in-law complaining about how long you go at it, you know?" I felt my face heat up and shoved him away. "I'm not like you, okay? Just because I can do it that much doesn't mean I want to." Dad laughed. Right. You tell yourself that, but I bet it's a different story when Arie, Sylphie, Rika, or Roxy show up in your bedroom at night. I pointedly didn't respond to him. Definitely not because he was right or anything. Instead, I took a look up at the sky. It was still raining, and by this point, we were pretty drenched. The lightning and monsters also seemed to be coming to an end. Dad looked up at the sky as well and said, "Dang. Over already?" I looked at him and said, "Have Mom or Mama Lily told you that you still act like a kid, Dad?" Dad looked at me and said, "Well, I'm still young at heart." He held out his hands and started counting. "You were born when I was 18, you were about 10 when Stella was born. It's been a few years." He nodded and then looked at me. "I'm only 30-something at best. So midlife crisis on the way then." "Meh." Dad shrugged and said, "I have my family, my sword skills, and my friends. Even if I'm getting older, it's not like my life will get any worse, right? That, my father, is what they call a death flag." I chucked my manatite sword into my pocket space and started heading back to the palace. Dad walked up behind me and said, "You keep saying that word, Rudy. I think even you don't know what it means. Anyway, let's see if I can meet my wives again without one of them threatening violence on me." RNG. "Congratulations, Rudy." Mom let out a bright smile as I walked into the room. Mama Lily smiled next and said, "Everyone's worked hard, so congratulate them all." I nodded. Of course. After heading back inside, Dad left and said he was going to grab some congratulatory drinks to get ready, which left me alone to greet my new children and my lovely wives. But that gave me a big dilemma. Nothing was wrong with my children, of course. They were all born in perfect health, something I could see at a single glance. The problem was who to approach first. Rika had definitely worked the hardest since there were 3 identical baby girls swaddled beside her. But Arie had worked hard too considering everything beforehand, plus the fact that she had given birth to twins. A boy and a girl. And yet, Sylphie was completely unconscious, clearly exhausted from the efforts of giving birth to a baby girl. Then there was Roxy who was awake, but also looked like she was going to knock out at any second. No matter who I walked towards first, someone was going to be upset since it seemed like I was playing favorites. It seemed like Mama Lily noticed my dilemma since she looked concerned. But then I decided it would look even more like favoritism if I walked towards them out of order, so I decided to just check on my wives and my new children in the order I married everyone. Definitely would look like Arie favoritism, especially with how she acted up earlier. But Sylphie was asleep, Roxy was about to be asleep, and Rika didn't really care about that sort of thing much. And besides, they had apparently hashed out the order among themselves anyway, so punting the blame and deflecting. As every husband does when a problem comes up. That was my chosen tactic for the day. But anyway, course of action decided, I walked over towards Arie. She looked up at me with a sappy smile. After that, she looked to the side at our 2 children. Look, Rudy. Aren't they adorable? Before that, I gave Arie a quick peck on the cheek and said, good work, Arie. Arie giggled and said, it's nothing. But look! She pointed at our new son and said, he looks just like you, doesn't he? And our daughter looks just like me. They're so cute together too. Was she high off the happy mother hormones or something? I thought Arie would be complaining and everything, but she was nothing but smiles and giggles. Still, good for me. Now, as to our new children. Like Arie said, our new son looked a bit like me. He had a bit of light brown hair already, and while his face was pudgy, I could already see that he was going to have some handsome features growing up. But unlike me, my son had inherited her mother's crimson eyes. In contrast, our daughter looked a lot like Arie, with some tufts of crimson hair and even Arie's sharp eyes. But unlike her mother, our daughter had my eyes. Well, my original color eyes. A striking light green that contrasted well with her crimson hair. I walked around to stand over our new son and daughter and then held out a finger to both. Bah! My son blinked, looking confused. Bah! In contrast, my daughter waved her hand, as if trying to grab my finger. Of course, it could all be coincidence. But it was important to keep note of these things early on. What they reacted to, what they liked, what they didn't like. Unlike my sloppy father and well-meaning but a bit airheaded mother growing up, I was definitely going to be a good father to my kids. Although, it seemed like my kids were already deciding to be good children as well. Usually, babies were a lot louder and stuff after they were born, right? Or maybe they were all tired out too. Something to note. Arie leaned up in her bed and looked at me. Have you decided what we're going to name them then, Rudy? I looked at her and said, I'm surprised you didn't go ahead and name them already with how much you were threatening me earlier. Arie turned a bright red and said, that was because I wasn't prepared, okay? It won't happen again. Promise. I laughed and walked over to kiss Arie. She blushed and said, hey. Time and place. Yeah. But still, just wanted to let you know it's fine. I smiled and said, I already knew you had a temper when I married you, so I can take a little verbal abuse. I mean, you're just going to curl up with cringe and guilt after you come to your senses later anyways, right? Arie puffed her cheeks and said, you're such a bully. I poked her right cheek and said, but you love me anyway. Arie huffed and said, hurry up and decide already. Don't keep everyone waiting. Then I guess we'll go with what we thought originally, right? I walked back over to our son and daughter. After that, I lightly tapped our son on his forehead and said, you'll be Aries, our little god of war. And you. I lightly tapped our daughter on her forehead and said, you'll be Christina, named after a brilliant scientist who broke the laws of time apart. Arie smiled. Aries and Christina wait. She blinked, suddenly realizing my last words. What was that about a scientist? And time? I laughed and gave Arie another kiss. Secret. You. I smiled and patted her shoulder. Just relax and rest, Arie. You've worked hard. Arie huffed and said, you're lucky you're handsome. And I appreciate how beautiful you are. Arie rolled her eyes and shooed me away. I smiled and then walked over to Sylphie. The moment I reached her bed, she blearily opened her eyes. Rudy? I gave her a soft kiss on her cheek and said, good work, Sylphie. Sylphie smiled and then reached up for my face. I leaned forward, letting her place her hand on my cheek. I did it. She gave me a bright smile and said, I gave you a beautiful girl. I held her hand against my cheek and smiled. Yes. Our lovely daughter. Sylphie's smile widened and she turned her head to look at our daughter. As she did, she hesitated and said, "Is she okay?" "Of course." In fact, I walked over and gently lifted our daughter out from her bed. Ga. Bright green eyes blinking in surprise. Beautiful silver hair. Wait. I did a double take and glanced back at Aries and Christina. They had inherited mine and Aries' hair color and eyes. So then my daughter here. Sylphie smiled and said, "Oh good. She didn't inherit my green hair." I moved closer to Sylphie and sat on the edge of the bed. It looks like it. Although it seems our daughter wanted to be a bit special and have silver hair instead. Clearly, my silver hair wasn't genetic. And I had thought Sylphie's wasn't either. But I was clearly wrong here and our cute little daughter had decided otherwise. In hindsight though, it was kind of weird that Sylphie had green hair when neither Laws nor Rose had it. Maybe it was a recessive thing from her grandfather. Wait, no. Roland had green hair too. Huh. Maybe Sylphie had somehow rewritten her DNA with all the healing magic she did. But anyway. I looked at Sylphie and said, "What should we name her?" Sylphie giggled and said, "What do you mean, silly? We already did, remember?" Sylphie reached over to gently hold our daughter's hand and said, "Isn't that right, Lucille?" Lucille giggled and then reached out to grab Sylphie's hand. Sylphie smiled, watching our daughter with a gentle gaze. Beautiful and heartwarming. That was the only thing I could say to describe the scene. No, I could say one more thing. I was happy that Sylphie was finally relaxed and secure in thinking this was real and not just a dream. But as much as I wanted to enjoy this heartwarming moment, I still had 2 more wives and 4 more children to visit and congratulate. It seemed that Sylphie recognized that, since she smiled and said, "I'll be fine, Rudy. Go see Rika and Roxy." I hesitated and said, "Should I give Lucille to you, or Dash?" At that time, Lucille yawned, and her bright green eyes started to close. Sylphie giggled and said, "It seems like our daughter is as sleepy as I am." She looked up at me and said, "Would you tuck us both into sleep, Papa?" "Please don't." Sylphie giggled again. I gently tucked Lucille back in her crib. After that, I walked over to Sylphie and tucked her in as well. I gently caressed her cheek and said, "Sleep well and rest easy, Sylphie. And thank you for your hard work." Sylphie smiled and leaned against my hand for a bit. But then she dozed off, a smile still on her face. I smiled back at her, and then I moved to my next wife. Or rather, my lovely empress. Rika sat up in her bed, propped against a load of pillows. And when she saw me approach, she smiled and said, "It took you long enough, you monster." I shook my head and said, "You are never letting me live that down, are you?" Rika pointed at the 3 cribs next to her and said, "Look at the consequences of your actions and tell me you aren't a monster for inflicting them on me." Ah! I let out an awkward laugh while I walked over to look at our triplet daughters. At first, I thought they were completely identical. But as I took a closer look, I saw that they weren't. Our daughter on the left had lilac-colored hair like Rika, but her eyes were a bright pink with heart-shaped pupils. Meanwhile, our daughter in the middle had silver hair and silver eyes with pupils that looked like a crescent moon. And lastly, our daughter on the right had lilac hair like Rika, but she had golden eyes with star-shaped pupils. Maybe hair and eye colors got wonky with demon genetics. I mean, Rika herself had rainbow-colored eyes, so it kind of made sense. But anyway, our triplet daughters were sleepy, so I let them be and looked back at Rika. Before I could say anything though, she said, "The one on the left is Riru. The middle one is Cuddy, and the last is Usri." I blinked and said, "I have no say in this, huh?" Rika's eye twitched and she said, again, after Dash, "What I did, I have no right, Yadiata." "I got it, Rika." Rika clicked her tongue and said, "I was going to say that after our discussion last time, it was already decided. But it seems that you want to put words in my mouth just as much as Dash." Can we please not talk like that around the kids? Rika rolled her eyes. But after that, she dropped the haughty empress act and gave me a genuine smile. I joke about it a lot. And you definitely have an insatiable appetite, but still. She reached up to grab my hand and said, "Thank you, Rudy." I paused and then knelt down to kiss her hand. "No. Thank you, Rika. As always, you keep putting up with me and helping me with everything." Rika laughed. "If not me, who else?" "Well, there are 3 other beautiful women here who would volunteer." Rika snorted and said, "You say that, but do you think any one of them could properly run an empire like me?" I paused to think about that. Arie. HM. She actually would grow into it a bit. She was already pretty level-headed these days and helped ground me a lot, so probably. Sylphie would definitely run it to the ground though. Could easily see her being a tyrant empress doing stuff behind my back to keep the empire peaceful. As for Roxy, well, she tended to easily get lost in research. And I knew firsthand how much she hated bureaucracy from how she reacted with being the headmaster of Renoa Magic Academy, so don't answer that. Rika interrupted me and said, "It won't end well for you either way you answer." I started to sweat and then nodded. Rika reached up to stretch and then glanced over towards Arie and Sylphie, who were both already asleep. Seeing that, she nodded and said, "Since the others are doing it, I might as well also sleep." I gave Rika a peck on the cheeks again and said, "Good work, Rika. I appreciate you a lot. Really. Then say I love you more, you selfish bastard." Rika grumbled and then rearranged her pillows so she could lay down. I smiled and kissed her on the lips. "I love you." "Better?" Rika blushed and then buried herself in her blankets. I chuckled and then patted her head before walking over to Roxy. When I arrived at her bedside, she gave me a weak smile and said, "I heard the lightning. Is everything all right?" I patted her shoulder and said, "Everything's fine, Roxy. Are you all right?" Roxy laughed and then turned over on her side to look at our daughter. Books and teachings only tell you so much. Experience is the only real way to know. I followed Roxy's gaze and looked at our daughter. And our daughter immediately turned to look back at me. She was cute, with blue hair just like Roxy. But she surprisingly had golden eyes like I currently did. And that wasn't the only surprise. "Papa?" I flinched and then looked at Roxy. Roxy laughed and said, "She's special, isn't she?" It seems so." I blinked and then looked at our daughter. Then I tentatively sent her a mental transmission. "Can you understand me?" Our daughter blinked and then giggled. And immediately after, I heard a cute voice in my head. "Papa! Papa, Papa!" Okay. Mild heart attack resolved. Our daughter wasn't a reincarnator, just a really smart baby girl. Though Roxy's words about experience being the real way to know suddenly made sense. "Mama! Papa, Papa!" Roxy smiled and then shimmied over close to the crib. After that, she reached out to gently grab our daughter's hand and said, "That's right. Your papa came back." "Papa!" After saying that, our daughter giggled. I was still processing this new information. But I decided that I could process it later and shelved it. For now, I looked at Roxy and said, "I'm asking just in case, but have you decided on a name for our daughter, Roxy?" Roxy hummed and then turned to look at our daughter. "What do you think? Do you want Mama to choose a name, or Papa?" Our daughter blinked and furrowed her eyebrows. But then, "Papa!" I let out a wry smile and said, "Do you really understand, daughter?" Roxy smiled. "Well, she did choose, Rudy. And you did think of a good name this time, right?" I hummed and then reached out to hold our daughter's hand. She smiled and then giggled. "Papa! Papa, Papa, Papa!" Hearing that in my head, I laughed too and said, "You like me that much, huh? Papa!" I smiled. "All right. Then for a name. The original plan was to go for Selena. But seeing how special our cute baby daughter was. How about Celeste? Seals? I blinked and shook my head. Celeste. That's her name. Celeste, not Seals. Seals! Mama! Seals! Roxy giggled. I let out a wry smile and said, Seals is a good name too, I guess. Celeste, or I guess, Seals, let out a yawn. After that, she slowly closed her eyes. And hearing that tiny yawn, Roxy started to yawn as well. Smiling, she looked at me and said, well, since I worked hard, I've earned my rest, right, Rudy? Of course. I smiled and said, thank you for your hard work. Roxy giggled and said, do you know that you sound like a golem now with how many times you've said that? Even if it's repetitive, it's worth saying to each of my lovely wives. Roxy smiled. That's right. Keep that in mind and we won't tear you apart. That's a joke, right? Maybe. I let out a sigh. Roxy giggled one more time and then leaned back in her bed, making herself comfortable. After that, she smiled and said, good night then, Rudy. I'll see you later. I gave her a kiss on her cheek and said, pleasant dreams, master. Cheeky bastard. I miss being that by a few months, so, no. TCH. I smiled and then left the room, giving my wives and my new children the rest they needed. RNG. The War Council room in the Imperial Palace on the first floor. After leaving me to meet my new children, Dad had apparently repurposed it to a makeshift bar. I didn't know how he managed to find the beer, steaks, and bottles of wine, but I appreciated the fact that he did. Especially since it was time to square away the final game plan. Right now, me, Dad, Pierre, and Orsted were sitting around a small circular table. Dad was on my left, Orsted was on my right, and Pierre was seated across from me. After we all settled in and Dad poured us mugs of beer from the tap, Dad raised his mug and said, cheers to Rudy and my 7 new grandchildren. I raised my mug too, and then said, when you say it like that, it's actually kind of a lot, huh? Pierre raised his mug for the toast and said, cheers. Though I can't imagine how you're going to deal with it. I barely managed with just Lulu. Orsted raised his mug as well and said, congratulations to you and your wives, Rudy. Although, I have to agree that 7 children is quite the number. None of the other royalty I have encountered in my life has come close to that. I laughed as we finished the toast. Yeah, well. It just happened. Dad laughed and then took a sip of his beer. After that, he said, that's what we told your grandparents about you. They weren't amused. I nodded. Of course. They're the most orthodox Mealy's followers you could find. I'm surprised they're even starting to come around in the first place. Pierre sipped on his beer and said, thank your aunt for that. She's been chipping away at them for a while now. And it helps that Cliff is getting married to Anna. I blinked. Wait, what? I frowned. I didn't hear about this. Dad facepalmed. Pierre. Pierre froze and then turned his head to cough. I mean in another timeline. Right. Definitely not this. Fuck. He groaned and then chugged his beer. Orsted cracked a smile and sipped on his beer. After that, he turned towards me and said, your life is never a dull moment, is it, Rudy? Apparently not, even when being W isn't messing with me. I frowned and sipped on my beer. So Cliff already asked Anna for her hand in marriage, huh? I'll wait a few days to see if he was just being polite about the timing. He was a traditional and romantic sort of guy, so he would definitely come to ask me for Anna's hand in marriage. Actually, would he try challenging me for it instead? HM might need to do more practice holding back. Dad set his beer down and said, speaking of being whitey. He looked around the table and said, what's the move? Orsted looked at me. Yes. Since your children have been born safely, it is time for us to finish things with that person, is it not? Moreover, considering that silver-haired man's appearance in the past, I presume you have already set events into motion? I took a swig from my mug and then said, it's complicated. Before all of that, I looked at Pierre and said, you mentioned you were going to finally explain who you were after my kids were born, right? Well, they are now. So, I narrowed my eyes. Who the hell are you, Pierre? Sure, you're technique god Laplace, but you're also definitely a Greyrat. So who? No, what are you? Chapter 204, Endgame 2. Pierre set his mug down on the table and then said, you're right. Since we've passed that point, I can explain it now. Dad frowned. Past what point? And what do you mean? Orsted didn't say anything, but he looked at Pierre with a thoughtful gaze. I just sat there and waited. It was clear that Pierre wasn't an enemy. And it was also clear that he was family, legally since he was married to Rosalina, but also by blood somehow. I never really dug deep into it, but I was sure now after seeing my newborn children. Just as much as I could tell my children were mine at a glance, now I could tell that Pierre was related at a glance. And a close relation too, not by a few generations or something. Pierre tapped on the table and then said, as you're aware, multiple timelines exist, along with multiple of Rudeus Greyrat. I nodded. Yeah. That's crystal clear at this point. I had met two of them by now. Rudeus the Grey and Rudeus from the future who started this whole thing. Not the Rudeus in that other timeline, but the old man Rudeus who somehow time-traveled here in spirit. Or something. Never really did find out how that all happened and whether it was because of being W or whatever. Dad nodded. We all saw that other Rudy show up from the projection when we were kidnapping the Pope. Orsted looked thoughtful, tapping the table. Other timelines. He looked at Pierre and said, I presume these are separate from my own cycles? Pierre nodded. In a way. How should I explain it? I chimed in and said, I've got it. I looked at Orsted and said, what Pierre's trying to say is that time is like a river that splits off into different individual streams. If you visited each stream, you would find that they were similar, but different. It's almost the same as what happens when you loop, Orsted. But instead of moving to another stream, you reverse the flow of the river itself. Orsted frowned. I presume that being W is not privy to this knowledge? Or is he aware? Pierre shrugged. He usually isn't. But I'm sure he's very much aware now. After all. He looked at me and said, this guy here has managed to somehow trim away all the streams in this river. Dad held up his hand. Wait. So you're saying that there's like an unlimited number of Rudy out there? Then can't we grab them all to fight being W? Pierre shook his head. No. And as to why? It's complicated, but two of the same person cannot exist at the same time. I frown. Wait. That's not right. When I went to the other timeline, Sylphie and Roxy met their other selves. And in this timeline, Rika is here as well as Kishirisu. Pierre rubbed the bridge of his nose. That's why it's complicated. It should be impossible. But somehow, you made it work. He shook his head and said, I can only guess that maybe this timeline and that timeline aren't two streams but two adjacent rivers, going by your analogy. Orsted frowned. Then am I present in two rivers as well? At that time, I was not able to go with Rudy. He paused. And neither were you, Pierre. Pierre nodded. Yeah. And that's the weird part that I don't get. Okay. Now I was starting to get a headache. This was why multiverses and time travel shouldn't be mixed. I waved my hand and said, we can sort that out later. The important part is you, Pierre. What are you? Pierre hummed. Well, I guess that's enough background context. As for me, I'm the enforcer. I blinked. The what now? Pierre tapped the hilt of the sword worn at his right side and said, continuing your analogy, I'm the one who jumps between streams and dam them up when they spill out into dead ends. I also dam up the streams that basically are the same thing as the main river we're on. I blinked and then held my hand up to my chin. Well, that explains why you keep mentioning fighting so many of Rudeus Greyrat and casually talk about parallel timelines. Dad frowned and then really stared at Pierre's face. Pierre stared back and looked amused. What? You're not Rudy, are you? Pierre laughed. No. Despite everything, I'm not another Rudeus Greyrat. But it's close. He paused. Well, a bit more complicated too. He looked over at Orsted and said, as I've said before, I'm technique god Laplace. In terms of my existence, that's the individual I am here in this world. I nodded. We figured that by now. And it's also why Laplace's seal was broken and his castle was empty, right? You're technique god Laplace, but you have the full Laplace's memories. Pierre nodded. Right. In terms of my being. What I am instead of who I am. I'm a composite being made with Paul Greyrat's body from a river that was spun back to its source, the former dragon god Laplace's memories, and scattered pieces of knowledge from the person who became Rudeus Notus Greyrat. Silence. Dad blinked. Orsted frowned. And as for me. You're what? Pierre sighed. RNG. To sum everything up, since it would take literally 10,000 words to describe it all. In one timeline, no, in one time trunk that split off into various timelines, there was a Rudy who got sent into a coma after Paul injured him in a duel. Said Rudy wakes up almost a year later, and their family is completely broken down. Mom and Mama Lily moved to Milishan with Norn and Aisha while I stick around in the central continent with Sylphie. There's a metastasis incident. I end up becoming Ariel's knight along with Sylphie, we meet Arie, and then things are hunky-dory for a while. And then Being W says fuck you all, I'm killing you off. He spawns in some crazy monsters and sends monster hordes running rampant around the world as Mom, Mama Lily, Norn, and Aisha are visiting us in the central continent. Things happen, they die, and Dad arrives too late despite being super strong due to training hard to fight off his depression. That Rudy curses Dad to death, saying that if he was here, they all would have lived. That Rudy, Sylphie, and Arie died due to being scrubs, weak because they became complacent. Dad apparently went sicko mode, cleaned up the Azura Kingdom, killed all of Being W's apostles, and even tried teaming up with Orsted to beat Being W. But they lost and Orsted looped. On Paul's deathbed, he makes a deal with Laplace, who had just awakened due to the chaos with his memories restored. And here we are. I stared at Pierre. There was a long silence. And then Dad slammed the table and stood up. I bang Lena? Pierre let out a long-suffering sigh and said, no, you don't. Lena is my wife, and I'll have you know that the operating personality here is former dragon god Laplace, aka me. And you should be happy she even gets along with you, considering that in most other timelines you cause an incident that makes her despise you. I let out a deep sigh and rubbed my face. I hate multiverse theory. And I hate time travel. And I hate more this freaking god who keeps causing these messes. Pierre smiled and said, you and me both, Rudy. I shook my head and said, well, I guess that explains why you randomly dropped the ball, Pierre. I paused. And also why you call yourself Pierre. Pierre Simon Laplace, right? The French scholar? Pierre nodded. Right in one. I thought about Simon, but that was a bit too plain. Dad leaned back in his chair, still in shock. Pierre is me. Well, not really me, but technically me. And also bits of Rudy. That's still technically just me, considering Rudy has bits of me. But dash. I decided to ignore Dad. He'd probably be like that for a while now. Instead, I said, all right. Pierre. I looked at him and said, putting your ridiculous real identity aside, why did you have to wait until now to tell us again? Oh right. Pierre nodded. I forgot, but basically this river was on the verge of splitting off into a lot of streams up until your children were born. Until then, if I said who I was, I had a high chance of being whisked away by the world since I'm technically too close to Paul. And also since that's right around when the Hydra incident happens where Paul usually dies. Dad snapped out of his stupor and then said, wait, were you planning on stealing my spot then? I knew you were a bastard. Pierre rolled his eyes. No, you idiot. It just means that if you lived, you would be different enough from the Paul whose body I modified, and if you died, there wouldn't be an issue since Paul was dead and I was a different person. Okay, let's stop this thread. I rubbed the bridge of my nose and said, I understand how to calculate space-time dimensions to hop between parallel timelines, but even I'm getting confused now. Not to mention Orsted here has been quiet the entire time. Orsted blinked and then said, no worries. I understand the situation. He frowned. It is just. He looked at Pierre and said, from what you said, my subjective experience and river of time should take priority over the streams, correct? Pierre nodded. Right. So why did I not know about Rudy until I met him? Silence. I frowned. That's a good point. I looked at Pierre and said, from what you said, Orsted should remember your timeline, right? No, every timeline, shouldn't he? Pierre paused. Maybe the creator god intervened? Dad sat up. The what now? Pierre blinked. Oh, right. I should mention that. He's not really a person anymore, but the creator god was the one who plucked me and made me the enforcer. Well, the creator god's lingering will at least. Huh. I covered my face with both hands and said, you're terrible at explaining things, Pierre. I paused and then looked at Dad. But I guess that's because you've got crappy hardware, huh? Orsted chuckled. I shook my head and slammed my hands on the table. Okay. Tangent and discussion about the wibbly-wobbly mess that's time aside. For now. What do we do about being W? Orsted rubbed his chin. Usually, I would gather the fragments of the dragon god's spark of divinity from the dragon kings. He looked at Pierre and said, but I presume you know of another way? Pierre nodded. It's not that hard to get to being W. He frowned. The problem is that fighting him in his own domain is terrible. Not many Rudies managed it. He paused and said, though I guess it changes since we have an Orsted with unlimited mana, me, and this crazy bastard here who only knows how to swing his sword around. Dad clicked his tongue and said, I knew there was a reason why I hated you, Pierre. I tapped my fingers on the table and said, we probably don't want to bring the fight to him. If he's learned anything from our previous clashes, he's probably got too many trump cards up his sleeve if we fight him there. Pierre nodded. He might be petty and reckless, but he isn't dumb. That guy picks up on things quick, and considering the craziness you've been pulling off. Orsted frowned. Right. That would be dangerous. I hummed. Yeah. It might be different if we attack being W in that other Rudeus's timeline, but wait. I blinked and said, do we know if being W can get info from across timelines? Pierre shook his head. Impossible. He can send messages back to himself from the future. But at this point, I've locked the timeline. Well, Time River. River of Time? I waved my hand. Yeah. Got it. But I mean the being W in the other Rudy's timeline won't know what happened here, right? Probably not. Pierre shook his head. Like I said, it seems it's two different rivers of time. He paused. Though I wonder how we got synced. It's possible to go back in time, but it shouldn't be possible to go forward in time. I cleared my throat. Pierre blinked and scratched his head. Right. Sorry. No time travel stuff. I nodded and then looked to Orsted. To answer your question, Orsted, it should be easy to bring the fight to being W. And I know a way to get there too. Thank you, edgy kid me who had a sudden epiphany when he was pretending to be a demon lord in front of Roxy and Sylphie. Orsted nodded. I see. He frowned. But having the fight here would be worse. Moreover, there is still that other Rudy to consider. I blinked. Oh yeah, never explained that, did I? Pierre blinked. Other Rudy? I nodded. Turns out the magic god Laplace me was hanging around in this timeline. Technically, he's been around since before I was even born and was setting things up in the background after he got unsealed recently. I had Akito tracked down where he was and had a chat with him in a place where no one could see. Silence. And then Dad facepalmed. Kid. I think that you're the one who doesn't know how to explain things well. I put on a straight face and said, to deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your allies. Now, the reason why we should bring the fight here is because dash. A flash of golden light appeared from outside the window. I paused and glanced over. The flash of golden light vanished, but a rolled-up letter was stuck against the window. Pierre frowned. That light. Orsted frowned as well. That was Aramanthi. Then. Perius? I walked over and reached towards the window. The moment I did, a magic circle activated on the paper and the letter teleported into my hands. Pierre stared at me and said, "What does it say, Rudy?" I surveyed the letter for traps, but there weren't any. And judging from the official seal, it seemed to be a proper letter from Perius. But it was weird. I hadn't met the guy at all in this timeline, so he shouldn't be hostile to me or anything. With a bit of confusion, and a tiny bit of nerves, I broke the seal on the letter and read it. Rudeus noticed Greyrat. Or Lord Rudeus, if you prefer. I know that you have joined hands with Orsted and Laplace. And I have confirmed that you have potential to be the worst demon lord in history. Accordingly, I will eliminate you. Humanity cannot take that risk. But I know mercy. Decide a place and a time and inscribe it on the space below. When that time arrives, I will meet you and we shall end this. Flee or fail to respond, and I will act accordingly. Perius Dola. Armored Dragon King. Addendum, the human god sends his regards. Son of a bitch. Well. I guess I wasn't the only one who realized a bit of talking could convert enemies to allies. God damn it, Being W. Chapter 205, Fierce Battle, Armored Fighting Dragon God Perius Dola. An unexpected challenge from an unexpected enemy. Pierre said he'd go give that dumbass godson of his a piece of his mind. Orsted said that he would fight at my side. Dad said he'd come along too and show that dumb snake what for. And when my wives found out, they practically got up in arms and prepared to rush out then and there. Especially Sylphie. But I talked them all down. Although unexpected, Perius had issued a formal challenge instead of just bombarding Arcadia with Chaos Breaker or sending his spirits to wreak havoc. I respected that. Since he showed at least that modicum of respect despite clearly being influenced by Being W, I could at least fight him by myself. Of course, I wasn't planning on fighting fair at all. Especially since I had a feeling this would be a two-part fight with Perius being the warm-up while Being W tagged him out right after without giving me any breathing room. And the first step to tilt the odds in my favor was to set up the terrain. The original plan was to use Zenithia as a floating castle like Chaos Breaker. However, since my lovely daughters and son were still too young to move around, and my lovely wives were incapacitated, I couldn't risk that. So instead, I went with Plan B, aka the Doom Island. The Ringed Sea. It was the body of water between the 5 major continents of this world, formed when the former singular supercontinent was split apart during the Second Great Human-Demon War. And considering the implications of my fight with Being W, I figured it was a good place to set the stage. Surveying the area, it was mostly just water, aquatic monsters, fish, and a dungeon hidden deep underground that was apparently already cleared. At least, that was what I could see. Not that it really mattered either way. You see, if Perius was going to act the part of a hero, I was going to completely play up the role of a villain. I mean, that guy had a floating island that practically served as a fortress, so since I was his opponent, it was only fair that I had the same. Not to mention this would be used against Being W as well, so I held out my hand and stared at the bottom of the ocean, mapping out useful areas, pieces of bedrock, and other places I could mold, selecting useful monsters I could refashion to defense sentries. And then it was time to act. Arise. A faint flash of light emerged from the depths of the sea, and then foam started to roil across the sea's surface as the land reformed. Mountains, forests, plains, rivers, lakes, streams, spirits, monsters, demons. I muttered to myself as I envisioned the place I wanted to create and molded the necessary features. Mana roiled as magic formations flared to life, self-perpetuating through the logic Roxy taught me with her dungeon home. Mana roiled again as countless spirits were birthed from monsters and combined to elevate their ranking and strength. And mana roiled one last time as dark ocean bedrock was transmuted to dirt, plants, and other terrain. It was a culmination of my experience and knowledge since the space-time distortion. Minus summoning magic. Didn't want something crazy to happen this far out, like accidentally summoning my son Aries from the far future who had become a literal god of war or something. Endless waterfalls fell from the floating landmass. Mist and fog naturally formed from the infinitely falling water, creating clouds that gave the illusion the island was being carried in the sky by those clouds. It was mostly finished. But there was one last touch left. I descended on the island and walked to the highest point. There, I built a castle, no, a fortress. Considering this was Doom Island, maybe I should call it the Fortress of Doom? Either way, I began building. A poison swamp, a maze-like interior with warp areas leading deeper into the island and traps along the way for guardian spirits, as a demon lord should have, and then a throne and a vast chamber for me at the very end for a climactic final battle. When that was complete, I sat on my obsidian throne and pulled out the letter Perius sent me. Now, it was time to write a response. I await you in the Fortress of Doom upon Doom Island above the Ringus Sea. Since you paint me as a villain, I will act accordingly. Can you breach its defenses and reach me, O dragon god? Let us end it, 1 week hence. That's formal enough, right? Just as I thought that, a response appeared beneath my scrawled note. Challenge accepted. Huh. I chuckled and said, well, I guess this should be fun. Now, this was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Might as well go all out and make this a proper raid, complete with loot and all, right? S&G. Stella was worried. Oni-chan kept disappearing for most of the day, and nobody would tell her what was going on. She thought it was because he was taking too much after their deadbeat dad at first, but that wasn't it. After all, Oni-chan was a responsible adult. A bit extreme at times, but definitely responsible. So it was weird how he kept popping away from the palace and vanishing. And it was also weird how all the adults were anxious. Not only that, Stella felt weird. It was a strange intuition. Like something final was about to happen. Something big that would change everything. And it bothered her that no one would tell her what was going on. And that's why I think we should trap Oni-chan and force him to tell us. Stella looked around at her comrades and said, "What do you think?" Silence. Stella pursed her lips. It was the little house at the foot of Rudy's tower. Basically, Stella's childhood home. Since the adults were being secretive and were busy taking care of her new nieces and nephew, she was having a secret meeting of her own with her friends and allies. Or that was the plan. But the only ones there with Stella were Fai, Wada, Win, Leo, and Miko. Silence fell in the room, and then Miko said, I think we should just leave it be. Wada nodded and said, if Lord Rudy is working this hard when the babies were just born, something serious is happening. Leo barked. 1. That's right. And that means Stella should just stay put until it's over. 1. Stella crossed her arms and puffed her cheeks. I don't want to. She looked at Leo and said, I'm the hero, right, Leo? That means I have to save the day. Leo nodded. That's right. But Stella is the hero for the future, not now. You are still small, like how I am still small. 1. FAI nodded. What they said, Stella. Stella glared at FAI and said, You too, FAI? FAI pursed her lips and said, Yeah. Me too. She shook her head and said, The primordial spirits have told us all to stay put, so we couldn't go even if we wanted to. Stella blinked. Primordial spirits? But didn't you guys level up into spirit kings already? Wada nodded. Well, yeah. But we still have to listen to the primordials until we beat them. Stella frowned. Then that means I'd have to trap Oni-chan by myself? Leo barked. I can help. 1. Stella looked up at Win, still sleeping on Stella's head as usual. What about you, Win? Win yawned and then shook her head. Just let your big brother play pretend demon lord and beat up the baddie, Stella. You can help beat up the boss later in the postgame. Stella paused, processing Win's words. And then her eyes widened. Wait! What do you mean dash? RNG. Win. I reached up to stretch and said, That's all I gotta do now. Win twice, and then tie up loose ends. The depths of the Fortress of Doom. There I sat on my throne, waiting and watching as a hologram projected the outside surroundings to me. And there, kneeling in front of me, were 4 spirits. Well, calling them just spirits wasn't being fair. After all, they were primordial forces of nature bound in physical form. I took a look at them. The primordial flame, codenamed Prometheus. He was a giant formed from magma, but right now he appeared as a red-haired middle-aged man clad in crimson armor. Next to him, the primordial sea, codenamed Tiamat. She was a dragon formed from the deepest waters of the world, but right now she appeared as a blue-haired ageless beauty clad in a flowing water dress. Behind her, the primordial wind, codenamed Ventus. He was a wistful breeze that traveled across the world, but had taken the form of a young boy in a bard's outfit. And beside him, the primordial stone, codenamed Gaia. Like Prometheus, she was a giant. Unlike him, she was formed from the stone deep in the core of this world. But now, she took the form of a lithe green-haired woman wearing a suit of emerald armor. This was technically cheating and breaking the power scaling of the world, since these sorts of spirits shouldn't exist. From what I have read and gathered after talking with Nanahoshi and Perius in that other timeline, Perius's spirits were actually the top of the echelon when it came to spirits. For example, Aramanthi was the lord of all light spirits, and there was a spirit that was the lord of all water spirits too. But that was because those spirits were the oldest and strongest in age due to being created by Perius centuries ago. Maybe it was a bad habit I'd picked up from fighting Being W, but if I saw my opponent do something, I wanted to do it better and beat the guy at his own game. Anyway, Prometheus raised his head and said, Lord Rudeus, we have finished our preparations. Tiamat nodded. The seas will rise at your command. Ventus smiled and said, The wind shall be at your side. Gaia smacked her chest and said, And the earth shall tremble beneath your feet. It seemed like these guys were itching to roleplay, huh? Well, that was what this was all about, so. I stood up and smirked. Excellent. Then. I shifted my gaze in the distance, staring past my fortress with clairvoyance. Chaos Breaker was approaching. And on it were Perius and his 11 familiars. Since I'd been on and broken through Chaos Breaker before, it didn't take me long to slip past the defenses and stare at Perius directly. But unlike when I arrived in the other timeline, Perius didn't let me pass unnoticed. Garbed in a shimmering golden armor, he immediately met my gaze and smirked. His words couldn't be heard. Even so, I could read his lips. Shall we begin? Seeing that, I sat back down on my throne and waited. Everyone, to your positions. As you will. With a spirited, pun intended, shout, my newest allies scattered to take their places. And with that, time to be a real demon lord for once. I waited for my fated challenger. Live. A clear blue sky above, and a deep blue sea below. Superimposed between both was a floating island. Doom Island, where Rudy lay in wait deep within the center, beyond his fortress of doom. And then above that, a castle emerged, blocking out the sun. Chaos Breaker, the fortress that had been restored and repurposed by armored dragon King Perius. A peaceful silence filled the air, broken only by the sound of the water spilling from Doom Island. But the moment that Chaos Breaker lined up with the center of Doom Island, that silence shattered. Myriad magic circles filled the sky in an instant. And in the next, an endless stream of magic struck down on the island. The sea evaporated, revealing the deep valleys below. The air distorted from heat and the crackling energy of the bombardment. But the island remained intact and completely undisturbed. Not even a single blade of grass had been harmed. Silence fell again. But then 13 figures emerged from the castle and landed on the island. The first was a man with silver hair and a harsh expression. Shimmering golden armor wrapped his body and the air distorted with his every movement from the sheer energy emitting from him. Beside him was a woman with black wings and a porcelain mask. And beside those two were 11 others, arranged in a formation. Perius and his familiars. The armored dragon king waited for a moment, observing the looming fortress in the distance. And then he laughed. Confident, I see. After that, he looked around at the island and said, but I suppose it is somewhat merited. The woman with black wings raised her head and said, Lord Perius. How shall we attack? Perius let out a cold smile. Well, let us see just how merited his actions are. Live. The War Council room in Zenithia, Arcadia's imperial palace. There, Rudy's family had gathered to watch the battle, along with Orsted. Hidden magic circles synchronized with the room displayed the island in real time, allowing everything to be seen at once. Orsted reacted first, staring at Perius. Is he wearing the fighting god armor? Pierre let out a deep sigh and ran his hand through his hair. This is what happens when there isn't a proper father figure to guide a child. Paul crossed his arms, staring at Perius and his spirits splitting into two parties. Just how tough are these guys, anyway? Rika spoke up and said, alone and without that armor, Perius would be nothing to Rudy. But Orsted hummed. He should be a force to be reckoned with. The fighting god armor raises a person's combat ability to incredible lengths. Of course, it varies depending on the person. But Perius is skilled enough in magic that he should be able to maximize it. Pierre nodded. Not just that, but it seems like he modified it. He narrowed his eyes and said, I can't confirm it, but I wouldn't doubt it considering he got contacted by Being W. At that time, Stella raised her hand. Paul noticed and said, You got something to say, Stella? Yeah. She crossed her arms and said, Why isn't Oni-chan just fighting in the open? He's strong enough, right? And how come that Perius guy's just walking into the big trap? Does he think he's a hero in a game or something? Sylphie laughed. Well, Perius is an ancient hero. And Rudy also is a demon lord, it's fitting, isn't it? Stella frowned. Even so, this is stupid. It's putting on a show for no reason. Paul laughed. Just sit back and watch, Stella. Rudy wouldn't do this without a good reason. RNG. I should have thought this through a bit more. I muttered under my breath as explosions and shockwaves reverberated through the surroundings. From my throne, I could oversee the situation going on throughout the island. Like a speedrunner who found an exploit, Perius was easily rushing through the fortress, cutting down most of the traps and obstacles placed in his way. Not only that, he was confident in fighting me alone, it seemed. As he and his party came across each of my primordial elemental lords, he sent off 3 of his familiars to fight the one that appeared before continuing on his way. And sad to say, the guy's spirits were more combat ready than the ones I just picked up. It was expected though. This was more just a show for Being W to think I was pulling out all the stops. I mean, if it worked, it worked. But I wasn't too upset if Perius broke through. This whole place was one meant to break, and also to have a bit of fun. It wasn't every day you got to play the part of a world-ending boss and fight the supposed hero, you know? Usually, it was the other way around. But anyway, time was coming up. I sat on my throne and waited, idly tapping on the armrests. And as I did, I considered what was going to happen next. After Perius, Being W didn't have any pawns left to throw at me, so he'd be stepping in personally. And furthermore, my actions were to give him enough justification to descend. Although this was still his world, it was better to face him here than in the Void Realm where that guy had infinite time to prepare. The first step then was beating Perius. I didn't anticipate a problem considering I had a good gauge of his abilities from visiting the other timeline. I had also planned to rope him in as an ally at some point, so I analyzed his strengths and weaknesses a bit. In terms of magic, that guy was best at summoning and barrier magic, as evident by his feats of summoning those ancient spirits as his familiars, and also sealing demon god Laplace away. I don't think he was that skilled in combat though. He had the vibe of someone who'd been through battlefields and trusted his body, but he didn't emit Orsted vibes in terms of combat strength. Of course, that was when he wasn't wearing that golden armor. I didn't know what it was, but I did know it was an insane amplifier. It gave off all sorts of secret post-game dungeon equipment vibes. And from how he was speedrunning my dungeon, I couldn't take it lightly. I was glad that I was smart enough to not have the fight in Arcadia though. Even if I had all sorts of countermeasures set up there, better that they were saved in case someone tried a desperation move on my family. It would be a fight with a lot of variables, but I was used to winging it. Not to mention I had more than a few variables of my own to pull out. Benefits of befriending an otaku who apparently was a fan of power-scaling anime and video game characters. But that aside, I could be sure that Being W would try something after Perius was defeated. Hopefully, he tried showboating in this world. A friend had given me a certain spell perfect to tie him down if I could catch him in this world. And I had long since devised a perfect spell to actually destroy the guy. At least, in this timeline. From what Nanahoshi said, it was likely we'd have to clean things up on her side too in order to prevent a time loop paradox or Being W respawning somehow. That would be easy though. Unlike my pal Being W, Heidami in that timeline wouldn't see me coming. After all, Rudeus Greyrat lived a full and great life in that time and was long gone. That Rudeus Greyrat also hadn't been a ridiculous genius type like me. Smart, yes. But coming up with countless ass pulls, no. And of course, there was a long line of people waiting to smack Being W around. Probably couldn't happen in this timeline, but we could definitely jump him in Nanahoshi's time. And then after that, I could retire from all this craziness and focus on having a happy slice of lifetime with my lovely wives and cute baby children. An explosion erupted from nearby as the warp circle leading to my throne room overloaded and shattered. Smoke filled the air, but then a figure emerged. Gleaming silver hair and golden eyes. A stern expression and sharp gaze. And also regal golden armor emitting unthinkable power. Not mana. Not battle aura. Just raw power that distorted the air around it, making Perius look hazy. My eyes sharpened. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't take this that lightly. Perius looked at me and gave me a once-over. And then he nodded. You have completely absorbed and enhanced the Laplace factor, assimilating it as your own strength. And you're quite rude. I stood up and said, challenging me out of the blue when we could have a peaceful dash. A golden blur. A heavy impact that sent me flying. Broken stone, rubble, and dirt. And then I realized I was falling, blood, viscera, and other bits in my field of vision as a golden light rushed down on me again. I clicked my tongue and focused. Tick! My vision was filled with a crimson haze. And as it was, I could make out the golden light. It was Perius, rushing towards me with an overhead two-hand hammer fist. Tick! Time was slowed to a crawl. Even so, he was moving at a normal speed and would reach me in a few more seconds. And from what I could see drifting with me, I had taken a mortal wound with just a single blow, while the second was going to finish me off. Tick! But if I died that easily, I would have surrendered to being W a long time ago. I'd have to apologize to my sisters and my wives later though. I'd also be getting an earful from my moms. Crack! Time began to speed up. Perius rushed towards me, slowly turning back into a golden beam of light. Seeing that, I held out my left hand and focused on my ring finger. Specifically, on a pair of rings I was wearing there. The first was from my genius wife Roxy. And the second was a late gift from my beloved Empress Rika, who didn't want to be shown up. Another heavy impact. But... Perius's eyes widened. I smiled and lowered my left hand that caught his blow. You know, it's rude to interrupt someone when they're talking. It was an incredible strength and amplifier. The regal golden armor that Perius wore gave him enough raw strength to probably beat Orsted. And this was before the guy even used any magic. But he wasn't the only one with amplifying magic equipment. The ring from Roxy split apart into golden threads before spreading over my body, instantaneously weaving millions of magic circles together to protect, optimize, and amplify my mana flow. At the same time, the ring from Rika emitted an ominous black haze. If Dad or Pierre was here, they'd recognize it and laugh. You see, Rika was upset about not having worthy enough materials to make a ring for me. And she was also upset about being shown up by Roxy for a wedding ring. She was stumped and at a loss of what to do for a while. But then I told her about my fight with the Hydra, and I showed her the drops I got from it. And, while the scales themselves didn't have the property, when my beloved Empress used her magic eyes, magical knowledge, and an entire workforce of interns in Arcadia, she figured out how to recreate it. As for what it was, Perius's eyes widened and he tried to move away. But it was too late. Repel Fies, bastard. Chapter 206, Fierce Battle, Armored Fighting Dragon God Perius Dola 2. An explosion of force erupted, instantly turning the surrounding sea into steam. I was standing at the bottom of the ringed sea, looking up at my opponent while surrounded by the suspended waves. It was a scene that could have come straight from a manga panel. Above, Doom Island, lit up with explosions and magical attacks. Beyond that, Chaos Breaker, blocking out the sun. A clear blue expanse framing it all. And then Perius floating in the air with his golden armor scratched while fragments of a rainbow barrier drifted past him. Awe-inspiring, but also damned annoying. I clicked my tongue when I saw that Perius was unharmed. Was it because of his skill in barrier magic? Or did he modify that armor to amplify its defensive abilities? I had reflected the force from his attack right back on him, but he was unscathed. It didn't seem to be physical immunity though. Instead, he just had enough defense to tank it. Perius's eyes narrowed, observing me for a moment. Water crashed around me as the sea began to fill in the gap we caused. But before then, I thought about the next steps. This would be hard. The easiest thing to do here was just to kill Perius. Well, I guess I should say the simplest thing instead of easiest. Considering how he tanked that attack, and also considering the abilities he hadn't shown yet, I couldn't be sure it'd be an easy fight. I'd love to talk him down, but his expression told me that he was in complete defeat Demon Lord mode. And considering that he might have had Being W whispering into his ear for a year or more at this point, that wasn't viable. So I had to incapacitate him somehow. But that might be impossible, all things considered. Still, might as well test it. I exhaled and then kicked off the ground. At the same time, the sea froze, turning into ice. Perius didn't wait for me to reach him. Magic circles flared around his limbs, and he suddenly flew towards me again. This time, a faint light flashed in his left hand. I thought about letting it hit me and reflecting it. But my instinct screamed, and at the last moment, I dodged. The moment I did, something flickered past me, and then an explosion of icy powder erupted as a line gouged out the frozen sea beneath me. Was that not a physical attack then? Magic? Perius didn't give me time to think. Golden light emitted from his armor, along with magic circles. And then, in an instant, he was in front of me, swinging his arm. At the same time, a barrage of magic launched towards me. I clicked my tongue and then pulled out a manatite sword from my pocket space, swinging it. A ripple spread through the air, erasing the magic spells. At the same time, the manatite sword and golden armor clashed. Sparks flew, and for a brief moment, thin silver lines spread all throughout Perius's armor. But then my sword exploded, turning into dust. I used the force to clear some distance and think. It seemed like Perius's armor was definitely operating on his mana. Those silver lines looked like mana circuits, probably enhancing the golden armor. And considering the magic circles I saw him instantly use, the armor was a magical focus too. I could also assume that the armor was multiplying Perius's stats by at least a whole magnitude. Strength, speed, mana output, agility, endurance. Although Perius wasn't as strong as Orsted, the guy was still a Dragon King and a legendary hero. In game terms, Orsted was an all-S character, while Perius was an all-A character. But with that armor equipped, Perius became an all-SS character. Probably the difference between sup asterisk Arcai asterisk N and sup asterisk Arcai asterisk N2. No, maybe closer to the legendary sup asterisk Arcai asterisk N. Especially since Perius seemed like he was just getting used to the armor still and was refining it. I clicked my tongue and pulled out my prototype Excalibur. After, I said, not even going to try to listen to a word I say dash. Another golden flash. Perius held out his hand and sent a blast of golden energy right at me. It wasn't mana. At least not entirely. Because of that, I couldn't just deflect it or manipulate it. And it wasn't a pure physical attack either. There wasn't mass behind it, so Rika's ring wouldn't trigger. In that case, I swung my sword, flooding it with mana. Gold clashed against gold. Perius's armor shimmered, revealing silver lines and magic circles traced along its surface as he held his attack. Meanwhile, hair-like cracks spread across the surface of my blade. 1 second. 2. 3. And then my blade shattered, along with my energy blast. But Perius's blast ended as well. Unlike before, where the silver lines vanished, they were clearly visible now, along with a large magic circle over his chest. And while Perius's armor was still a bit hazy from the energy it emitted, there was also a lot of heat being emitted now too. Seeing that, I chuckled. Relying on borrowed power to defeat Dash. A sonic boom. Perius closed the gap between us in an instant and threw a punch. I let it hit me, reflecting the blow, and then I threw a punch at his head. A magic circle flashed on Perius's armor before something shattered. But he ignored it and continued attacking. I was annoyed and continued blocking and counterattacking. But then I realized something was off. Perius was attacking, blocking, and counterattacking my own counterattacks. But his gaze wasn't matching his actions. No, maybe it was better to say his intent didn't match up? Perius was watching me closely, as if analyzing my fighting style. But not in the way that someone would if they were having to fight back at the same time. It was like an outsider watching someone else fight. And then I realized it. To test, I dodged the next counterattack and then quickly made a sword. With it, I kicked off the air and attacked with the sword god style. Perius's eyes widened in surprise. But even as they did, his body moved into a water god stance and deflected my attack. A textbook counter. Not instincts, but an automatic response. Seeing that, I clicked my tongue and said, "There really isn't anything new in this world, is there?" It was an artificial intelligence. One that probably had millennia of combat data and counters for various techniques and styles stored within it. As a result, even if Perius wasn't a master close combat fighter, he could fight and respond at the level of 1 because his armor was a master fighter. Not only that, but from the magic circles I saw along with the mana circuit, it seemed like he had an artificial intelligence that automatically cast and supported him with magic too. Basically, Roxy's magical arrays taken to the ultimate end, mixed with a matching version for fighting styles. It was honestly impressive. Was that thing a divine armament or something? It definitely wasn't something that an average person could just make out of the blue. Not only that, but it didn't seem to have any weaknesses either. The only one I could think of it having was durability and power source. But considering Perius was a dragon just like Orsted, and his mana was about the same quality as far as I could tell, it would be tough. At least, fighting it the normal way. Unfortunately for Perius, while artificial intelligence was a great tool and something almost unthinkable in this world, it was practically a plague on Earth. And we knew plenty about how much that tool could fail. If this didn't work, I'd have to resort to some more shounen manga cliches. But hopefully it did. And the first thing. I quickly made a sword for mana and then started attacking. First, sword god style. Then, water god, rapidly switching between the two. Perius narrowed his eyes and extended a golden energy blade from his arms and countered with it. Slash, parry, stab, deflect. Although I ramped up the intensity, Perius's armor knew the counters and easily responded. Not only that, but its blows were getting heavier each time, making my arms shake from the clashes. More signs that I couldn't drag it out too long. But in that case, I chucked my swords at Perius's head. He flinched and instinctively deflected it. But I wasn't finished. Back on Earth, it was a known fact that artificial intelligence couldn't respond well to new situations. While it was a powerful tool, especially if narrowly tailored, it was also brittle. So, if I presented it with a new question that it had never seen, it would malfunction trying to give me a proper answer. Then, I made a pair of long swords and then started attacking again. But I didn't use any of the known styles anymore. Instead, a cut to the left with my right sword, followed by an uppercut slash with my left and using the momentum to spin. With that spin, a pair of cuts to the left with both swords. A stomp on the ground to pivot, then a downward X slash followed by an upward X slash. A brief combo half remembered from a light novel I read once or twice in the past and actualized with my combat experience. Sparks flew as Perius blocked the attacks and then countered with a thrust. Seeing that, I clicked my tongue. Even though it wasn't standard, it seemed like it was still within the scope of what the artificial intelligence could read and predict. Then, I stepped back and held the hilts of my swords together before fusing them into a double-sided blade, just like a certain Sith Lord. With that, I spun the blades and deflected Perius's thrust before starting my counterattack. A winding figure 8 attack. An immediate barrage from overhand and underhand, spinning my weapon around to continually attack and using the force from deflections to speed up my attacks. And like that, I noticed it. A faint lag in his movements. Not only that, but slight silver sparks erupting from the thin lines on Perius's armor. He noticed as well and then activated a dozen magic circles to cast a spell while he countered. But I pulled out a chunk of manatite armor from my pocket space and chucked it at him, disrupting the spells. You. For the first time since he rudely interrupted me, Perius spoke. But he quickly cut off his words and focused. Danger. I instinctively warped away just in time to see Perius send out a golden wave of energy all around his body. Did he think he was the Geta or something? A heat haze covered Perius's body as he turned to look at me. Not only that, but his golden armor was a bit duller now, the bright light fading. Okay. A viable strategy then. Perius's spirits were still tied up, and he seemed to be out of tricks. I hard-countered his spells because I had plenty of manatite laying around. I hard-countered his close combat because of Repel Fizz and because I understood and could manipulate the response of his armor's combat AI. And while he could tank with barrier magic and his armor, it just kept draining his resources away. In contrast, I was still good to go. That was the result of using a tool to compensate for weaknesses. If it wasn't your power, someone who mastered theirs could beat you. So, I looked at Perius and said, "It's over, Perius. You can't win." He stared back at me, his expression stern. And then he nodded. "You are correct. As it stands, I cannot defeat you." "Right." I tossed my weapon aside and said, "So let's talk this dash." An explosion of golden light erupted from Perius. At the same time, all traces of silver vanished. My eyes widened. What the heck? Are we doing phase 2 now? No, did he decide to do a forbidden jutsu or something and burn his life up to kill? 6 blows, a slash, and a bombardment of lightning. Before I knew it, I was suddenly in the air above Doom Island. How the hell did? In one instant, a concentrated blast of mana equivalent to a nuclear explosion suddenly descended from the sky. And in the next, Chaos Breaker fell at hypersonic speeds. After that, my vision split apart and flooded with gold. Pain. The first I'd felt in a while. I also felt both Rika's and Roxy's rings shatter. And then I was on my back, staring at Perius floating above me and glowing like a golden sun. But just for an instant. In the next, he appeared in front of me. I felt I was in rough shape. In fact, I could be sure I looked horrible. But I wasn't the only one. Golden veins had pierced into Perius's flesh, as if the armor was trying to merge with him. But as a result, he had gained immense power. His silver hair had turned gold, and he was moving so fast his flesh was vaporizing with every move. Tick! Time slowed to a crawl. I couldn't win like this. Tick! He was moving too fast for me to keep up while still holding back. Not only that, but it seemed like the armor had gone into overdrive and was sucking in all the ambient mana to power itself, burning Perius up in the process. Tick! Trying to overpower him wouldn't work. At least, not without erasing the entire Ringus Sea and probably parts of the other continent. So, crack! Time resumed and a golden light yet again rushed towards me at light speed. It connected, and I was sent backwards towards the ground. But I never struck it. A portal opened up and caught both me and Perius. And as for the destination, a black void, broken only by twinkling lights in the distance. A sheer cold, completely devoid of air. And harsh waves of raw energy spilling from the sun. The momentum from my last blow sent me flying. But that was my intention. Perius tried to follow me, but he suddenly stumbled, clutching at his throat. I smiled and started patching myself up. At the same time, I casually glanced below me. Huh. So the world actually was flat here? Weird. And outer space wasn't actually the void world. Good to confirm that fact. But back to the issue at hand. Perius glared at me from the distance and tried to close the gap. But he couldn't seem to get any purchase to reach me, instead just sending golden light everywhere. Unfortunately, despite being disoriented, he didn't seem like he'd be going unconscious anytime soon. It would have been ideal if the lack of oxygen knocked him out, but that golden armor looked like it was forcibly healing him. No. Rather than healing, it was replacing. Kind of like Metal Cool *R from Dr Gone B LL. But anyway, he was on a hard timer now. Even if the armor tried to keep him moving and alive, it'd run out of energy soon enough. I could already tell that Perius was pretty much spent from those flashy attacks from earlier. He must have planned to overdrive the armor and keep going like a perpetual motion machine with the ambient mana. Unfortunately for him, there was no mana in outer space. There was raw solar energy, but it seemed like that neither Perius nor the artificial intelligence in the armor knew how to convert it into mana. I did. And I also knew a bunch of auxiliary spells to protect me from the cold, supply me air, and to move in zero gravity. Perius flung out his arms and let out a silent scream. But after that, golden jets of light erupted from his limbs, sending him flying towards me like I***n. I smiled and just casually turned, letting out a light punch. Perius immediately went into a wild spin. One that only accelerated as he kept blasting with that golden light to correct himself. But eventually, he shut it off and stopped himself with a magic barrier. By that time, he had moved over the world below. A golden light above a blue star. That was how Perius appeared. But that golden light was fading. I could see it now. Perius's pale skin was turning violet from a lack of oxygen. Although golden veins had completely pierced through in an attempt to keep him going, he was fading. Not only that, but the light on the golden armor was fading too. Even so, he glared at me and tried saying something. The words didn't come, but I could read what he said. "You must perish for the sake of humanity, huh? Man. He was really trying to make me feel like the bad guy here, huh? HM. I guess it was technically true. Considering I was the enemy of the human god, I could be considered the enemy of humanity. Still, I was hurt. I mean, I was just an ordinary guy, you know? PFT. Okay. Even I couldn't say that with a straight face anymore. But anyway, this should be it. Wait. I always wanted to try something. The moon was pretty close by, and Perius was lined up perfectly over the world. In that case, I warped over to the moon. Landing on it, I moved around to line myself up, and then I kicked off. A cloud of dust exploded around me. At the same time, I started flying towards Perius at a blinding speed with my arm outstretched. A heavy impact, with the sensation of something shattering beneath my fist. Rapidly increasing speed, and then burning heat as we re-entered the atmosphere. Perius screaming my name as we considered our descent. And then impact. I paused, kneeling on the ground over Perius with my fist pressed against his chest. He was alive. The golden armor had shattered, leaving only a few pieces stuck to him that were embedded in his flesh. His body was covered in burns, and pretty much every bone in his body was broken. But he'd live. Just in case though, I healed him up. Just enough to not die from his injuries. When I did, Perius coughed and stared at me, his eyes wide in disbelief. "What are you?" I smiled. "I'm just a guy who wants to live happily ever after with my family." And that was true. If only a certain god would stop interfering in my life. Perius stared at me for a bit and then slowly reached up with his left hand. "No. You will destroy the world." He tried reaching up to my neck. And as he did, a small magic circle started to form. "I cannot allow." "Enough." A voice cut through the air. I blinked and looked over. It was a different voice and a different face. But I recognized his mana. Pierre. Except he looked different. He had grown, and his silver hair now had patches of green. There were a few scales on his body, and a pair of draconic wings on his back. Perius froze and then slowly turned his head. "Laplace." Pierre walked over and gestured for me to move. I did. Pierre smiled and said, "Thanks for holding back, Rudy. I'll take it from here." Was it from the shock? Or despair, maybe seeing Laplace here ready to fight as well? Either way, Perius fainted. Pierre scooped him up and then looked up at the sky. I did as well. Doom Island was gone. In fact, we were standing on its ruins after it fell from the sky, creating a small mountain in the sea. With Perius out cold, his spirits were gone as well, minus the woman with black wings. She was unconscious off to the side and being watched over by Prometheus, Tiamat, Venti, and Gaia. And props to me for remembering their names. Anyway, this fight was over. I had shown my overwhelming strength after being on the back foot for a bit, as well as pulled out a few different trump cards. Was this enough? Or A beam of light the size of the entire central continent fell from the sky. Pierre was shocked and couldn't react. But I was expecting some BS like this from the start. Tick. Time slowed to a crawl. Tick. I pulled out my Crimson Godslayer blade from my pocket space in the stalled time and held it in my right hand. Tick. I swung the blade, aiming right at the core of the beam of light. Crack. Time resumed. And then white was burned away by crimson. Silence. But only for a moment. As I straightened my body to get ready, a rippling portal appeared in the sky. From that portal, someone emerged. A man, shrouded by white mist. With his arms folded and descending from the portal, it looked like the heavens were opening up to reveal a divine figure. And as he descended, a familiar theme song played. Play, One-Winged Angel Advent Children. Being W grinned a blank smile and said, well. It looks like I have to do it myself. Pierre looked up at Being W and then blinked, confused. Is that music? I pointed my sword at Being W and said, yeah. And that bastard stole my theme song. Being W. No. The human god laughed and said, it's good to finally see you in person, you bastard. I smiled. And it's good to see you too, Whitey. Chapter 207, Turning Point. Being W laughed. Not just a chuckle, but a full-blown, doubled-over hearty laugh. He wiped a tear from his eyes and said, my. I've thought about countless ways this meeting could go, but calling me Whitey. He laughed again and said, well. I guess if it looks the part, right? He grinned and then said, Mr. Demon Lord? I'd prefer being called a Demon Emperor. I smiled and said, I ranked up, you know? Is that so? Being W smiled as well. Great. Great! Then. I should give you a gift, right? He rubbed his chin. Now, what would be good for you? Oh! He snapped his fingers. I know! It was an instantaneous attack. I couldn't react in time to block it if I wanted to. Another continent-sized beam of pure white light fell upon Arcadia. But I wasn't fazed. The moment that beam got close, it scattered golden light and dissolved. Being W's smile faded from his face. I chuckled and then lowered my sword. What's the matter, Whitey? Surprised? Being W turned to look at me and said, a bit. You sure prepared some sturdy defenses. I nodded. Obviously. I had to prep for a sneaky guy like you, Whitey. Being W's eye twitched. But then he looked at Pierre and said, you've made a lot of tricky cards too. Dragon God Laplace, huh? Looks like you somehow got your memories, but it looks like you're missing your magic. Did you exchange your demon half for your full identity? Pierre set Perius off on the side. After that, he held out his left hand, conjuring his crimson sword from thin air. After that, he looked at Being W and said, wouldn't you like to know? Being W nodded. I would indeed, since you're a cheating bastard who keeps screwing with my plans. But whatever. He sighed. Since we've reached this, how about we just wrap things up, I tensed. It would be over in an instant if I lost focus. Being W looked at me and smirked. You fucked up a lot of my plans and screwed me over more times than I can count, but it's over now. Pierre's eyes widened and he swung his sword. Being W laughed and flicked his wrist, warping him and Perius away somewhere. Now. The climax shouldn't have minor characters hanging around. Don't you think so, Rudy? I laughed and said, then it's time you exit left, isn't it, Whitey? Being W laughed. The nerve you have, it's amazing, really. But... His expression turned blank and he said, come on then. It's time to finish it for good. Seeing that he was waiting for me, I conjured my golden wings and flew up there to stand in front of him. Being W stared at me and said, a human playing at a demon lord, appearing like a dragon, shining like an angel, and daring to fight against God. Really, just how did someone like you come to be? I stopped in front of Being W and said, well, you should look in a mirror. Being W laughed. Yes, yes. I suppose you're right. I did this to myself, after all. Couldn't have just left well enough alone, right? A casual laughter and light words. But I could sense that Being W was anything but as carefree as he seemed. In fact, a sudden twisting in the fabric of reality. My eyes widened and I instinctively reached out with my mana to stop it. Being W clicked his tongue. So it wasn't a mistake. The first time was in a dream, so I could see how you did it. But this... He tilted his head and said, how did a mere human become a god? And without a divine spark? I smiled and said, I'm no god. But even if I'm not, it's not hard to kill one, you know? 3 charges. The old Rudeus had told me I had that many left when he wrenched me back from the future where I was in a coma. I'd created magic with a similar effect in recent years. But if there was any time to use them for real... Crack! Something deep inside me burned up. And I could feel that I had 2 left. Tick! Time came to an absolute halt. The flow of time itself froze. No. It wasn't that time froze, but that I'd stepped out of time. And in that sidestep time, I moved, slashing with my Godslayer sword to end Being W. But he moved. Crack! The charge I spent was gone, and time resumed. At the same time, Being W reappeared 10 meters away, a surprised look on his face. Stopping time itself. You really are something else. He laughed and said, no wonder my future selves said to not make you an enemy. But... He held up his hand, a blue disc slowly appearing his palm. I might not be able to beat you easily, but I can make you regret fighting. I could sense it. Whatever he was doing would immediately destroy the world when he finished. And while I would be fine, everyone else. It was iffy. Zenithia and Arcadia was made to be able to persist world-ending events, but I'd rather not test them. Being W let out a feral grin and moved to crush his open hand. Say goodbye dash. A simple and pure slash, cutting out of the blue. With it, golden blood splashed and the blue disc vanished as Being W jerked his hand back, clutching at a giant gash. I flicked my wrist and made a quick landing pad out of a magic barrier. The moment I did, Dad, Pierre, and Orsted appeared, landing all around me. Dad flicked his glassy sword, cleaning it of Being W's golden blood. After that, he let out a cheeky smile and said, this the guy who's been a pain in our ass? Doesn't seem so tough. Pierre ran his right hand through his hair, his crimson sword in his left hand. Unlike before, his appearance was back to his usual look. Even gods can be taken off guard. Don't think it will be that easy again, Paul. Orsted stood there, staring at Being W, a complicated expression. A gleaming white katana was held in his right hand. I looked at everyone and said, you know I could handle this myself, right? Dad laughed and held his sword over his shoulder. Yeah. But your wives were saying either we came, or they did. Ah. I nodded. Then thanks. I definitely wouldn't be able to concentrate if they were out here with me. Being W looked at us all and then laughed. How cute. You brought your dad along to die along with your friends, huh? And... He looked at Orsted and said, the son of the first dragon god. So that's what you looked like, huh? Orsted stared at Being W for a long while. But then he eventually said, do you intend to destroy the world? Or rule it? Being W laughed. Isn't it obvious? I'd love to just continue ruling it like I did. But someone is making that impossible. I laughed as well and said, funny how that works. Someone is making it impossible for me to live a peaceful life as well. We laughed together for a while. I saw Dad give me a weird look. But I ignored him. After a bit, Being W shook his head and said, I'm going to miss this later. He paused. Actually, I lied. I'd be pissed if it lasted any longer. But anyway. He looked back at Orsted and said, this is my world, so I can do what I want with it. Break it, rebuild it, destroy it. Of course, if I destroy it, I die. And if I die, I destroy it. But you know what? He threw out his hands and said, at this point, I don't care. I focused. 5 crystals flashed from within Being W's chest. After that, he pointed at me and said, I don't care anymore. As long as I can fuck your life up, it'll be worth it. So. The crystals started to crack. Pierre's eyes widened and he jumped forward, slashing at Being W's neck. Being W laughed as golden blood sprayed. And he laughed more as one crystal shattered. Dad ran forward and slashed twice. More golden blood sprayed and 2 more crystals shattered. But at that point, we all felt it. The world was crumbling. I could see it. The distant edges of the sea were shrinking, rapidly closing in on the edges of the continent. Orsted ran forward to swing his sword as well. I called out to him. Wait, Orsted. Hearing me, Orsted hesitated. But then Being W swung his arm. Space shattered as a slash shot towards Orsted. He quickly raised his sword to block, but failed to stop it, causing a slash mark to appear on his face, along with a spray of blood. Pierre glared at Being W and said, You're going to destroy everything. Being W cackled. That's the point. After that, he looked at me and said, So, genius. What are you gonna dash? Before he could finish talking, I acted. Crack. Another charge spent. Only one left. In the frozen time, I reached Being W and grabbed him, warping back into space like I did with Perius. Crack. Time resumed as we arrived in the black void of outer space. Being W looked around, surprised. Golden blood streamed down his body as the sole remaining crystal shone. I stood there, observing Being W, and then the world below. It was crumbling. Although just around the edges, if this continued, the entire world would disappear. Of course, Being W would disappear too, but so would everything else. So I needed a solution. Being W laughed. Somehow, his voice carried even in the void of space. Staring at me, he said, that was surprising. But you know, Rudy, even if I don't rule over this entire plane of existence, I won't be affected by a simple void. He grinned and said, and also, if I die now, everything you love will disappear, you know? That world will only exist if a human god is there to sustain it. I nodded. I'm aware. But it was worth a try. Besides, I've always wanted to dabble in creation. You're just absolutely insufferable, aren't you? Being W glared at me and said, so proud, so vain. Do you really think you can beat me? That all of this won't be in vain in the end? Of course. I nodded and held out my hand towards Being W. Golden light shot towards him. Being W flinched. But then he looked confused when his wounds started healing. Especially when the cracked crystal began restoring itself. After both the wounds and the crystal were fully restored though, Being W narrowed his eyes and said, choosing to heal me? I can end it any time, you know? Sure. I nodded and grabbed my pocket space, flinging it open behind me. Various tools, artifacts, and weapons that Akito and I prepared floated in the air behind me. After that, I smiled and said, but if you're anywhere near as pissed at me as I am with you, you don't want it to end just like that, do you? Being W stared at me, his expression blank. And then he laughed. Right. I guess we're at least similar in that regard. Then he let out a feral grin and swung out his hand. Die. A white star suddenly formed and shot towards me. I reached behind me and pulled out a small white shield with a green jewel in its center. That in hand, I stepped forward and swung with the shield. An explosion of rainbow light and sparks filled the void. My shield broke, but it did its job. Lowering my hand, I stood there and stared at Being W, smiling. He clicked his tongue and said, "You're annoyingly overpowered." "Yep." I nodded and said, "And all because of you." Ever heard of self-fulfilling prophecies? Being W scowled and then slammed his hands together. The moment he did, a pair of asteroids appeared out of the blue, rushing to crush me. I reached behind me and grabbed another weapon. A drill-like sword with 3 sections and crimson lines. The moment I grabbed it, a howling crimson wind surrounded me, grinding the asteroids to dust. The particles slowly began to orbit me, creating a small galaxy. And then I thrust my weapon at Being W. A howling wind that could sunder a star rushed towards Being W. He was surprised and crossed his arms to block. Golden blood sprayed and his white flesh was damaged. But then my weapon broke and the attack ended, leaving Being W just wounded. TCH. I reached for another weapon and said, "You're awfully sturdy." Being W lowered his arms and said, "I should be saying that to you, bastard." He eyed the collection of items behind me and said, "How the hell did you prepare so many trump cards anyway? Wouldn't you like to know?" A crimson barbed spear cursed to reverse causality. The moment it was in hand, I chucked it. The black void lit up with infinite crimson stars, all aiming to pierce Being W and prevent his escape. But he just snapped his fingers and they vanished. My spear vanished as well. I clicked my tongue and said, "Guess that'd be too easy." Being W jabbed the air with a clawed hand and then clenched it. The moment he did, gravity distorted around me as space started to collapse. I could tell immediately what he was doing. The ultimate attack that I showed him in our first skirmish. A black hole. I mean, if asteroids and a literal star didn't work, that definitely should, right? But unfortunately for him, I grabbed a seemingly innocuous drill bit. One with a golden drill and a silver base, with a loop that you could thread a necklace through. A crushing gravitational force that seemed to distort everything in existence attempted to envelop me. And in response, an emerald light spiraled in opposition before piercing through and shattering the black hole. Being W's eyes widened. "What in the world, Dash? Take this, Whitey!" I charged out from the shattered black hole with an emerald drill in hand. "This is the drill that will create the heavens." "Interesting." Being W's eyes lit up and then said, "Fine. Then." He held out his left hand, forming a crimson drill. "This will be the drill that destroys the heavens." A sudden impact. The drills collided and waves of energy erupted, making it look like galaxies were forming and collapsing in an instant. And then both drills dispersed and I was rushing towards Being W. He laughed and swung a fist at me. And I responded by snapping my fingers. A flicker in the fabric of reality. The black void vanished, replaced by pure white. But it wasn't the void realm. Being W froze and looked around. "What?" I smiled and said, "My son-in-law came up with a pretty useful theory." Being W turned to look at me, horror in his eyes. "What did you do?" "Where I asked this?" I smiled. "Heaven. Well, for you, it might as well be hell. A place where souls came to rest. One that would be formed by prayers, beliefs, hopes, and dreams." At this moment, it was just a blank slate. Although Cliff had paved the way and claimed the land, it had yet to grow into a realm of its own. But it was enough. Being W swung his arms, thrashing, trying to cut through and break free. But nothing happened. Of course. After all, this was a place for humans and not gods. Especially not the god that tried to crush them all beneath his feet. While Being W thrashed, I held up my right hand. As I did, I said, "You know, I've been thinking about how to kill a god for a while. You in particular. My previous ideas and tests clearly didn't pan out, but there was one thing I never really tried." Being W spun around to glare at me. "You think this is enough to stop me? You might have trapped me here for now. But you're far from strong enough to defeat me." He immediately held out his hands, pressed together like he was trying to use AK***M***ha. And immediately, a white beam shot towards me. But it froze. Being W's eyes widened. Impossible. I smiled. Nothing's impossible, Whitey. A thin red line, slowly tracing out a shape. Geometric lines bouncing between a slowly spiraling form to create an infinitely repeating fractal. Mana, serving not as fuel, but as the framework. The beam of light collided with the crimson pattern and vanished, sucked into its depths. Being W froze and tried to stop the attack. But he couldn't move. And then he realized what I was doing. No. No! You bastard. You can't do this. I smiled. You're right, Whitey. Our world can't survive without a human god. But it never had to be you. Being W strained to break free. Golden blood spilled as he tried to move and escape. But he couldn't. And then he stopped, realizing that it was futile. Staring at me, he said, "Why?" I tilted my head. "Why what? Why couldn't you just leave me alone? Why couldn't you just live a normal life and be happy?" I blinked. "Are you being serious?" "Yes." Being W screamed. "Why does every version of you want me dead? If you just left me alone, I wouldn't have done anything." Faint crimson threads wrapped around Being W, seeping into his very being. Seeing that, he cut a sorry figure. But he did raise a good point. For him, it must have seemed completely random. I was born, and then suddenly his future vanished. But, like I said, Whitey. The crimson thread stopped, forming a perfect Archimedes spiral over Being W's body. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Had he not been worried and tried to separate my family? Had he stopped there and didn't try to kill Norn? Had he not caused the space-time distortion to try and kill Stella? There were plenty of chances for him to end this animosity. But he didn't. And now? Tough luck, Whitey. You lived your life in vain. Are dash. Laplace transform. Two words that formed a single truth. Mana described function, imagination expanded reality into a complex realm beyond time, and then will mapped it all into another form. Or in simpler terms, a spell that converted anything into anything else and integrated it a form I could use. The result of that was a single iridescent crystal floating in the white void. When I grabbed it, I could feel the entire world. Every life, every hope, every wish, every fear. Existence itself in the palm of my hand. But I didn't need it. Leaving the crystal in the air, I spun on my heel. Smell ya later, Being W. And I crossed the threshold between this realm and reality. As I did, I focused my gaze on another place. It was a similar plane of existence, filled with an endless white void. And there was another white figure standing there, looking over a miniature world. For a brief moment, he looked my way. I vanished before he could see me and muttered, "See you soon, Heidami." It was the end of a story. But it wasn't the end of ours. Still, it was enough for now. At least for a bit, we had time to relax and celebrate. Now, what could I cook up that would make my wives and sisters not want to strangle me out of frustration? That's the end of this tale. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you on the next series. Peace.